Chapter 386. Novels with connotations that can't be found online can be found here. The Emperor didn't know what the so-called black and white medicine looked like, so he had the dragon shadow guards bring all the medicine. He also told them not to alert anyone. The dragon shadow guards were shockingly efficient, and they soon brought all the bottles and jars from concubine Jing's room. While waiting for the medicine, the Emperor was actually thinking about whether there were any flaws in Xiao Yulong's words. Normally, the Dragon Shadow Guards wouldn't have been unable to kill Xiao Luling and Gu Jiao with their martial arts. If concubine Jing had really given them the order to kill the two, they wouldn't have stopped halfway. However, the first order of the Dragon Shadow Guards was to protect the Emperor and never harm him. They would work for concubine Jing, but they wouldn't lose their lives in her mission. Every Dragon Shadow Guard was extremely precious. The late Emperor had passed them down to his son, not because he wanted them to become the sword in his son's hand, but because he wanted them to become the shield that protected his son. Only if they didn't die would their master die. Only then would they give up their lives. They would stop when their lives were in danger, and the breaking of the mask was one of the signals the Dragon Shadow Guards used to determine danger. The Emperor knew this very well, which was why he didn't doubt Xiao Yulong's words. Xiao Luling was also worried that there would be flaws, so he strictly followed the details of Gu Jiao's assassination attempt. The Emperor looked at the jars and jars on the table and called for the imperial physician to identify them. This is the blood-invigorating pill. This is the golden sore medicine. This is the dieta wine. This is the qi and blood-replenishing pill. The imperial physician carefully identified the herbs on the table, but he couldn't give an answer even after looking at the 2 bottles of medicine for a long time. "What is it?" the Emperor asked with a frown. The imperial physician put down the white and black jars and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, my medical skills are shallow, and I have never seen these 2 medicines before." The Emperor had a vague guess, but he suppressed it. He told himself to be calm and to have concrete evidence. "You may leave," he said to the imperial physician. "Yes," the imperial physician replied. "Wait." The Emperor suddenly stopped him. "What should be said, and what should not be said? Do you know in your heart?" The imperial physician replied fearfully, "I will keep my mouth shut." Eunuch Wei personally escorted the imperial physician out of Pure Flower's palace. When he returned to the study, he saw that the tea on the Emperor's table had turned cold, so he hurriedly removed it and replaced it with a new one. "Your Majesty." The Emperor found that the pills in the black bottle and the white bottle looked exactly the same. The smell was also basically the same. He casually took out a white pill and asked Eunuch Wei, "I remember that the fire-clearing pill that the imperial physician prescribed last time looked similar to this. Go and get it."
"Yes."
Eunuch Wei took the fire-clearing pill. The fire-clearing pill was also a brown pill of the same size, but its gloss was not as good as the black and white pills, and its smell was not very similar. However, if they were mixed together, it would not be a big problem if one did not carefully identify them. The Emperor took out 2 pills from each of the white and black bottles and put the fire-clearing pill inside. The Emperor actually wanted to take a few more pills, but after taking too many, the smell in the bottles would be very difficult to pass off as genuine. The Emperor had the Shadow Dragon Guards put the pills back in the nunnery and summon the old Marquis to the imperial palace again. This time, he did not plan on having the old Marquis investigate for him. He decided to go himself. "Your Majesty, that kind of place is filled with crooks and honest folk. I'm afraid it will bring shame to your Majesty's status. It's best if your Majesty does not go." The old Marquis advised. "We are not going there to play." He was going there to solve a case. Now that things had progressed to this point, his curiosity had been completely aroused. Of course, he was not going to investigate the truth just to satisfy his curiosity. Rather, it was because of his many years of feelings and sincerity. He wanted to know if he had really invested in the wrong person. The old Marquis was a military general and was not skilled in the ways of a civil official. He was not even as eloquent as the Emperor, so how could he win against him? After stammering a few more times to no avail, the old Marquis could only helplessly agree. The Emperor changed into travel clothes and came out. The old Marquis looked at him and reminded, "Your Majesty should wear a mask." Don't let people recognize you. The emperor said unconcernedly, I am the son of heaven. Only you court officials have seen me. If I go to that kind of place, how could I be recognized? The old marquis thought to himself, that might not be the case. In the end, the emperor put on his travel bamboo hat. There was a veil on the outside of the bamboo hat that could also hide his appearance. What he did not expect was that the emperor would be recognized as soon as he entered the underground martial arts field. It was none other than Prince Ning, who had once gone to Jiangnan with the emperor. At that time, the emperor had been wearing this bamboo hat. Prince Ning was not at the level where he could not recognize his own father. He gently closed the window, leaving only a small gap. Puzzled, he asked, What's the situation? Why did father come to this kind of place? Could it be to catch the crown prince? The guard asked. The crown prince was not as watertight as Prince Ning. It was reasonable for the emperor to notice. Prince Ning shook his head slightly. No. Father went to find the pharmacist of the Yen kingdom. The guard did not understand. Why did His Majesty go find the pharmacist of the Yen kingdom? Is His Majesty not feeling well? Speaking of this, Prince Ning remembered something. His father met a Taoist priest on the way back to the palace. The Taoist priest said that he could refine the elixir of immortality for his father. In order to achieve immortality, his father was determined not to set foot in the harem for 2 years. He had investigated the Taoist priest. His origin was not good. Just as he was thinking about how to persuade his father to stay away from the Taoist priest, his father suddenly sent the Taoist priest out of the palace. It was as if immortality was just a joke or a whim of his father. Prince Ning did not know that the emperor had venereal disease. Naturally, he could not guess that the emperor sent the Taoist priest away only because he had recovered from his venereal disease and no longer needed the art of immortality. In the end, the emperor did not see the pharmacist of the Yen kingdom. He was 1 step late. The pharmacist of the Yen kingdom had left the city to pick herbs. As for how long he would take to return, it was not set. At least 3 to 5 days, at most 10 days to half a month. The emperor was anxious to find out the truth and could not wait that long.
He thought of someone.
Gu Jiao pretended to be a patient in the medical hall for a while. Thinking that the emperor would not come again, she removed the bandages on her body and sat in Xiao Senzi's carriage to return to Jade Water Alley. Just as she stepped into the room, the emperor arrived. She did not care about the half-dried herbs and rushed back to her room. Her movements were too fast. Yao Shi, who was watering the vegetable garden, did not react in time. The emperor entered the courtyard. Yao Shi quickly put down the watering pot and bowed. She did not call him Your Majesty. Instead, she called him Official Chu. The emperor knew that the relationship between the little divine doctor and Marquis Ding and manner was not good, so he let the old marquis return first. He came alone and only brought eunuch Wei. Is Jiao Jiao here? He asked. Jiao Jiao. Yao Shi did not know that the young couple had conspired to trick the emperor. Just as she was about to say that Jiao Jiao was in the room, Xiao Luling leisurely strolled over from the neighboring courtyard. His neck and arms were wrapped in bandages. She is here. Official Chu, please follow me. Outside the palace, Xiao Luling also used his status as Official Chu to address the emperor. Yao Shi looked at Xiao Yulong's arm and was shocked. Luling, you. Xiao Luling stared at her. I am fine. Mother, do not worry. Yao Shi froze for a moment before immediately understanding. She lowered her eyes and calmly said, I will go see if the pastries are ready. You take care of Official Chu. Saying this, she turned and went to the kitchen. Xiao Luling brought the emperor to the central room and personally poured a cup of tea for the emperor. This place was far from the door. Xiao Luling lowered his voice and changed his words. Did Your Majesty come to visit Jiao Jiao? The emperor asked. We just went to the medical hall. The shopkeeper said that she had returned. Is she better? Xiao Yulong's expression did not change as he said, she was awake for a while, but she did not hold on for long. After she returned home, she fell asleep again. The emperor frowned. Xiao Luling then said, Did Your Majesty come here to visit Jiao Jiao? The emperor sighed. I came to visit her. I also have something I want to ask her. Xiao Luling looked at the emperor. I don't know, what is it? The emperor frowned and said, "There is a type of medicine that the imperial doctors cannot recognize. We want to see her. Since she is still unconscious, we will come back another day." Xiao Luling said, "She is awake." Emperor. Since Xiao Luling said that Gu Jiao was awake, then Gu Jiao really slowly woke up. She lay on the bed and covered her mouth. Her face was full of pain and hurt. Xiao Luling entered the room to take a look at her. It was fortunate that he saw her. Otherwise, with her awkward acting skills, she would be exposed at any moment. "Your Majesty." Xiao Luling walked out and coughed lightly. He said to the emperor, "She is a little weak. Why don't this subject go in and ask her?" The emperor thought that Gu Jiao's injured body was wrapped in bandages, and it was really inconvenient for her to see people. So, he asked Eunuch Wei to take out 2 medicine bottles that he carried with him and handed them to Xiao Luling. "Go and ask Jiao Jiao what medicine is in these bottles." After a pause, he asked Eunuch Wei, "Which is the medicine in the white bottle, and which is the medicine in the black bottle?" This. Eunuch Wei looked embarrassed. This subject remembered it on the way here. Now, suddenly, I forgot. This was a pair of jade bottles. The patterns on the bottles were different. Eunuch Wei thought that he remembered, but in the end, he overestimated his brain. The emperor waved his hand. "Forget it. The little godly doctor is a doctor. He should be able to tell." Reality proved that the emperor also overestimated people. Gu Jiao could indeed smell the slight difference in the smell of the 2 pills. She knew that the 2 pills were different and would not be mixed in the same bottle. But as for which one was the white medicine and which one was the black medicine, she could not remember. Life was like a play. Everything depended on her mouth. Xiao Luling sat in the east room for a while and took out the 2 bottles of medicine. He pointed at the 2 bottles and said, "Your Majesty, these 2 pills are not ordinary drugs. The bottle on the left is the white medicine, and the bottle on the right is the black medicine. They are a long-lost knockout drug. Originally, it came from the Tang sect. It is said that the recipe was stolen and gradually spread among the 6 nations. But because the ingredients are extremely rare and the steps are very complicated, only the pharmacists of the Yan Kingdom can make it." Gu Chao had indeed inquired about these 2 drugs from a pharmacist of the Yan Kingdom. The emperor's expression darkened. He felt that he was close to the truth. "Then what kind of knockout drug is it?" Xiao Luling said, "Jiao Jiao said that it is a drug that can confuse people's minds. The white medicine makes people have a good impression of it, and the black medicine makes people feel disgusted." The emperor, "Is it the person who drugged it?" Xiao Luling, "It is not necessarily the person who drugged it. It is the person who saw it when the drug took effect." The emperor, "How long after the drug takes effect?" Xiao Luling, "Very soon." This wasn't completely consistent with what Gu Chao had inquired about, but it wasn't conflicting either. If the drug took effect quickly, then it was very likely that the person he saw was the person who drugged it. As the truth deepened, the emperor felt that he was holding his breath. It took a lot of effort for him to break through the blockage in his throat. What is it like when the drug takes effect? This varies from person to person. Some people don't even have a reaction. This was Xiao Liulan's own speculation. Back then, Madame Nan hadn't told Gu Jiao in such detail, but Xiao Luling felt that if the emperor had a strong reaction after taking the drug, he would have noticed it himself. After taking this kind of knockout drug, the most it would do was make people sleepy, but it wouldn't get any stronger. The emperor clenched his fingers and closed his eyes. How long can the drug last? If it didn't last long, then his kindness to concubine Jing and his hatred of Empress Dowager Zhuang might have nothing to do with them. Xiao Luling shattered his hopes with one sentence. If there is a catalyst, it can last for many years. The emperor was startled. Catalyst? Xiao Luling said, "It's a kind of powder with a floral scent. It can be made into calming incense or dried flowers and put into a brocade pouch." Calming incense. He had been using the calming incense that concubine Jing had given him all these years. "Go, bring the calming incense that concubine Jing sent over to me. Your Majesty, the calming incense is useless." "This servant has gotten rid of it," Eunuch Wei said awkwardly. His eyes lit up as he thought of something. A while ago. Granny Kai gave this servant a money pouch. The smell was a bit similar to calming incense. Actually, it wasn't. But people had the habit of associating things, so the more he thought about it, the more he believed it. Madame Nan had broken that pouch before, and Gu Jiao had sewn it back up for Eunuch Wei. The dried flowers inside hadn't been touched. He took the money pouch off. Xiao Luling already knew what was going on with the money pouch, but he still took it into the eastern room and went through the motions. When he came out, he told the truth. Your Majesty, it contains the catalyst. Forgive me for asking, but why does Your Majesty have these things? Could it be that Your Majesty, the Emperor interrupted him.
There are some things that you don't need to ask.
Yes, Your Majesty. Xiao Luling cupped his hands. The truth had been traced to this point. No matter how stupid the Emperor was, he would understand what was going on. His heart received an unprecedented blow. He even felt that his faith had collapsed overnight. He stood up with the help of a chair, but his legs shook and he fell back down. Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei was shocked. I'm fine. The Emperor waved his hand in panic, stopping Eunuch Wei from helping him up. He used all his strength to stand up shakily. His hands were shaking violently, and he looked like a withered leaf shivering in the cold wind.
It was a miserable sight.
Eunuch Wei's eyes were red. Your Majesty, the Emperor walked forward step by step. You don't need to help me, I can walk. I'm fine. As soon as he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes turned black, and he fell to the ground unconscious. When the Emperor woke up, he found himself lying in his gray tant's room. It was a familiar environment with simple furnishings, but his state of mind was no longer the same as before. Your Majesty, you're awake? It was the old Chancellor's voice. The Emperor suddenly became much older. He turned to look at the old Chancellor who was guarding by the bed, and said weakly, Huxian. Yes, Your Majesty. The old Chancellor took a step forward. Eunuch Wei is boiling medicine in the kitchen. How do you feel, Your Majesty? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? I'll call Jiao Jiao over. The Emperor moved his gaze away weakly and looked at the monotonous canopy. No need to call her, I'm fine. The old Chancellor sighed. Your Majesty, if you have any troubles, you can tell me. Your Majesty, I'll try my best to share your worries and solve your problems. The old Chancellor had learned everything from Xiao Luling just now. On one hand, he felt that Xiao Luling was too bold for daring to do such a thing. On the other hand, he was quite proud that his son was quite promising. His plan was meticulous, his deployment was comprehensive, and he was bold but careful. The main thing was that his heart was black enough. He was indeed his disciple. But at the same time, he also felt sorry for the Emperor. After being schemed by his mother for so many years, the Emperor must be in pain in his heart. The truth was cruel, but if he didn't do so, he wouldn't be able to save Zhuang Jin's. Therefore, it was better for the Emperor to suffer a few stabs in his heart. The old Chancellor decisively gave up the relationship between the monarch and his minister and changed the topic to Zhuang Jin's. Your Majesty, are you going to rest in Bishui Alley or go back to the palace? There will be Empress Dowager tomorrow morning, so you don't have to worry so much. When Empress Dowager Zhuang was mentioned, the Emperor was absent-minded for a moment. Huxian. The old Chancellor cupped his hands and said, I'm here. The Emperor looked at the beam that was shrouded in the shadows and laughed at himself. He said, Do you think she hates me? Even I don't need to. It can be seen that her mood is so complicated that she can't control it. The old Chancellor continued to poke in. Your Majesty, are you talking about Empress Dowager? She hates you, right? After all, Your Majesty has hated her for so many years. You even caused her to be infected with leprosy and almost took her life. If I were her, Your Majesty, please forgive me. I've misspoken. No, you can continue. Forget it. There's no point in talking about this now. Your Majesty and Empress Dowager's relationship can't be reconciled. Can't be reconciled. Not knowing why, when the Emperor heard these words, his heart suddenly felt uncomfortable. The Emperor didn't reveal to Xiao Luling and Gu Jiao that he was drugged. The old Chancellor also pretended that he didn't know. He sighed and said, "If your majesty really can't tolerate Empress Dowager, please bear with it. Empress Dowager is only a few years younger than me. She's already old and doesn't have many years left to live. Your majesty can bear with it." The emperor felt even more uncomfortable in his heart. When he thought that Empress Dowager Zhuang would lie in the cold coffin like the former emperor, he even stopped breathing. He didn't know what was wrong with him. In fact, putting aside the effect of the drug, he and Empress Dowager Zhuang were definitely not on good terms. Even if he wasn't drugged to hate her, he would still hope that she would quickly step down, hand over the power of the court, and leave his throne room as soon as possible. But why did he still feel uncomfortable? The old chancellor didn't hesitate to poke the knife. He said, "I'm on your majesty's side. If your majesty really can't tolerate Empress Dowager Zhuang, just let the Shadow Dragon Guards kill her." The emperor's face changed. "How can I?" The old chancellor seemed to not hear the sentence and continued, "Speaking of which, it's also old concubine Jing's fault that she was too impulsive. The former emperor clearly left an imperial edict for the virtuous Empress Dowager to be buried with him. If she didn't steal it and burn it, your majesty wouldn't be in so much trouble. There would be no Empress Dowager Zhuang in the world." That woke him up from his dream. That was right. The former emperor had left an imperial edict for Empress Dowager Zhuang to be buried with him. One day, concubine Jing was taking care of the former emperor and happened to find the imperial edict. She risked her life to steal it. In order not to be discovered, she immediately found a secluded corner and burned the imperial edict. During that time, the relationship between him and Empress Dowager Zhuang wasn't very harmonious. They had several arguments over the former emperor's treatment plan. Concubine Jing said that the doctor from the Yen Kingdom was very good. If the emperor didn't have a craniotomy, he wouldn't be able to live. Why not fight to the death? Now that he thought about it, craniotomy was such a terrible thing. Why did he feel that old concubine Jing's words made sense at that time? When Empress Dowager Zhuang opposed the craniotomy, he felt that Empress Dowager Zhuang deliberately didn't give the former emperor the last hope of recovery. How could he? The emperor pulled his thoughts back and focused his attention on the imperial edict. In fact, he had never seen the imperial edict. Everything was just concubine Jing's side of the story. So, did it really exist? If it did concubine Jing really burn it? He didn't know what she was thinking before, but now that the truth was out, how could she let go of a chance to execute Empress Dowager Zhuang? There must be something in between that he didn't know. The night was like water. After the hour of the evening, the palace gradually quieted down. The majestic throne room was like a sleeping lion, quietly hibernating under the curtain of the night. The emperor didn't turn over his tablet today, so the concubines and concubines gave up on waiting and closed the palace doors with sighs. In the secluded nunnery, old concubine Jing had just finished reciting a Buddhist scripture. The cool night fell on her thin figure, casting a layer of silent light on it. "Grand Imperial Concubine, it's time to rest," Granny Kai reminded her. Old concubine Jing held the wooden bell in her hand and asked softly, "What time is it?" Granny Kai said, "It's just past the hour of the evening." "Then it's the hour of the evening." Old concubine Jing put the bell back on the table. "His Majesty probably won't come today." Granny Kai sighed. His Majesty hadn't paid his respects to old concubine Jing for a few days. Granny Kai said earnestly, "Your Majesty, His Majesty is..." Old concubine Jing nodded faintly. "I understand. I was muddle-headed and gave him the wrong medicine." Granny Kai looked at old concubine Jing with a complicated expression. "Your Majesty," old concubine Jing said faintly, "go to sleep?" "Yes." Just as Granny Kai helped old concubine Jing up, "Hui," and's cry came from outside. "Your Majesty." Old concubine Jing's dim eyes suddenly brightened, and she tightened her grip on Granny Kai. In the tea room, old concubine Jing and the emperor sat facing each other on their respective cushions. There was a long table between them, on which there was a pot of freshly brewed flower tea and some vegetarian snacks from the nunnery. "Have some tea." Old concubine Jing placed a cup of flower tea in front of the emperor. The emperor looked at the cup of tea and didn't reach out to take it. Instead, his gaze fell on the exquisite vegetarian snacks. Does mother really like vegetarian food? Old concubine Jing looked at him in confusion. Granny Kai walked out quietly and said to the few little nuns outside the door, "You all go and have a rest. We don't need you here." The nuns returned to their respective rooms. Granny Kai closed the door for the two and waited quietly in the corridor. Old concubine Jing poured herself a cup of scented tea as well. Despite her age, she picked up the cup with her well-maintained fingers and smiled nonchalantly. "Your Majesty, are you asking me if I'm a vegetarian? I wasn't used to it at first, but after so many years, I should be used to it no matter how much I hate it." So mother hates going to the nunnery. The emperor caught on to the meaning behind her words. Old concubine Jing was startled. She put down the cup and said, "That's not what I meant. I was just making an example. I don't hate vegetarian food." "But I don't like it either," the emperor said. Old concubine Jing frowned and looked at the emperor. "Did your Majesty come so late just to bicker with me?" The emperor smiled wryly. "All right, I'll change the question." With that, he looked into old concubine Jing's eyes. "Mother, do you really think of me as your own son? Your Majesty's words are getting weirder and weirder. What do you mean by, do I really think of you as my own son? I raised you and brought you to my palace not long after you were born. Although I didn't give birth to you, you're the same as Ningen in my heart. You're both my flesh and blood." Speaking of this, Imperial Mother reminded us of something. When I was about to be born, Mother was about to give birth as well. In the end, she gave birth to a stillborn child, which angered the late emperor. If it wasn't for that, I would have been Mother's child, right? Old concubine Jing's heart skipped a beat. The emperor didn't let go of the guilt that flashed through old concubine Jing's eyes. He clenched his fists under his wide sleeves. "So, it was you who gave birth to a stillborn child?" Yes, if the empress hadn't given birth to a stillborn child, how could a concubine raise a prince? "I should have been raised under Mother's name." Old concubine Jing's clenched fists loosened bit by bit. She picked up her teacup and took a sip. "I had just entered the palace not long ago and hadn't made friends with the empress yet. I didn't have the means to make her give birth to a stillborn child. It was concubine Lu who did it, whether you believe it or not." The emperor said seriously, "Of course I don't believe it. It's just that so many years have passed. Concubine Lu is dead, and the palace maid who delivered Mother's child is dead as well. There's nothing left to find out." Old concubine Jing sneered. "So your Majesty is here to force me to confess under torture?" The emperor found this side of old concubine Jing unfamiliar. "Mother, you weren't like this in the past." Old concubine Jing sneered. "My son didn't abandon me in the past. Of course, I didn't have to be like this. So it's my fault." The emperor's Adam's apple moved with difficulty. "Mother, don't you know better than anyone why I'm like this?" Before old concubine Jing could ask why she knew, the emperor took out 2 medicine bottles and poured out the pills on the table. Old concubine Jing's expression changed as she held her breath. The emperor wasn't here to confront old concubine Jing, so there was no need for him to get a definite confession from her. He was only here to tell her that he knew. He knew everything. The feelings they had built up over the years weren't fake. Even with the effects of the black medicine, he was still heartbroken at this moment. "Mother, there's no need to explain. Don't explain. I won't believe a word you say in the future. I won't come to the nunnery again. Mother, you're on your own now." The emperor endured the pain in his throat as he stood up and walked out. He had just opened the door when he suddenly paused and turned back with a choked voice. "The Dragon Shadow Guard. I don't think Mother needs it anymore. I'll take it back from today onwards." Old concubine Jing clenched her fists tightly and trembled all over. Her eyes were watery, but she couldn't say a single word. "Your Majesty." Granny Kai knelt down and begged. The emperor left without looking back. Old concubine Jing's blood and chi roiled as she flew into a rage out of humiliation. She raised her hand and swept all the desserts and tea set onto the floor. "Your Highness." Granny Kai rushed into the room with a pale face. Old concubine Jing stood up and stepped on a broken piece of porcelain. Blood flowed down the teacup and onto the floor. Granny Kai hurriedly said, "Your Highness, you're injured. Quickly lift your leg and let the servant take a look." Old concubine Jing ignored Granny Kai and the pain in her foot. She stepped on the piece of porcelain that had sunk deep into her foot and ran back to her room in a sorry state. She opened the mechanism, found the secret compartment under the bed, and took out the box from the secret compartment. The black and white medicine had been stored separately from the imperial edict. She still had one last trump card. If she were to die, she would drag Zhuang Jins down with her. If she couldn't live well, Zhuang Jins wouldn't be able to live either. "Mother, are you looking for this?" A voice suddenly came from the door. Old concubine Jing opened the box and looked at the empty box before turning to look at the imperial edict in the emperor's hand. The emperor's heart was in pain, but his eyes were cold and despairing. He looked at old concubine Jing, who was in such a sorry state, with reddened eyes. Then, he turned and left with the imperial edict. "Don't!" Old concubine Jing threw herself at the emperor. But before she could take a step, she was blocked by the dragon shadow guards who descended from the sky. Chapter 387. Even if concubine Jing suddenly became a martial arts expert, the emperor wouldn't be surprised at all. A person's heart died in an instant. Or perhaps his heart had been slowly dying a long time ago, but he refused to believe it. He was waiting for the so-called evidence, waiting for them to return to the past. Reality proved that the past was nothing more than a bubble. With the dragon shadow guards present, no matter how powerful an expert was, they wouldn't be able to charge over. Concubine Jing's shouts and roars came from behind him. Her voice sounded a bit hoarse, but there were also soft sobs and loud sobs. The emperor didn't turn around even once. The heavens didn't seem to be cooperating with his current mood and didn't give him a sudden storm. The night was frighteningly quiet. He returned to Pure Flower's palace. It was already late at night. Apart from the eunuchs on night duty, everyone else had returned to their servants' rooms to rest. Eunuch Wei walked in front of the emperor with a lantern. He probably understood that the emperor wasn't in a good mood, so he didn't dare say anything along the way. But now that the emperor was about to sleep, he mustered up his courage and asked, "This servant will go prepare some water?" The emperor said with a numb expression, "We will go to the study to read some memorials." He couldn't sleep.
Yes.
Eunuch Wei didn't try to persuade him. After sending the emperor to the study, he left and instructed the eunuch to go to the imperial kitchen and make some porridge and snacks. The emperor had been sitting in the study a bit too often recently. Eunuch Wei looked at the dark face that looked like it had been struck by lightning and didn't even dare to serve tea. Eunuch Wei sighed as he stood guard at the door. What's going on? How did concubine Jing get torn to shreds in just one day? He felt like something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. His Majesty is so pitiful. His Majesty is so pitiful. His Majesty, what is Majesty? He was a eunuch, yet he pitied the emperor. Was he too bored to do anything? Eunuch Wei held onto his horsetail whisk and quietly stood guard outside the door. The emperor was still immersed in the shock brought by the series of truths. Whether it was the nature of old concubine Jing, the previous emperor's imperial edict, or the empress dowager's grievances, he was unable to calm down for a long time. What he should be most upset about was the disillusionment between him and grand concubine Jing, but for some reason, it didn't seem as bad as he had imagined. He was angry that he had been fooled, and he was angry that he had been schemed against. Compared to his mother's disillusionment in his heart, the previous emperor's imperial edict was more difficult for him to let go. He didn't understand what kind of state of mind the late emperor had been in to leave behind an imperial edict that would bury the virtuous empress and concubine Jing at the same time. He had read the contents of the edict carefully. Although they were buried together, only Xianda Empress and Xiandi shared the same coffin and were buried together in the imperial mausoleum. It could be said that they were born in the same quilt and died in the same hole. Concubine Jing was buried in the imperial mausoleum. As concubine Jing, she probably felt more resentment than anything else. She was resentful that even if she were to die, she would die outside of the two of them, like a third person who could never get in between them. He could more or less guess Mother Jing's jealousy and unwillingness. He couldn't guess what Xiandi was thinking. Could it be that Xiandi had long realized that something was wrong with Mother Jing and guessed that she would try to sow discord between him and the Empress Dowager? For the sake of the stability of the court, Xiandi decided to go all the way and take both women to the grave? Or perhaps Xiandi really did want Xianda Empress to go to the Yellow Springs with him and share a bowl of Mengpo's soup on the Bridge of Helplessness so that they could still be husband and wife in the next life. The Emperor pinched his aching glabella. He suddenly realized that he didn't understand Xiandi at all. This imperial edict couldn't be left alive. To avoid any more complications, he threw it into the brazier and burned it. As the flames danced, Empress Dowager Zhuang's face inexplicably flashed through his mind. It wasn't this face that had been through the vicissitudes of life, but rather the face that had been the most beautiful in the imperial harem when she was young. As the legitimate daughter of the Zhuang clan, her first smile was enough to topple cities, and her second smile was enough to topple countries. There were 3,000 beauties in the imperial harem, but none of them could compare to her beauty. He still remembered the first time he had walked up to her and looked at her seriously. His face had immediately turned red. When he returned, he had told Mother Jing that his mother was really beautiful. Was it that time that the seed of jealousy had been planted in Mother Jing's heart? The Emperor closed his eyes in self-reproach. Why did you hurt Mother Jing? Why didn't you save Father? What intentions did you have? You didn't even let off the people closest to you in order to monopolize power. You're a vicious woman. When the Liu clan plotted against you, it was Mother Jing who took a sword for you and almost lost her life. When Xiandi wanted you to be buried with him, it was Mother Jing who risked her life to steal the imperial edict. Mother Jing treated you with all her heart, but in the end, you couldn't even bear to give her a single Tianshan snow lotus. He had forgotten that the Tianshan snow lotus had already been used in his medicine. It wasn't that Mother didn't want to give it to him, but that she couldn't. However, she hadn't explained a single thing. She had only looked at him deeply before turning to leave. What kind of grievances and sadness had she left with at that time? He didn't know. He didn't know at all. It was a dark and windy night. Jade Water Alley had also sunk into silence. However, the lights in Gu Jiao's room suddenly lit up. That's right, Gu Jiao had been pretending to be asleep. She had waited until everyone had fallen asleep before sneaking out of her bed. The day was still hot, but the night was very cool. Gu Jiao tiptoed out of her room in a thin set of pajamas. She sneakily went to the kennel in the backyard and took Little 8 out of the kennel when it wasn't paying attention. Little 8 was dumbfounded. Gu Jiao walked back with Little 8 in her arms. She thought that she had hidden herself well, but little did she know that she was blocked by Xiao Luling as soon as she arrived at the central room. Gu Jiao blinked. It's so late. You're still awake? Xiao Luling was also wearing pajamas. She asked again, You woke up in the middle of the night? Xiao Luling. Thank you. My kidneys are fine. Xiao Luling looked at Little 8 in her arms and asked, Why are you hugging a dog in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Just for fun?
Gu Jiao said.
Xiao Luling, ha. Xiao Luling stared at Gu Jiao without blinking. He had the ability to not get angry and not get to the bottom of things, but also make people unable to keep secrets. Gu Jiao knew that if she didn't explain clearly, he wouldn't go back to sleep obediently. That was strange. Had he been pretending to be asleep all this time? Waiting to catch her in the middle of the night? Fine. Gu Jiao finally decided to confess. Who asked him to be her husband? She couldn't bear to beat him until he fainted. I want to test the medicine, Gu Jiao said. Xiao Luling didn't look too surprised. You guessed it. Gu Jiao blinked and asked him. Xiao Luling said calmly, I saw you secretly changing the medicine from His Majesty. He really didn't know where she learned the skill from. She was too fast. If he hadn't been paying attention, he wouldn't have noticed. Gu Jiao pursed her lips. No wonder you stopped me in the middle of the night. You want to use Little 8 to test the medicine? Xiao Luling looked at the puppy in her arms and asked. Gu Jiao shook her head. No, I want to test it myself. I want to know the effects of the black and white medicine and why it can confuse people's minds. Xiao Lulong's mouth twitched. So you brought little 8 here? He asked.
Yes.
Gu Jiao nodded. I don't know which one is the black medicine and which one is the white medicine. It doesn't matter if it's little 8. It was fine if she got close to little 8, but if she really hated it, little 8 was Gu Yan's puppy. For Gu Yan's sake, she wouldn't do anything to little 8. Xiao Luling imagined the scene of her hugging little 8 and kissing him left and right. He immediately felt unwell. No, he flatly refused. Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Then, little 9? Gerfalcon wasn't bad either. I'll test the medicine. Xiao Luling looked at her and said, No, you're not a doctor. Gu Jiao firmly refused to let him test the medicine himself. She had received medical training in the organization. He didn't have any experience in this area, so he might not be able to handle it physically and mentally. Both of them were stubborn. They treated each other with respect, but when it came to conflict, neither of them would give in. For example, Gu Jiao forced him to go through rehabilitation, and Xiao Luling forced her to practice calligraphy. In the end, Xiao Luling took a step back. Fine, you test the medicine, but I have a condition. Half an hour later, the two of them sat in the east room under the dim light of the oil lamp. Gu Jiao had 2 identical pills in front of her. Because she didn't know which one was the black medicine and which one was the white medicine, she could only try her luck. Think carefully. If I take the black medicine, I'll hate you. Gu Jiao threatened. Okay. Xiao Luling nodded and gently held her hand under the table. Gu Jiao randomly picked one and put it in her mouth. This medicine didn't have much taste. Instead, it had a licorice fragrance. Xiao Luling stared at her without blinking. He didn't want to miss the slightest change in her eyes. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. If she really took the black medicine, then he would take the white medicine. Gu Jiao's body was probably stronger than an emperor's. It took a full 15 minutes for the medicine to take effect. She didn't know what kind of medicine she took, but she was very sleepy. Before she fell asleep, she looked at the handsome face so close to her and suddenly held his hand. She held his hand tightly, as if she was going to lose him. Xiao Yulong's throat moved with difficulty. Then, Gu Jiao fell asleep on the table. She had a long dream. In the dream, she saw all the places she wanted to go and all the things she liked. The person she saw before she fell asleep was also in her dream. She entered the dream in a sober state. This was a skill she had learned from training in the organization in her previous life. She had been injected with countless types of hallucinogens and had been required to stay awake. Of course, she wasn't able to resist such a strong drug from the beginning. But every time her body and mind were destroyed, she would learn a bit more. She understood what this drug was. It was indeed a knockout drug. It had components of the devil's snare. The effect was similar to the hallucinogens she had been injected with in her previous life. Some hallucinogens made people feel good, while others made people experience torment and fear. The face she saw when the knockout drug took effect would constantly flash in her dream. People who hadn't undergone special training wouldn't remember their dream after they woke up, but the feelings in the dream would remain in their subconscious. If she saw the face in the dream again, it would evoke the feelings in her subconscious. Gu Jiao could completely remove this feeling, but normal people couldn't. That was why the drug took effect. Gu Jiao seriously suspected that these 2 drugs weren't called black medicine and white medicine. They should have more specific names, but it wasn't convenient for Shenyang to say. When Gu Jiao woke up, she was leaning in Xiao Liulong's arms. She wasn't sure if she had leaned in herself or if Xiao Luling had carried her there. Oh, it was quite comfortable. You're awake, Xiao Luling said in a hoarse voice. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. Don't be fooled by his calm appearance. Who knew what kind of torment he had experienced in his heart just now? I took black medicine, Gu Jiao said coldly. I had a nightmare. I'll think of that nightmare when I see you in the future. From now on, I'm afraid I'll hate you. Oh, Xiao Luling said calmly. Then take your hand out of my shirt first. A certain someone's hand froze in the middle of touching his chest. This drug was effective on normal people, but it had no effect on a top-secret agent like Gu Jiao, who could drink hallucinogens like water. However, it didn't seem to need any additional effects. Chest kill, waist kill, stomach kill, leg kill, and face kill. Gu Jiao felt that her husband's 5 kills were more powerful than any drug. Xiao Luling could actually tell that this girl had taken white medicine, but it didn't seem to have any effect on her. Although it was strange, he understood that all drugs differed from person to person. Although he was looking forward to seeing the effects of the white medicine, he couldn't be too greedy. She was already very lucky that she hadn't taken the wrong black medicine. Speaking of which, her luck had always been good. Xiao Luling couldn't help but smile. Gu Jiao had already sat up straight and was tugging at her little ears. He suddenly leaned towards her, his tall figure enveloping her with his aura. Gu Jiao stared at him in a daze. She saw his slender fingers gently pinch her chin and kiss the corner of her lips lightly. It was very quick and light, but it imprinted an incomparably hot breath. Gu Jiao touched the corner of her lips that had been kissed by him. "Why did you kiss me?" "A reward." His eyes were deep as he sat back in his chair. "I didn't choose the wrong medicine." "Very good."
Oh.
Gu Jiao's eyes turned. "That's the only reward?" Xiao Luling saw her unsatisfied expression and chuckled. "What else do you want?" Gu Jiao said confidently. "I'm watching you bathe." Xiao Luling. Chapter 388. On the other side, the emperor spent an incomparably conflicted night. Eunuch Wei did not dare to rush him. Only when it was close to morning court did Eunuch Wei muster the courage to walk into the study and say in a small voice, "Your Majesty, it's time for morning court." The emperor's voice was deep as he responded. Eunuch Wei did not dare to guess what kind of struggle he had experienced that night. He only looked straight ahead and followed behind the emperor. He helped the emperor wash and change his clothes into the dragon robe. Because he had not slept the entire night, 2 large dark circles hung on the emperor's face. Even from so far away, the officials in the front row still noticed it. The Minister of Revenue held the ceremonial tablet and glanced at Grand Tutor Zhuang beside him. He lowered his voice and said, "What's wrong with your Majesty?" Grand Tutor Zhuang said in a low voice, "Perhaps he's tired from state affairs." "Is it because of the border?" the Minister of Revenue asked. Prince Ning and Tang Ming went to suppress bandits and found that the Qin border was about to make trouble. On the surface, the Qin king wanted to confer a new empress to attract the attention of the other countries, but who could say for sure that the Qin would not secretly send troops to Zhao? Without waiting for Grand Tutor Zhuang to reply, the Minister of Revenue clicked his tongue and said, "The Qin hostage is still in Zhao. They can't wait to send troops. Do they not care about the Qin hostage's life?" Grand Tutor Zhuang thought, when Marquis Xianping led troops to attack Qin, wasn't Prince and also a hostage in Qin? Thinking about it this way, did the Emperor and Marquis Xianping not care about Prince En's life? However, Marquis Xianping fought that battle too beautifully. Not only did he send people ahead of time to protect Prince En so that he did not fall into Chen's hands and become a hostage on the battlefield, but he also directly attacked the enemy and almost overturned the Qin palace. He wondered if the Qin nation had such an intelligent and courageous general. There was nothing special about today's morning court, except that one of Grand Tutor Zhuang's imperial censors impeached a trusted official of the emperor. The reason was that the official went to a brothel and disgraced his official position. To be honest, the crime of visiting a brothel was very difficult to bring down. Only the imperial censors, who disliked everything, would do this. Everyone thought that the emperor would not accept it. Who knew that with a wave of his hand, the emperor ordered the minister of the Supreme Court to deal with this person. The ministers were all stunned. This works too? Your Majesty. The Minister of Works stepped forward. Even an outsider like him couldn't stand it. How could someone be impeached for visiting a brothel? If that was the case, how many times should Marquis Xianping have been stripped of his black hat? This person was disrespectful to the Empress Dowager and dared to criticize the Empress Dowager in front of me. Such a rebellious official should be punished severely. We have already made up our mind. so there is no need for further discussion. After the emperor finished speaking, he turned his head and glanced at Empress Dowager Zhuang behind the curtain. His eyes were a little excited, as if he was saying, "Praise me, praise me." Empress Dowager Zhuang ignored him. After the court, the emperor caught up with Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix carriage. Empress Dowager Zhuang had the spirit of sacrificing 5 candied plums. She patiently got out of the phoenix sedan and looked at him with a pleasant expression. "What does the emperor want from me?" The emperor said, "I have something to say to mother alone." In the past, he had referred to himself as either Ibe or son with a hint of ridicule. However, Empress Dowager Zhuang only cared about her 5 candied plums and didn't understand the deeper meaning of his self-title. Empress Dowager Zhuang dismissed the servants, and the emperor also dismissed Eunuch Wei and the others. Only the mother and son were left on the long path. The emperor had struggled all night before deciding to tell Empress Dowager Zhuang everything. She was one of the victims and had the right to know the truth. However, his thoughts were still very chaotic, so his speech was somewhat incoherent. Fortunately, Empress Dowager Zhuang understood. She could also see that this foolish son had been tricked by Xiao Luling, that little black sesame glutinous rice ball. However, the truth was the truth. Xiao Luling didn't distort the facts. "I didn't expect Mother Jing to do that, but Mother, don't worry, I have already destroyed the imperial edict." He didn't know if he had expressed himself clearly enough. The Empress Dowager's expression was too calm. He suspected that she didn't understand. He continued, "And the relationship with Mother all these years is actually a misunderstanding. I have been. So you don't have to act anymore?" Empress Dowager Zhuang interrupted the emperor. The emperor was slightly startled. The main point is this? No more acting means no more 5 candied plums." Without the filter of candied plums, the emperor lost his attraction. Empress Dowager Zhuang's smile collapsed. She turned around with a look of disgust. "I'm leaving." The emperor was speechless. Did he just explain his loneliness? Empress Dowager Zhuang's cold reaction was a heavy blow to the emperor. The emperor naturally didn't think that it was because he had lost the value of the candied plums. He stubbornly believed that Empress Dowager Zhuang was angry at him for hurting her all these years. Some things could be thought through in an instant. However, some ravines took more than 20 years to cross. The emperor went to Qishui Alley again. Xiao Luling guessed that the emperor would frequently go to Qishui Alley these days, so he asked for leave from Hanlin Academy and stayed at home to take care of Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao sat on the bed, eating and drinking while admiring her husband's handsome face. Xiao Luling sat on the stool beside the bed and peeled oranges for her. His joints were distinct and his fingers were slender. He also did manual labor, but he was naturally good-looking like a beautiful jade. Gu Jiao looked at his face for a while, then at his hands for a while. Xiao Luling was used to her naked gaze, but he couldn't help but feel confused. Was he really that good-looking? He was a cripple who might not get better for the rest of his life, forever dragging a broken body. She would always be criticized if she was with him. "Gu Jiao, I am a cripple." He didn't pay attention and said what was on his mind. Gu Jiao said, "I know." Xiao Luling continued to peel the oranges in his hands. "You really don't mind? I might not get better. You also saw that I worked very hard for rehabilitation and didn't miss a day, but I just can't walk, like you." She had expectations for him in her heart. She hoped that he could walk like a normal person one day. But he was afraid that he really couldn't do it. When her patience ran out, would she still look at him like she did now? Feelings were very subtle things. The more you cared about something, the more you lacked confidence in yourself. In the past, he didn't think that it was a big deal to have a crippled leg. Anyway, life was dark, and no one could see it.
Even he couldn't see it.
Those who could see it, he pretended that they couldn't see it. But suddenly, one day, she lit a lamp, illuminating the road under his feet, and also illuminating his sorry state. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Didn't he not care about his leg? Feng Lin was scared half to death when he performed the operation on him, but he didn't care at all. Why did he care now? Gu Jiao couldn't guess what he was thinking. She thought about it and pointed at the birthmark on her face. Then do you mind that I'm so ugly? She didn't know that the mark on her face was the mark of chastity. She thought that it would stay with her for the rest of her life. Xiao Luling opened his mouth.
Idiot.
Why would he mind? Moreover, this mark would disappear. When you become so perfect, will you still think that a crippled body like mine is worthy of you? Gu Jiao didn't understand his sudden mood. She thought about it seriously and asked, Is there something bothering you? Is it because of what I said last night? You don't want me to watch you bathe?
No.
It wasn't about that at all. Gu Jiao's big eyes lit up. So, you want me to watch you bathe? Xiao Luling. Why is it so hard to explain? Eunuch Wei and the Emperor's voices came from outside the door. Gu Jiao quickly lay down. Xiao Luling planned to put the peeled orange on the table. Unexpectedly, her small hand reached out and took the orange. She hid it in her hand under the quilt.
It's mine, she said.
Xiao Luling met the Emperor in the central room. The Emperor asked about Gu Jiao's condition. Xiao Luling said that it was better than yesterday. He was awake all morning and only went to sleep after lunch. The Emperor felt that he came at a bad time. He came to ask about the medicine. Where is your Majesty feeling unwell? Xiao Luling asked. If it was a minor illness, he could ask the doctor in the medical hall to treat the Emperor. If it was a serious illness, he could only let Jiao Jiao wake again. The Emperor hadn't slept all night. At this time, he was very haggard. It really did look like he was seriously ill. The Emperor said, I want to ask if there is an antidote for the black medicine. I cough. He cleared his throat and continued, I have been at odds with Imperial Mother for many years. Most of it was because of the medicine. Now that the truth has been revealed, I want to ask about the antidote. Xiao Luling looked at him in confusion. You keep calling her Imperial Mother. Do you really need an antidote? Gu Jiao said that there wasn't much of the medicine left in His Majesty's body. Otherwise, concubine Jing wouldn't have taken the risk of drugging him again. Now that the truth had been revealed, the last bit of the medicine's effect had probably disappeared under the stimulation of the truth. However, Xiao Luling was no longer the naive youth of the past. He had his own thoughts, his own plans, and even the shrewdness of an official. He lowered his eyes and sighed. There was originally no antidote, but Jiao Jiao once refined a type of pill that was specifically used to counter knockout drugs. I think it might have some effect. Are you serious? The Emperor's eyes lit up. Xiao Luling said, I'll get it for your Majesty to try. Jiao Jiao's medicine is very safe. Even if it doesn't have any effect, it won't harm the body. The Emperor said with joy, If it really works, I'll remember your merit. Xiao Luling said, The medicine was made by Jiao Jiao. It's Jiao Jiao's credit, not mine. Even so, the Emperor noted down the contributions of both of them. He had wronged Empress Dowager Zhuang for so many years that he had forgotten some things. Perhaps he would remember everything after taking the medicine. Moreover, there seemed to be a barrier between him and Empress Dowager Zhuang that made him afraid to move forward. He guessed that it was the effect of the black medicine. If Xiao Luling knew what he was thinking, he would definitely tell him, That's your son's problem, your Majesty's. Xiao Luling quickly brought the pills over. There were 3 in total. In fact, they were for Gu Qinglin's hair growth. There were no side effects. The Emperor was middle-aged and had some trouble with hair loss. It was good to take some hair growth pills. Xiao Luling handed the hair growth pill to the Emperor and said without a change in expression, logically speaking, 1 pill should be enough. If the effect is not enough, take another. In other words, 3 pills were more than enough. Will it really work? The Emperor asked. Your Majesty, you have to believe in Jiao Jiao's medical skills, Xiao Luling said. That's true. The Emperor paused and thought of something. He asked, What will happen if I eat too much? Will the effect be doubled or the opposite? Xiao Luling looked deeply at the Emperor and said, The effect will be doubled. It might become what? The Emperor asked anxiously. Very clingy. The Emperor was frightened.
He didn't want that.
He was the ruler of a country, the Emperor. How could he become like that? One pill. One pill was enough. The emperor suddenly had the urge to urinate. He temporarily put the medicine bottle on the table in the central room and went to the toilet room. The old chancellor secretly came out from the kitchen room. Zhuang Jins came over today and was playing cards next door. He was making brown sugar glutinous rice cake for Zhuang Jins. He asked, "Is there really an antidote?" Xiao Luling said, "It's fake. It's hair growth pills." The old chancellor. When the emperor came out from the toilet room, the old chancellor had already returned to the kitchen room to cook. The emperor planned to take the antidote back to the palace. He didn't expect Empress Dowager Zhuang to come over after playing cards next door. The mother and son met at the door unexpectedly. The emperor was nervous. Mother Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't even look at him. She snorted and walked past him. "Your Majesty, are you still going back to the palace?" Eunuch Wei asked. The emperor hesitated for a moment and said, "No, I will stay here for dinner. I will return to the palace with mother later." No one dared to say anything when the emperor wanted to stay for dinner. Today, the little men at home weren't here. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshen went to learn martial arts. Little Jing Kong went to play at Su Kongji's house. There were only Empress Dowager Zhuang, the emperor, Yao, the old chancellor, Xiao Lulang, and Gu Jiao, who woke up from her afternoon nap at the dining table. The pill given by Gu Jiao was a little big and couldn't be swallowed. It had to be mixed with water. Before dinner, the emperor gave the medicine bottle to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei brought over a bowl of black medicinal concoction. The emperor endured the unpleasant smell, gritted his teeth, and drank it all in one go. The emperor said with disdain, "Why is it so bitter? How many pills did you put in?" Eunuch Wei wondered, "Aren't there only 3 pills in total?" The emperor's face changed. You put all of them?" Eunuch Wei was even more shocked. "You asked me to put all of them." The emperor had no impression of it at all. Eunuch Wei didn't lie. He did ask, and the emperor did say yes. However, the emperor was thinking about Empress Dowager Zhuang at that time and didn't hear what Eunuch Wei said. Thinking of what Xiao Lulang had said about the extremely sticky effects of the drug, the emperor felt unwell. "Your Majesty, what's wrong with you?" Eunuch Wei asked worriedly. The emperor took a deep breath. "Nothing. I am the emperor. I won't do such a shameful thing. I can bear it. I am very rational. After dinner, Empress Dowager Zhuang should return to the palace." She got up and walked out. The emperor covered his heart. Was the effect of the medicine? Why did he suddenly want to chase after her? "Your Majesty?" His heart was beating so fast. "Your Majesties?" Empress Dowager Zhuang got on the carriage with the help of Eunuch Qin. No, he couldn't chase after her. The effect of the medicine was too strong. Who knew what she would say later? The emperor held back. Eunuch Qin put down the curtain for Empress Dowager Zhuang, took away the footrest, and sat on the outer seat. The wheels of the carriage moved slowly. The emperor's heart tightened, and he suddenly reached out to the carriage. "Mother, don't you want your Xiao Hong Hong?" Everyone in the room spat out a mouthful of tea. Then, should they tell His Majesty that the medicine was fake? Chapter 389. In the carriage, Empress Dowager Zhuang's reaction wasn't any better than Gu Jiao, Xiao Lulang, and the old chancellor. She had just sat down, and before she could sit properly, she was so scared that she almost fell out of the carriage. What is this stupid son of mine doing now? Isn't concubine Jing already exposed? Why is he still acting? Or did he take the wrong medicine? Or did his head get caught in the door? Empress Dowager Zhuang sat down again. She had goosebumps all over her body, and they creaked even without being stepped on.
"Go."
"What are you standing there for?" she said impatiently. "If he wants to go crazy by yourself." She wasn't going to accompany him. The coachman was about to wave the whip in his hand, but the emperor took a big step forward and blocked the carriage fearlessly. No matter how obedient the coachman was to the Empress Dowager, he didn't dare to drive the carriage over the emperor. The coachman was stunned and didn't know what to do. The emperor didn't make it difficult for him for too long and quickly got into the carriage. His movements were so fast that eunuch Qin couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the emperor, who suddenly rushed in, and her first reaction was to protect the candied fruit jar in her arms. She took a few more candied fruits. This stupid son of hers isn't here to steal the candied fruits from me, is he? She frowned. What are you doing? The emperor was dumbfounded by this question. Yes, what was he doing? Who is he? Where is he? I understand. It's the effect of the medicine. He took 3 antidotes and overdosed. Even the emperor of a country can't resist such terrible side effects. It's over, he's done. He wants to get out of the carriage. He wants to save his dignity. Get out, Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly. I won't. The emperor sat down. Empress Dowager Zhuang couldn't really kick him out, mainly because her foot hurt. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't want to bother with him. He wasn't here to steal the candied fruits from her, so she turned a blind eye. Eunuch Wei also sat in the outer seat. The 2 eunuchs with the most power in the imperial palace looked at each other. Their eyes flashed with unclear meaning. On the way back to the palace, Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes to rest. The emperor did not dare to disturb her. It was not until they entered the palace that the 2 of them got off the carriage. Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix carriage came to welcome them that the emperor finally gathered his courage and said, I don't want it to be like this. I am Empress Dowager Zhuang interrupted him angrily. What is it? Did he take the wrong medicine? Or did you eat too much? The emperor was dumbfounded. As expected of his mother, she could even guess this. Humph. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted and got on the phoenix carriage. Then, the emperor shamelessly got on the phoenix sedan. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him in confusion. He coughed lightly and said, I'm tired and don't want to walk. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the imperial carriage that was hiding behind the rockery not far away. What's wrong with you? What are you trying to do? Puzzled, the emperor asked, what could I possibly want? Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, who does the emperor want to promote? Or to remove someone from their position? You can just say it, there's no need to beat around the bush and fake it. Am I that kind of person? I'm just... He wanted to say that he was simply being filial to his mother, but when the words reached his lips, he felt that it wasn't very believable. Let alone Empress Dowager Zhuang. Even he didn't believe it. In the end, he decided to come clean. To tell you the truth, I took an overdose of the antidote. These are the effects of the medicine. Empress Dowager Zhuang. The effects of the medicine were too strong, even stronger than what Xiao Luling said. At least, that was what the emperor felt. Although he had returned to Pure Flowers Palace, his heart had floated to Rinshou Palace. Although he had eaten dinner in Jade Water Alley, his mother didn't seem to have eaten much. He didn't know if she was hungry at this time. Your Majesty, supper is here. Eunuch Wei presented a plate of steaming duck noodle soup. The emperor looked at the fragrant duck noodle soup and suddenly felt that he didn't have much of an appetite. I don't want to eat. Eunuch Wei hurriedly said, Your Majesty only ate a few mouthfuls of dinner. The main reason was that when he heard that he had taken 3 antidotes, he was so scared that he couldn't sit still. How could he eat anything? Smelling the fragrance of the duck soup and chopped green onions made his stomach rumble, but he didn't want to eat the bowl in front of him. Pure Flowers Palace's duck noodle soup isn't tasty, he complained. Are you saying that the supper from Pure Flowers Palace is better, or the duck noodle soup from another palace is better? Eunuch Wei carefully pondered for a moment and chose the latter based on his outstanding intuition. Then, which palace's duck noodle soup does Your Majesty want to eat? How would we know? The emperor said unhappily. The direction was right. Eunuch Wei inwardly let out a sigh of relief and continued. This servant heard that a new chef came to Eternal Life Palace. Why don't we try their duck noodle soup? Eternal Life Palace was noble consort Zhuang's residence. The emperor snorted. The food made by Eternal Life Palace's chef is disgusting. We don't want to eat it a second time after eating it once. Then, what about Eternal Life Palace? It had been a while since the emperor went to noble consort Shu's place. The emperor heartlessly refused. Eternal Life Palace's food is too bland. Eunuch Wei said, "What about Earthly Tranquility Palace? Why don't we take a look at His Highness the Seventh Prince?" The emperor said indifferently, "Little Qi has been too naughty these days. We don't have the energy to deal with him." Eunuch Wei then mentioned a few more imperial concubines that could be considered favored. There was the third imperial prince's mother, noble consort Yu, as well as a few young mistresses who had recently gained some face. They were all rejected by the emperor. Eunuch Wei was able to serve the emperor for so long, so he was quite perceptive. The emperor didn't go here or there. It was clear that he had no interest in the imperial harem. Eunuch Wei's eyes flashed, and he said, "This servant heard the little divine doctor say that the dishes made by Renshou Palace's chef are not bad. Their duck noodle soup is also excellent." As expected, the emperor straightened his back. The little divine doctor really said that? Of course not. How could the little divine doctor talk to him about this? However, there was a truth that the emperor wanted to know. Eunuch Wei smiled and said, "Yes, the little divine doctor said that. This servant won't remember wrongly." The emperor cleared his throat and said with a helpless expression, "Since that's the case, then let's go to Imperial Mother's palace." Thus, Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was about to go to bed, saw her foolish son again. "I heard that the duck noodle soup in Imperial Mother's palace is delicious," the emperor boasted shamelessly. In any case, it was the effects of the medicine and not his original intention. He had thought it through, so there was no need to be embarrassed. Empress Dowager Zhuang said with a dark expression, "Renshou Palace doesn't have duck meat today." The emperor hurriedly said, "Pure Flowers Palace has it. Eunuch Wei, go bring the duck over." Yes. Eunuch Wei called for a nimble eunuch to bring over a live duck. The ingredients were all in place, so the Renshou Palace's chef could only brace himself to make it. After drinking a bowl of duck noodle soup, the emperor rubbed his bulging belly in satisfaction. The little divine doctor didn't deceive him. Renshou Palace's duck noodle soup really was delicious. However, he still didn't leave. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face was completely dark.
What?
"You're still going to spend the night at Renshou Palace?" the emperor said without moving. Imperial Mother left a room for Xiao Hong's. Kill her. Empress Dowager Zhuang went crazy. She decisively kicked her out of Renshou Palace. The emperor staggered over the threshold and almost fell. He steadied himself and turned to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Bang. The door mercilessly closed in front of him. The emperor resentfully rubbed his nose and finished his sentence. "Tomorrow, we'll go to court together." Eunuch Wei couldn't bear to watch. After freeloading a bowl of duck noodle soup in Renshou Palace, the emperor felt refreshed. "We feel that we can still approve memorials for the whole night tonight." In the end, he went back to his bedchamber and fell asleep on the dragon bed. Eunuch Wei, what did it mean to fall asleep instantly? This was it. He slept very peacefully and didn't have any more nightmares. The next day, before dawn, Eunuch Wei woke the emperor up. "Your Majesty, it's time for morning court." The emperor didn't have the habit of lazing in bed. After being woken up, he quickly washed and changed into his dragon robes. Prepare for Renshou Palace. It was all this damned medicine's fault. He wanted to go to court with his mother. Eunuch Wei vaguely felt that there was something wrong with the medicine, but he thought that the little miracle doctor and Lord Xiao wouldn't lie to His Majesty. So, did His Majesty really revert to his childhood and become that clingy snot bug? That's right, the emperor loved to have a runny nose when he was young. Eunuch Wei hadn't seen it with his own eyes, but he'd heard about it from Eunuch He. He was also clingy to the Empress Dowager and fought with Princess Ning and for favor. Alas, the past was unbearable to look back on. Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei suddenly remembered something. Eunuch, he came just now and asked how you would deal with old concubine Jing. After the emperor and old concubine Jing broke off their relationship, old concubine Jing was placed under house arrest in the nunnery, and Eunuch he was secretly watching over her. The emperor's eyes turned cold. I haven't thought about how to deal with her yet. Although she made a big mistake, she's still my mother. I was raised under her name, so she's my birth mother. How can I kill my own mother? That was right. No matter what crime she committed, she was still the emperor's mother. Everyone in the world could punish her, but the emperor couldn't do it himself. Eunuch Wei muttered, "TSK, bring out the ruthlessness you used on the Empress Dowager." "What did you say?" The emperor looked at him. Eunuch Wei was startled. He covered his mouth and said, "Nothing." He was talking nonsense again. "Damn it." The emperor rolled his eyes at him. "Why do you think I sent He San to watch over the nunnery?" Eunuch Wei was startled. "Your Majesty, you mean," the emperor said with a complicated expression. "I want to know if she's been plotting this all by herself all these years, or if she has other accomplices. It's best to catch them all in one fell swoop." His feelings for old concubine Jing couldn't have faded away in a few days. The emperor still felt pained at the mention of old concubine Jing, but he wouldn't sympathize with her anymore. Some beliefs collapsed overnight and couldn't be built up again. The emperor said in a deep voice, "Send someone to keep an eye on the Duke of Yong'an's household as well." The Duke of Yong'an's household was old concubine Jing's maternal family, so the emperor didn't suspect them. The Duke of Yong'an's household's children were all hopeless. Even the Duke of Yong'an himself was mediocre. However, old concubine Jing was now under house arrest. If she really had accomplices, the Duke of Yong'an's household might be the only way to get close to her. The emperor paused. "There's one more thing that I don't understand." Eunuch Wei said, "Please speak, Your Majesty." The emperor was puzzled. "I gave her 4 dragon shadow guards. Why is there only 1 left? Where did the other 3 go? Keep an eye out for this. I really don't want to ask her myself. I don't believe anything she says anymore. I also don't want to see her again." "Understood," Eunuch Wei replied. Jade Water Alley. After breakfast, Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshun went to Qinghe Academy. The old chancellor took little Jing Kong to the Imperial College, and Gu Jiao sent Xiao Luling to Hanlin Academy. Xiao Luling was dazed for a moment. It was as if he had returned to the days when she sent him to Tianxiang Academy. He still remembered that there was a time when there was no more space on the ox cart. She walked for more than 10 miles just to prevent anyone from bullying him or kicking him off the cart. "We're here," Gu Jiao said to Xiao Luling. Xiao Yulong's gaze fell on her cheeks, which were slightly red from walking. Her forehead was covered in sweat. Xiao Luling raised his hand to wipe it away for her. Gu Jiao opened her arms and gently leaned into his embrace, hugging his waist that didn't have a trace of excess fat. His body stiffened slightly. Don't you want to hug me?" She reached out her hands. Xiao Luling opened his mouth. "I want to wipe your sweat for you."
Yes.
He admitted it when he was about to say it. He didn't understand why he was so useless. Gu Jiao straightened up in his arms and looked at him with a pair of clear and bright eyes. "I'll pick you up after you're off duty." "Okay." He still couldn't refuse. Gu Jiao curved her lips. "You go in." "I'm leaving." "Yes." Xiao Luling responded softly, but didn't go in. "Jiao Jiao." "Yes." Gu Jiao turned around and looked at him with her clear eyes. "Ning Ziyuan's family came to the capital and invited us to their home." "Okay," Gu Jiao said. "When are we going?" Xiao Luling thought for a moment. "Next weekend? At the end of the month." "Okay." Gu Jiao agreed, without hesitation. "Silly girl. Don't you know that you're going out as my wife? It'll be hard to get rid of it in the future." Gu Jiao waved her sleeves and left. Xiao Luling stared at her back and watched her disappear at the end of the street before turning to walk into Hanlin Academy. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or not, but Royal Princeton was standing at the entrance of Hanlin Academy. He didn't know how long he had been standing there, but he was looking in the same direction as him. "Editor Zhuang." Xiao Luling greeted him calmly. Royal Prince and wasn't ashamed of being caught red-handed. He looked away calmly and looked at Xiao Luling. "Xiao Luling." Xiao Yulong's eyes flashed with coldness, but his face was calm. "Congratulations, Editor Zhuang." Royal Prince frowned strangely. "What are you congratulating me for?" "Engagement. With my sister-in-law. I heard that His Majesty bestowed the marriage. The date has already been set." your sister, and I will be there to watch the ceremony. I wish you a long and happy marriage." Royal Prince and clenched his fists. He had only sneaked a few glances at Gu Jiao, but Xiao Luling had mercilessly stabbed his heart into a sieve. Was this man's possessiveness this terrifying? Chapter 390. Xiao Lulang ignored the ashen-faced royal prince and turned to enter Hanlin Academy. He had taken 2 days off, and there was a pile of official business on his desk. He flipped through it and found that it wasn't much and could be finished in one morning. Starting tomorrow, he would resume teaching the Crown Prince. He had to set some questions for the Crown Prince, but it wouldn't take too long. In short, he would be able to finish on time. But what no one expected was that right after he finished dealing with the official business at hand, he was given a new one by Attendant Yang. It was to write a eulogy to the late emperor and was used during sacrifices. This was a task that Hanlin Academy's scholar Han had given to Attendant Yang. But Attendant Yang was too lazy to do it, so he found Xiao Lulang. Speaking of which, Attendant Yang hadn't bullied Xiao Lulang for a while. First, he had just recovered from a serious injury and had no energy. Second, Xiao Lulang and Grand Tutor Zhuang had an undefeated confrontation at the gates of Hanlin Academy. Third, it was said that Marquis Xianping had personally gone to the countryside to pick up Xiao Lulang. With all of the above added together, most people no longer dared to provoke Xiao Lulang. However, there were some people who were stubborn and forgot the pain after the scar healed. Attendant Yang happened to be one of them. He shouted, "What are you standing there for? Go quickly. Have you never written or seen it before? If you don't know, go flip through your own books. There are eulogies from previous years in the library." Xiao Yulong's eyes coldly glanced at Attendant Yang. Just this seemingly casual gaze made Attendant Yang's heart skip a beat. Was it an illusion? Why did it feel like he was being stared at by a poisonous snake? When Attendant Yang looked at Xiao Lulang again, Xiao Lulang had already returned to his usual cold and indifferent expression. Xiao Lulang understood that if he didn't write this eulogy to the late emperor 20 or 30 times, Attendant Yang wouldn't be satisfied. He wouldn't even look at it and would make him rewrite it again and again. If it was in the past, he would not have cared. A person like him, a person who should have died in the fire, what was there to talk about? But now, if he wasn't doing well, someone would be worried. Xiao Lulang turned around and returned to his office. Attendant Yang sneered. "I knew it. You brat, you're just lucky. You're just a cripple from the countryside. Do you really think that those nobles would take a fancy to you?" Perhaps it was because of the gaze that Xiao Lulang gave him earlier that made him feel uncomfortable. He made things difficult for Xiao Lulang for the entire morning, rewriting it countless times. Finally, when he saw that it was time to hand it in, he picked up the first eulogy that Xiao Lulang had written. "I think this is the best one." Xiao Lulang walked out in silence. Attendant Yang snorted in disdain. Then, he picked up a neatly written eulogy and went to Master Han's office. Master Han looked at the delightful handwriting and couldn't help but reveal a look of satisfaction. "This is Xiao Yulong's handwriting, right?" In the entire Hanlin Academy, Xiao Yulong's handwriting was the best. Even Royal Prince Anne's handwriting paled in comparison. Attendant Yang smiled flatteringly. "My handwriting is not good, so I had him make a copy." Making a copy was not much of a merit. Writing a soul-stirring eulogy was true skill. Yes, these lines are written well. Master Han was not stingy with his praise. Attendant Yang was overjoyed. But his happiness did not last long. Master Han's smile froze on his face. "You really wrote this?" Attendant Yang was immersed in his own fantasy of praising himself and did not notice Master Han's expression. "This official wrote it." Master Han slammed the eulogy on the table with a bang. Attendant Yang was shocked. Master Han?" Master Han said angrily, "Attendant Yang, do you not want to live anymore? You dare to disgrace the late emperor's name." Late emperor's name? Attendant Yang was stunned. He quickly took the eulogy and looked at it. The eulogy did mention the late emperor's name, but it was not his real name.
It was a nickname.
It appeared in a couplet that was first suppressed and then raised. Coincidentally, It was the suppressed part. Therefore, if one looked at it carefully, it could really be said to be an insult to the late emperor. Attendant Yang's face instantly lost all color. He said in fear, "Master Han, it's not me. It's Xiao Lulang. It's him." He almost said that the eulogy was written by Xiao Lulang, but he quickly changed his words. He must have copied it wrongly. Master Han said coldly, "He is the new top scorer. Would he make such a laughable mistake? Moreover, if you don't add the late emperor's nickname, you won't be able to read it." Yes, this sentence was clearly written so well. It was flawless and smooth. If it wasn't for the late emperor's nickname, it would have been a perfect couplet. No, it was all thanks to the late emperor's nickname. That was also not right. Xiao Lulang was so daring. He actually used the late emperor's nickname to write a couplet. He must have done it on purpose. Good on you, Xiao Lulang. Attendant Yang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. At this critical juncture, he couldn't care less about the fact that he was a ghostwriter. He cupped his hands and said, "Dr. Han, to be honest, this eulogy was written by Xiao Lulang. He wrote a lot of it. It's all on my desk. If you don't believe me, I'll go get it now." After he finished speaking, he put down the eulogy and left. However, what made him despair was that the eulogy that was originally on his desk had all disappeared. He panicked. What's going on? Where are the eulogies written by Xiao Lulang? Where are the dozens of thick eulogies? Where did they go? Where did they go? Where did they go? At this moment, Scholar Han's servant walked over. "Attendant Yang, Master Han wants you to go to his side and confront Xiao Lulang." "Xiao Lulang, Xiao Lulang." Attendant Yang gritted his teeth and went to Master Han's office. As soon as he entered the office, he pounced on Xiao Lulang. "Did you do it? Did you do it?" Putting aside whether Xiao Lulang was guilty or not for the time being, Assistant Lecturer Yang's appearance of a mad dog biting randomly was indeed beneath the grace of an Hanlon official. Scholar Han knitted his brows. Xiao Lulang's expression was very calm. Although he was the one who was crippled, he stood straight like a pine tree and had an outstanding temperament. Instead, it made Attendant Yang look even more pathetic. Attendant Yang was an old Hanlon official. When he closed the school, he took the law exam, and his results were quite good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stay in the Hanlon Academy. He was very clear in his heart how serious a crime it was to blaspheme the late emperor's name. He looked at Scholar Han in horror. "Master Han, believe me, it's him who did this. It's him. He harmed me." Xiao Lulang calmly said, "Attendant Yang, how come this official doesn't understand what you're saying? I have no grievances with Attendant Yang. Why would I harm Attendant Yang?" "Because..." Attendant Yang almost said that it was because he was unhappy that he made things difficult for him. He gritted his teeth. "This time, it's my fault that I didn't explain it clearly to you. I originally thought that since it was your first time writing eulogy, I didn't know if it was to Master Han's liking. If it wasn't, then I would take the blame for you. If Master Han really likes it, then I would tell him that you wrote it." This could be considered as explaining to Scholar Han why he said that Xiao Lulang had copied it. Unfortunately, this wasn't the main point. Lord Han was only concerned about who wrote this eulogy. Xiao Lulang already knew the ins and outs of the matter. He said, "I don't know the late emperor's nickname." Scholar Han suddenly understood. That's right, the late emperor's nickname wasn't the name of the country. How could the world know it? The reason why Attendant Yang knew it was because the history of the Zhao country would be examined when the school closed, including the Imperial Book of History. But Xiao Lulang had only been in the Hanlon Academy for a few months and hadn't learned this yet. He was a scholar from a poor family from the countryside, not a relative of the imperial family. It was impossible for him to know the late emperor's nickname without learning the Imperial Book of History. As a result, Xiao Lulang's suspicions were completely eliminated. Scholar Han didn't think that Attendant Yang had intentionally offended the late emperor. The biggest possibility was that he didn't remember it himself and accidentally used the late emperor's nickname. This matter. Scholar Han looked at Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang faintly cupped his hands. "Please handle it impartially, Master Han." Scholar Han closed his eyes. He wasn't an easy person to talk to. To be honest, this was Attendant Yang's first offense. As long as the three of them didn't say anything, Scholar Han could have just given them a small punishment and let this matter pass. But Xiao Luling clearly didn't want to help Attendant Yang. If this matter were to spread, he would inevitably be accused of not being strict enough and handling matters unfairly. Scholar Han sighed. I understand. You can leave now. Attendant Yang couldn't keep his official position. Scholar Han wrote a memorial to the cabinet. Officials of this rank were usually dismissed or appointed by the cabinet. In the afternoon, Attendant Yang was demoted by 2 ranks and became a 7th-rank editor in the Hanlin Academy. Xiao Yulong's official position was editor, 6th rank. After the end of the day, Xiao Luling was talking to Ning Ziyuan about visiting his home during the next break when Yang Zhou aggressively rushed over. Ning Ziyuan saw that the situation wasn't good and stopped him. What are you doing? Although Ning Ziyuan was a civil official, he wasn't small and had grown up with hardships. He was much stronger than these officials in the capital. Yang Zhou couldn't push him away. It's okay. Let him come over, Xiao Luling said calmly. Are you sure? Ning Ziyuan turned around and saw that Xiao Luling didn't seem to be putting on a brave front, so he let go of Yang Zhou's hand. Yang Zhou came in front of Xiao Luling. He originally wanted to punch Xiao Luling in the face, but when he actually faced Xiao Luling, he suddenly realized that this little brat was much bigger than him. Xiao Yulong's eyes were very cold. It reminded him of the feeling of being stared at by a poisonous snake. He clenched his fists and suppressed the fear in his heart. He looked at Xiao Luling angrily. You're so despicable. Xiao Luling faintly twitched the corner of his lips. You flatter me. You. Shameless. It wasn't easy for Yang Zhou to climb to his current official position. He had endured many years in the Hanlin Academy. He wasn't like Commandery Prince and Andu Ruhan, who had a family background and wealth. He was just an ordinary scholar. What he did wasn't too much. In the past, when he came to the Hanlin Academy, he was also given a hard time. Why couldn't he do the same thing to Xiao Luling when a senior could do the same thing to him? Yang Zhou was so angry that he couldn't speak coherently. Why did you do this? Xiao Yulong's eyes were calm. I don't like you. Yang Zhou choked and almost spat out blood. He raised his fist.
Hey!
Ning Ziyuan shouted. Xiao Luling didn't even blink. He looked at him indifferently. You're just a 7th-rank editor. You don't have the right to hit me. Yang Zhou's arrogance immediately weakened. Xiao Luling rolled up his wide sleeves. He was holding the flowers he picked for her in his hand. He didn't want to spoil them. Next time, remember to salute me. After saying this, he brushed past Yang Zhou and left without looking back. Not far away, Commandery Prince witnessed everything and couldn't help but frown. He had heard about the incident with Assistant Secretary Yang. Putting the incident aside, wasn't Xiao Yulong's attitude towards Yang Zhou a bit too arrogant? It wasn't the kind of domineering arrogance, but a kind of condescending contempt and indifference. It was as if there was a sense of nobility in his bones. Was this still Xiao Luling, the submissive Xiao Luling? Why did it seem like he was a different person? Could it be because he had his grandaunt and Marquis Xianping backing him up? When Xiao Luling walked out of the Hanlin Academy was also over. A few scholars invited Xiao Luling to ask for advice. Xiao Luling said, I have something to do today. Come find me tomorrow at noon. Although I know I shouldn't, I still want to ask. Is it something urgent? Yes. Xiao Luling nodded slightly. He looked at the small figure standing at the entrance of the alley. His eyebrows curved as he looked at them. It's urgent, so I'm sorry. Come back tomorrow. Everyone agreed. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Did Lord Xiao laugh just now? I also seem to have seen it. Official Xiao can be so gentle. Although Xiao Luling wasn't born with an icy face, he was still very cold and distant. If it weren't for Feng Lin and Lin Qingye taking the lead to ask him for advice, they probably wouldn't have dared to come find him. They were curious and couldn't help but follow Xiao Luling. They saw Xiao Luling come to the first alley and talk with a girl. A rare tenderness flashed across his face, and the outline of his face seemed to soften. For you. He handed her a freshly picked begonia of the 4 seasons. Gu Jiao took the begonia flower and sniffed it. She couldn't put it down. It smells so good. Did everything go well today? Xiao Luling raised his hand and gently tucked her hair behind her ear. Yes, everything went well. I'll be promoted soon. Although it wasn't set in stone yet, the position of attendant was empty. There were many people who were qualified to replace it. But if you like it, I'll fight for it. Really? Gu Jiao's eyes lit up. In her clear and happy eyes, Xiao Liulong's heart couldn't help but slowly melt. Yes, really. Gu Jiao looked up at him, her eyes filled with unwavering certainty and faith. I knew it. My husband is very powerful. Chapter 391. The novel will be updated faster. After turning to Bai Shui Alley, Gu Jiao found a vase and put the crabapple flower on her windowsill. The crabapple flower didn't have any special smell, but she smelled it with the lingering charm of his fingertips. When Xiao Luling came to the door of the east room, he saw Gu Jiao leaning on the windowsill to admire the crabapple flower that was not as stunning as her. She held her chin with both hands and looked at it very seriously, as if she was looking at a rare treasure that she had never seen before. It's just a crabapple flower. Why do you like it so much? There was also a crabapple tree at home, but the flowering period had passed. Xiao Yulong's soft heart seemed to be poked again. He knocked on the door with his fingertips, and his voice was a little hoarse. I'm going to the son-in-law's house. Gu Jiao turned around. The girl's face was soaked in the warm twilight. She smiled at him slightly. Okay, I'll call you when it's time. Okay. Xiao Luling answered vaguely and quickly turned around as if there was something chasing behind him. Gu Jiao couldn't stop laughing. She took out a small notebook and wrote seriously, It's the first time my husband sent flowers. After a pause, she wrote, You even said hello to her when you went next door. My husband is so clingy. After leaving the courtyard, Xiao Luling was also embarrassed. The two families were already connected. Going next door was almost the same as going to the study room. Why did he have to tell her when he went to the study room? She didn't even tell him. Xiao Luling went to the old chancellor's house to help him mark the directorate's exam papers. While the two were working hard, Gu Jiao came over and knocked on the door. Jiao Jiao is here? The old chancellor smiled happily. Son-in-law. Gu Jiao greeted them and glanced at Xiao Luling. She said to the old chancellor, I'll take little Jing Kong to the orchard.
Ah.
Go ahead. The old chancellor was bewildered. He didn't have to specially come over to say this kind of thing. He didn't mention it in the past. Gu Jiao looked at a certain someone with a smile. With her hands behind her back, she walked away proudly. The old chancellor turned his gaze to Xiao Luling. Xiao Luling seriously marked the paper. Why are you looking at me? Something was wrong. There was something wrong with the two youngsters. The old chancellor came back to his senses. The little lass wasn't explaining to him, but to Xiao Luling. Did their relationship suddenly become so good? Don't tell me no. The chastity mark on her face was still there. They hadn't consummated their marriage. In fact, the elders had discussed this matter in private. The daughters of rich families usually got married at the age of 16 or 17 and started to get pregnant at the age of 18 or 19. At that time, the risk of childbirth would be greatly reduced. Jiao Jiao was still young. It was better to consummate their marriage later. The old chancellor looked at Xiao Luling meaningfully. You little brat, Xiao Luling seriously said. No, I won't. I can bear it. The old chancellor. Oh, a man's mouth is a liar. The next day, after sending Xiao Luling to the Hanlin Academy, Gu Jiao went to the palace. Gu Jiao went to see her grandaunt. Recently, the military situation at the border was urgent. Empress Dowager Zhuang and the emperor were discussing the war with the military ministers in the side chamber of the Golden Imperial Hall. They hadn't returned to the Rinshou Palace yet. Miss Gu, it's sunny today. Don't stay outside. Go to the Empress Dowager's bedroom and have a rest. Fei Chui said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao liked this clever little palace made very much. She nodded to her and said, okay. Gu Jiao went to her grandaunt's bedroom. Fei Chui served her favorite fruits and snacks. Gu Jiao casually ate a mouthful of cantaloupe, but she accidentally spilled the juice on herself. It was sticky and uncomfortable. Oh, it's dirty. Let me help you find a set of clothes to change. No need, I brought my clothes. Originally, she was going to the underground martial arts field today. Her small basket contained her mask and men's clothes. She changed into the men's clothes. Her hair was scattered and tied into a high bun. Fei Chui took her clothes to wash and dry. Gu Jiao had nothing to do in the bedroom, so she admired the treasures in the treasure pavilion. Everything in the Renshou Palace was an antique. Gu Jiao didn't understand antiques, but it didn't prevent her from appreciating the taste of money. Among the pile of treasures, she was unexpectedly attracted by a square brocade box. It was probably because it was the least antique among all the treasures. Gu Jiao curiously looked at it. She didn't have the habit of looking through other people's things. But she didn't expect that the box would open so easily. The thing in the box quickly attracted her attention. It was a pair of brand new tiger head shoes. It was very delicate and beautiful. At first glance, she could tell that no one had worn it before. But the fabric and pattern didn't seem to be fashionable this year.
So strange.
Is it for the baby in Yao Shi's belly? Miss Gu, the clothes have been dried. They will be dry in the afternoon. Fei Chui walked in and saw Gu Jiao staring at the box in the treasure pavilion. She stopped and opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. What's wrong? Gu Jiao noticed her strangeness. Nothing. She said this, but her eyes involuntarily drifted to the box in front of Gu Jiao. Finally, under Gu Jiao's puzzled gaze, she admitted defeat and said in a low voice, "We usually pay special attention to this box when we clean the treasure pavilion." Eunuch Qin said that we are not allowed to touch it, let alone look at it. However, the Empress Dowager loves Miss Gu. It shouldn't be a problem for Miss Gu to look at it. There was nothing precious in the box. What was precious was the pair of shoes inside. Gu Jiao asked, "Has the box always been here?" "And it was here when this servant came to Renshou Palace." Fei Chui thought for a moment and added, "This servant entered Renshou Palace 3 years ago." 3 years ago, her grandaunt hadn't come to their home yet. She didn't know Yao Shi and didn't expect Yao Shi to be pregnant with a child. So, this pair of shoes was not prepared for the child in Yao Shi's belly. The military situation at the border was more urgent than she imagined. Even until noon, her grandaunt still hadn't come back. Gu Jiao decided to come again next time. She went to the underground martial arts field. She went to see if Ning Wang came to see her. She was not in a hurry to agree to his proposal, but it didn't prevent her from cutting his leeks. An incense stick worth 50 taels. He was also a shrewd person. Seeing the possibility of this business, he directly marked the price. "Xiong Batian 50 taels, chat with you for an incense stick worth of time." It rhymed quite well. However, her reputation was not big. Moreover, 50 taels was a sky-high price. If she had this kind of money, wouldn't it be better to go to a brothel and find a courtesan? Therefore, aside from Ning Wang, no one would take the bait. However, Gu Jiao was wrong. The capital was a big fish pond and there were many fat fish. "A young master surnamed Shao wants to see you." He said. "Did you tell him the price?" Gu Jiao wrote. "Of course, I told him." He frowned as if he felt it was not worth it, but he did not say anything. "The money was paid to me." He said and took out a 50-tael banknote and handed it to Gu Jiao. "Next time, ask him for 60 taels." Gu Jiao put away the banknote and continued to write, 10 taels is yours." She could not let he be the middleman for free. He's eyes shone with a green light. He nodded like he was pounding garlic. Okay. Gu Jiao had already fought 5 matches and had not lost a single one. If she won another 5 matches, she would be promoted to a higher level. Today, she still had 3 matches. One of them was against a swordsman who was even more powerful than the Knife Mountain assassin. She only needed to win this last match to be promoted to a higher level. Unfortunately, she met Gu Jiao. However, his martial arts were really good. He forced Gu Jiao to use her weapon, red tasseled spear. Her red tasseled spear had been ruined by little Jing Kong. There was a big red flower on the spearhead. The body of the spear was also painted with red flowers. It was especially eye-catching. When such an ugly weapon appeared, everyone's eyes were blinded by the flash. Perhaps the swordsman was also blinded by the flash. He froze on the spot. Then, Gu Jiao poked the spear directly into his waistband. She lifted him up and threw him off the stage. The swordsman sat on the ground with a confused look on his face. What the hell did he get poked by? After the match, Gu Jiao went to see young Master Xiao. He was more powerful than King Ning. There was a screen in the room. He sat behind the screen and talked to Gu Jiao. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao recognized his voice as soon as he spoke. Who else could it be but the Crown Prince of the East Palace? She and Xiao Luling had met the Crown Princess and the Crown Prince when they went to eat at Zhouji restaurant. She did not have a good or bad impression of them. After all, they were not people she cared about. However, he used the surname Xiao today, which reminded Gu Jiao that the Crown Prince's mother, Empress Xiao, was Marquise Xianping's biological sister. In other words, this guy was Xiao Liulong's cousin. Young hero Xiong's martial arts are not bad. You are young and promising. I really admire you. May I know who your master is? The Crown Prince asked indifferently from behind the screen. Although he was praising Xiong Tian, his tone was somewhat arrogant. This Crown Prince was not like this when he was working with the people. He was very careful about his image in front of the people and did not put on airs easily. However, now that he was hiding his identity, he did not have to hide his true nature. Gu Jiao smiled faintly. She took out a charcoal pencil and casually wrote a sentence in a small notebook. Then, she handed it to the Crown Prince's subordinate. The Crown Prince had already heard that Xiong Batian was a mute. After writing for so long, the Crown Prince thought that he had written a lot of flattering words. Who knew that he only wrote 2 words? Guess. The Crown Prince. After that, the Crown Prince chatted with Gu Jiao for a while. It was a soulless flattery. Gu Jiao's replies were basically, yes, it's okay. She did not say more than 2 words. The Crown Prince was confused. How slow is your writing? If this goes on, the time it takes to burn a stick of incense will be gone. Also, her attitude was too perfunctory. Can you not always use 2 words? The Crown Prince suppressed his anger and said. Gu Jiao thought for a while and wrote, yes, I can. 2 words. The Crown Prince. The Crown Prince reminded himself that it was Lin Lang who asked him to come. He promised Lin Lang that he would not be angry at her and that he would talk to her nicely. It was really depressing to say that he, the Crown Prince, had to lower his voice in front of a Jianghu rascal. Forget it. In order to let Lin Lang go to the Yen Kingdom to meet old Master Meng, he had to swallow his anger. The Crown Prince calmed himself down and looked at the screen. Back to the topic. I called you here because, bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jiao closed the notebook in her hand and stood up. She pointed at the incense that she had lit when she came in. Time was up. The Crown Prince. The Crown Prince gritted his teeth. I'll pay more. Gu Jiao waved her hand without turning her head and threw out a note. Make an appointment next time. The Crown Prince was so angry that he vomited blood. Was Gu Jiao deliberately making things difficult for the Crown Prince? Of course she was. She did not forget the Crown Prince's disdainful look towards Xiao Luling when they ate at Zhouji restaurant. He bullied her husband. Haha. Gu Jiao found old he and wrote in the notebook, the next time this Xiao fellow comes, the starting price is 100 taels. Including your 10 taels, the total is 110 taels. Old he was stunned. Did she think that she was the courtesan of Xianla House? Such a sky-high price. Why? He asked. Gu Jiao smiled and wrote, the price of family affection. Old he. It was still early and the Hanlin Academy would not end so soon. Gu Jiao went back to Bai Shui Lane to change her clothes. Just as she was about to go out to pick up Xiao Lulang, Eunuch Qin came. Eunuch Qin came to see Gu Jiao. He smiled and said, "The Empress Dowager only learned that Miss Gu went to Rinshou Palace after coming back from the throne room. Why didn't she send someone to report to the Empress Dowager?" Gu Jiao said, "It's okay. Grand Aunt is busy. It's the same if I see her next time." She was not arrogant because of favor and always had a sense of propriety. This made Eunuch Qin have a whole new level of respect for her. Even noble consort Zhuang and the young masters of the Zhuang family could not do this. Eunuch Qin handed the food boxes in his hands to Gu Jiao. There were 2 in total. This box contains iced fruits and this box contains snacks from the imperial kitchen. The Empress Dowager asked this servant to send them to Miss Gu. "Thank you, Eunuch Qin." Gu Jiao reached out to take the food boxes. "Eunuch Qin, have a seat in your room and have a cup of tea before you leave." The weather was very hot, and Eunuch Qin was indeed thirsty. He entered the central room with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao poured him a cup of herbal tea. "Thank you, Miss Gu." Eunuch Qin took the cup with both hands and drank it in big gulps. He put down the teacup and said to Gu Jiao with a pleasant expression, "This servant will leave now. I still have to report to the Empress Dowager." "I'll send you off." "No need, no need." Gu Jiao still insisted on sending him to the door. The moment Eunuch Qin turned to get into the carriage, she suddenly called out to him, "Eunuch Qin?" Eunuch Qin turned around and said, "Miss Gu, do you have any other orders?" Gu Jiao said, "I have something to ask." Eunuch Qin said, "Miss Gu, there's no harm in asking. This servant will tell you everything I know." Gu Jiao gestured and said, "What's with the tiger head shoes in the square box in the pavilion of many treasures?" Eunuch Qin's smile froze. "It's nothing." Eunuch Qin, get in the carriage. She was just curious. If he could not say, she would not force him. "It's the young master's shoes," Eunuch Qin said in a low voice. Gu Jiao could only think of 2 young masters, Princess Ning Un or His Majesty. Eunuch Qin sighed and said, "Neither. It's the Empress Dowager's flesh and blood. Unfortunately, it died at birth." "Great and had a child?" Gu Jiao had never heard anyone mention this. Eunuch Qin nodded sadly. "It's a pity that it was stillborn. It wasn't recorded in the genealogy, and it didn't have a place among the imperial heirs. If the young master had survived, he would be the same age as His Majesty now. The young master and His Majesty's birthdays are only 3 days apart." Gu Jiao fell silent. Eunuch Qin started talking and couldn't stop for a while. Actually, if it weren't for this, His Majesty might not have been raised under concubine Jing's name. At that time, the Empress was favored. The late Emperor actually wanted to wait for His Majesty to be born and let the Empress raise him. Gu Jiao didn't understand. Great Aunt was pregnant at that time, right? Since she already had her own child, why would she raise another one? Eunuch Qin said, "The imperial physician took the pulse and said that the child in the palace maid's belly was a prince. The late emperor thought that if the Empress Dowager gave birth to a princess, it wouldn't be a bad idea to give her a prince." She had only heard of people taking the pulse to determine the number, but never the gender. The people in the palace were quite desperate for survival. "Then what happened?" Gu Jiao asked. "Then," Eunuch Qin smiled bitterly, "then the Empress acted up first and gave birth to a stillborn. A stillborn is an ominous sign in the imperial family. Furthermore, there were some vile people who instigated it. His Majesty was furious and took his anger out on the Empress. 3 days later, the palace maid really did give birth to a prince. However, His Majesty didn't send the prince to the palace of earthly tranquility as promised. Instead, he gave the prince to concubine Jing of the 1,000-year palace. Great Aunt must have been looking forward to the birth of that child, right? However, she didn't expect that the child would be separated forever after birth. What Eunuch Qin didn't say was that the Empress was still young at the time. She was only a 17 or 18-year-old girl. She hadn't lost all hope in the palace. She longed for her first child. When she gave birth to a cold stillborn baby, she broke down. She hugged the baby and cried her heart out. The crying in the palace of earthly tranquility lasted for an entire night. She cried all the tears she had in her life and also cried her lively heart to death. How could it be so coincidental? Just as Great Aunt gave birth to a stillborn child, the palace, made on the other side, gave birth to a prince. It was only 3 days apart. Didn't anyone suspect anything? Miss Gu, do you want to say who plotted against the Empress Dowager? It's hard to say. Eunuch Qin wiped his tears. When the Empress first entered the palace, her mind was very simple. She didn't guard against many things. When she finally understood what to guard against, there were no clues left. Who was born to be so powerful? They were just forced to pick up a sword and kill a bloody path in the harem. Gu Jiao didn't feel good. This complicated emotion didn't need to be understood. It exploded in her heart automatically. That dead child, could it be the current emperor? After all, it was only 3 days apart. Eunuch Qin shook his head. It was a baby girl. Chapter 392. Baby girl? Gu Jiao thought of Princess Ning but this time, she didn't guess if the child was her great-aunt's. After all, Princess Ning was a few years younger than His Majesty, so the age didn't match. This time, it was Eunuch Qin himself who mentioned Princess Ning the Empress Dowager dotes on Princess Ning very much. I'm sure Miss Gu has heard. Gu Jiao nodded. Eunuch Wei said, actually, there's a reason. Princess Ning's birthday coincides with the little master's birthday. The Empress Dowager. Perhaps the Empress Dowager felt that her child had returned and became Ning Eunuch Qin smiled embarrassedly. This is only this old servant's guess. This servant doesn't know what the Empress Dowager is thinking. This servant only remembers that the Empress sat in Cunning Palace for a long time on the night Princess Ning was born. Thinking of something, Eunuch Qin added, speaking of which, the Empress and concubine Jing only got close after Princess Ning was born. Concubine Jing often brought Princess Ning to visit the Empress, but it was during Princess Ning's birthday that the Empress truly opened her heart to Princess Ning She grabbed the Empress's hand. At that moment, Great Aunt couldn't have not been moved, right? The pain in her heart was healed by the 1-year-old princess. It was as if her child had really returned. Gu Jiao didn't ask if it was concubine Jing's scheme, because regardless of whether she asked or not, what happened had already happened. The feelings and sincerity that should have been given couldn't be taken back. The princess treats the Empress Dowager with sincerity. This was what Eunuch Qin rejoiced about. Sometimes, even he felt that people were reincarnated, and the little master had thrown himself into concubine Jing's belly to reunite with the Empress Dowager. Gu Jiao didn't find it strange. Blood wasn't the only thing that bound people. She had parents who abandoned her like an old shoe, and also met a great-aunt who doted on her. Her great-aunt's experience was too lamentable. If everything that happened back then was concubine Jing's scheme, then this woman deserved to die. At the end of the month, the Hanlin Academy was closed. Xiao Luling promised to take his family to Ning Ziyuan's house. The old chancellor looked at Xiao Luling suspiciously. The two of you went out alone. She felt that the two of them were going to do bad things behind her family's back. At such a hot-blooded age, she was really worried that this kid wouldn't be able to control himself. Coincidentally, little Jing Kong didn't have any lessons today. Old Chancellor decisively stuffed little Jing Kong into the carriage. The dumbfounded little Jing Kong. Old Chancellor, the best way to ruin a couple's life is to give them a child. Xiao Luling and Gu Jiao brought little Jing Kong to Ning Ziyuan's house. Ning Ziyuan's house was a bit remote, almost in the outer city. It took an hour to get there by carriage from Clearwater Lane. Ning Ziyuan usually rode a horse for convenience, but it still took him an hour to get there. Ning Ziyuan's house was a small one-story house. It was less than half the size of Xiao Luling and Gu Jiao's house. There were 2 rooms in total plus a small study in the middle. Ning Ziyuan's family was poor. It was said that after he got first place in the 3 tripod tests, Many squires in his hometown wanted to make friends with him. The only way to make friends with him was to give him gifts or daughters. Ning Ziyuan was poor, but he had a backbone. He didn't accept gifts or take a concubine. Instead, he sent people to bring his wife and children from his hometown. His parents lived with his eldest son in his hometown, so he sent a sum of money home. The salary of the Hanlin Academy alone couldn't support such a big family. Fortunately, there was a reward from the imperial court, 500 taels for the top scorer, 300 taels for the second place and third place respectively. Ning Ziyuan gave 100 taels of silver to his parents and another 50 taels of silver to pay off his family's debt. The rest of the money was used to rent this house, buy a horse, and bring his wife and children to the capital. There was almost nothing left.
So he was really poor now.
Ning Ziyuan got married early. He was in his early 30s. His eldest son was already 13, his second son was 10, and his daughter was 1 year younger than Jing Kong. Ning Ziyuan's wife's surname was Wen. She was an honest and virtuous wife. She didn't talk much and was a bit shy and introverted. Maybe it was because she wasn't familiar with Gu Jiao and Xiao Luling. Ning Ziyuan's 2 sons were studying in a private school nearby. They didn't come back for lunch. His youngest daughter was only 3 years old. Little Jing Kong wasn't as arrogant as he used to be, probably because the other party was a girl. He was quite well behaved. He didn't make a fuss or run around. He was also quite gentlemanly and always gave in to his little sister. Mrs. Wen praised Jing Kong for being sensible and smart. "You're much better than my 2 boys." Gu Jiao hadn't seen him before, so she couldn't compare him. However, the little guy did make her proud outside. He was so well behaved that he didn't look like a crazy little loudspeaker spirit in the yard. In the inner room, Mrs. Wen was talking to Gu Jiao. "I heard Yuan say that he's the new top scorer. At that time, I thought that he must be older than Yuan if he did better than him. I didn't expect him to be so young and promising." Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Luling, who was talking to Ning Ziyuan in the central room, and nodded. "Yes, I think so too. Mrs. Wen, although I'm telling the truth, aren't you going to be humble?" Ning Ziyuan and Xiao Luling sat in the central room. Ning Ziyuan was facing the inner room, and Xiao Luling was sitting opposite him with his back to the inner room. Gu Jiao could only see Xiao Luling's back. Gu Jiao rested her chin on her hands. Her husband probably didn't even know that she was looking at him. She could only see his back. "Sigh, I heard that the border of the Qin state is restless again. I wonder if there's going to be a war." Before Ning Ziyuan could finish his sentence, Xiao Luling suddenly stood up and walked over to Ning Ziyuan. "Change seats."
Huh?
"What's wrong?" Ning Ziyuan asked. Xiao Luling looked calm and his eyes didn't change at all. "It's cooler here." Ning Ziyuan. "No, that seat was the coolest one. It was specially reserved for you." However, he was a guest. If Xiao Luling wanted to sit in this seat that was scorched by the sun, then so be it. Xiao Luling sat where the sun shone in. The young man was dressed in white and bathed in the sunlight. His face was like jade, and his expression was cold. Sweat seeped from the back of his fair neck under his black hair. Ning Ziyuan asked strangely, "Is it really cool?" Xiao Luling drank his tea quietly. His long eyelashes drooped, and he said, "Yes, it's cool." In the afternoon, Ning Ziyuan's 2 sons came back from the private school. They looked more like Mrs. Wen, and were more handsome than Ning Ziyuan, who was their father. In terms of personality, the eldest son was like Ning Ziyuan, who was extravagant. The youngest son was like Mrs. Wen, who was more introverted. Overall, they were very good children. Ning Ziyuan even asked Xiao Luling to test their homework. Ning Ziyuan came in 3rd in the examination. His knowledge was excellent, and it was more than enough for him to check on his 2 sons' homework. The reason why he asked Xiao Luling to test them was more than to encourage them. Gu Jiao could tell that the 2 youths looked at Xiao Luling with eyes full of reverence and apprehension. As for Gu Jiao's birthmark and Xiao Luling's disability, no one cared. Gu Jiao had a very comfortable day. After dinner, the family got up and said goodbye. Ning Ziyuan and his wife walked the 3 of them to the door. Mrs. Wen had been very nervous. She was worried about her husband's career and that life in Jing City would be difficult. Seeing that her husband had made such good friends, her heart was finally put back into her stomach. Little Jing Kong and Ning Xiaoya played for the whole afternoon. When they parted, Ning Xiaoya was reluctant to leave. She hugged Jing Kong's brother, no, Jing Kong's uncle, and cried loudly. Little Jing Kong gently comforted her. It's okay. You can come to my house to play next time. Mrs. Wen took her daughter over and smiled as she watched the family of 3 get on the carriage. Little Jing Kong sat between the 2 of them. Gu Jiao touched his little buzz cut and was about to say, "So you like little girls? You play so well with little girls." Unexpectedly, in the next second, he lay on Gu Jiao's lap, exhausted. He sighed weakly. Alas, it's so tiring to take care of children. Gu Jiao. Little Jing Kong was probably really tired. After a while, he fell asleep on Gu Jiao's lap, drooling. Gu Jiao was worried that this position would make it difficult for him to breathe, so she turned him over and was about to hold him in her arms. Suddenly, a slender jade-like hand reached over and carried the chubby little fellow over. Xiao Liulong's expression was very indifferent. It was hard to tell whether he liked it or not. He let little Jing Kong lie in his arms and put his strong arms around little Jing Kong to bear the bumpiness of the carriage. His hand seemed to hang down unintentionally and fell on the stool, gently touching Gu Jiao's sleeve. Gu Jiao didn't move. Xiao Luling suddenly said, "It's not good for a girl to get tanned." Gu Jiao was stunned. "It's very hot on your side," Xiao Luling said, without looking sideways. His tone was very calm, as if he was saying that the weather was good today. Gu Jiao looked at the other side of her. It was true. The rays of the setting sun shone on her body. Although Gu Jiao didn't think that she could get tanned, but what if? Thinking of her husband's words about it not being good for a girl to get tanned, she decisively moved to Xiao Liulong's side. They were sitting in an old carriage, so there wasn't much space. With this move, their shoulders were inevitably close to each other. Chapter 393. Gu Jiao didn't think too much about it. For example, why didn't Xiao Luling sit on the side with Xishan in the beginning? Or, why didn't he switch seats with her? Her thoughts in this regard weren't complicated. Moreover, in her impression, Xiao Luling wasn't so good at flirting with girls. This year's summer was a bit long. At the end of July, the weather was still incomparably hot. The temperature of the 2 exchanged their breaths through the thin material of their clothes. Because he was holding a little dumpling in his arms, Xiao Luling didn't do anything out of line for the time being. Suddenly, the wheels of the carriage rolled over something, and the carriage shook violently. The 2 of them swayed. Xiao Luling reached out in time and held her shoulder. "Are you okay?" Lu Quan said. Are you 2 okay? I think we hit a rock just now. It's my fault for not seeing the road clearly." "It's okay, Uncle Lu," Gu Jiao replied. Lu Quan relaxed. Xiao Luling stared at her. His eyes were deep, like a quiet pool under the moonlight. Gu Jiao seemed to have accidentally fallen into it. She knew how to swim, but in this quiet pool of his, she didn't know how to do it. Xiao Liulong's throat moved. He calmly withdrew his gaze and looked at the curtain in front of him. "It's good that you're okay." He paused and asked, "Are you sleepy? HM?" Gu Jiao blinked in confusion. She wasn't sleepy. She was very energetic. "I woke up early today. I thought you were sleepy. I wanted to." He stopped mid-sentence. His gaze seemed to inadvertently sweep across the 2 of them leaning against each other's shoulders. Gu Jiao followed his gaze and noticed his broad shoulders. What did he want to do? Lend his shoulder to her to lean on? "I'm suddenly sleepy." She leaned her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes. So sleepy, so sleepy. The corners of Xiao Liulong's lips curled up imperceptibly, and he didn't withdraw his hand from her. When the carriage arrived at the alley, both of them leaned on Xiao Luling and fell asleep. Xiao Luling originally wanted to shake the little fellow in his arms to wake him up and let him get down himself. Then, Xiao Lulang would carry Gu Jiao down from the carriage. However, little Jing Kong must have used up all his energy to take care of the child. He was so tired that he could not wake up. Gu Jiao, who was at the side, woke up. Gu Jiao rubbed her eyes. "Are we home?" Xiao Lulang could only reply, "Yes, we're here." Gu Jiao carried the sleeping little Jing Kong over and jumped off the carriage. Xiao Lulang looked at her back view, and his eyes darkened. Actually, he wanted to say that he could carry him, but she was afraid that it would tire his legs. For the first time, Xiao Lulang felt annoyed with his legs. Why couldn't he walk? Why was he limping? When the two of them entered the courtyard, they realized that there were guests at home. To be exact, they were uninvited guests, Gu Jinyu and a mother and daughter. The mother and daughter were He Shi and Yao Xian, whom Gu Jiao had met at the Yao family's house at the beginning of the year. Xiao Lulang had never seen them before. The two of them were sitting together with Gu Jinyu and Yao Shi, and they seemed to have an unspeakable relationship. Yao Shi looked a little awkward. Ever since she brought Jiao Jiao, Gu Yan and little Jing Kong back to her maiden home at the beginning of the year, she had almost cut off all contact with her maiden home. She didn't expect that they would come here today. She didn't know if they would anger Jiao Jiao and her son-in-law. "Elder sister, brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I brought aunt and cousin Xian here." Gu Jinyu stood up and said guiltily, He is my niece-in-law." "Madam," he was stunned. No one had told her that her niece-in-law was so handsome. Didn't they say that he was a poor boy from the countryside who had never been seen in public and was also a little cripple? When Xiao Lulang came in, Madam, he had already discovered that he was a cripple. But his face was so handsome that Madam He's brain turned to mush. She didn't connect him with the only crippled son-in-law in the family. Yao Xian's face turned red. It was also her first time seeing such a fairy-like young man. He didn't have the childishness of an ordinary young man. He had the maturity and restraint of an adult man. Gu Jiao didn't call her aunt, nor did she acknowledge Yao Xian as her cousin. Naturally, Xiao Lulang wouldn't acknowledge her as well. This was different from when Gu Jiao didn't call Madame Yao mother. Gu Jiao had accepted Madame Yao in her heart, but that form of address was a little foreign to her. Gu Jiao looked at Madame He and Yao Xian coldly. Xiao Lulang greeted Madame Yao. "Mother, we're back." Madame Yao felt relieved when she heard him call her mother. She smiled and said, "It's good that you're back. You must be sick from the heat. Go and change your clothes first."
Okay.
Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao returned to the west room. Gu Jiao placed little Jing Kong on the bed before returning to her own west room. "Madam, he finally regained her senses. Your son-in-law looks all right, but it's a pity that he's a cripple. Jiao Jiao is the daughter of the Marquis's household. Why did you find her a cripple?" Madame Yao didn't welcome Madame He and her daughter. Her face darkened when she heard this. Gu Jinyu quickly smoothed things over. "Aunt, brother-in-law is very capable. He's this year's top scorer." Madame He pursed her lips. "A cripple can also be the top scorer? Is it so easy to be the top scorer now?" "Then my family's phone, can also be the top scorer." Yao Fengyi, Madame He and Yao Yuan's son, was 2 years older than Gu Jiao and Gu Yan. Madame Yao didn't have any expectations for her sister-in-law. Madame He was ignorant and self-righteous. If Gu Jinyu hadn't brought her here, she wouldn't have let Madame He into her house. Madame He grumbled, "And your son-in-law is too arrogant. He doesn't even know how to entertain his wife's relatives. Does he think he's so great after becoming the top scorer that he looks down on Jiao Jiao?" "That's true. I'm not criticizing you, but Jiao Jiao's face needs to be covered up. It's fine if you're ugly, but you should dress up." Eldest sister-in-law. Madame Yao slammed the teacup on the table. She held back her anger and said calmly, "You've drunk the tea and spoken. If there's nothing else, eldest sister-in-law, please go back. We're very busy at home." "Younger sister-in-law, what do you mean? I just arrived and you're chasing me away. Didn't I just say a few words of truth?" Madame He looked at Gu Jinyu as she spoke. "Jinyu, you be the judge. Did your brother-in-law not even greet us?" Gu Jinyu said softly, Brother-in-law didn't do it on purpose. He doesn't know you. Madam, he scoffed. Then he should know you. I don't think he even looked at you properly. Gu Jinyu didn't say anything. Madam, he saw that the atmosphere had cooled down and quickly smiled, saying, all right. It's my fault. I don't know how to speak. Yao, don't lower yourself to my level. Madam, he had come today, mainly for 2 matters. The first was the matter of Yao Feng studying. She wanted to use her connections to get him into the directorate. The second matter was Yao Xian's marriage. Yao just agree. Madam, he shamelessly said. Madam Yao coldly said, what should I agree to? Is the directorate a place that I can enter just because I wanna? Madam, he choked. You. Aren't you the head wife of the manor? I heard that the old marquis has returned. Have him help think of a way. Madam Yao found it hard to believe. It seems that eldest sister-in-law has set her sights on my father-in-law. Madam, his eyes flashed and said, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although your father-in-law has been removed from his position and the Gu family army has been lost, he should still have some connections in the capital. Otherwise, how could your manor have been so extravagant for so many years? This was the truth. Marquis Ding and manor did not have any real power, nor did they lack money. The foundation was there, and they were rich. Madam, he continued, what's more, Brother Feng is your nephew. If you don't help him, who will you help? Wasn't that lame son-in-law of yours also pushed into the directorate by you? You can push him in, but you can't push Brother Feng in. Madam Yao was furious. It was fortunate that her daughter had taken care of her body during this period of time. Otherwise, the unborn child in her belly would have caused Madam He to be angered to death. I don't care where you heard it from, but I will clearly tell you that my son-in-law entered the directorate on his own. He was the top scorer in Yuzhou. Madam, he was shocked by Madam Yao's anger. She had never seen Madam Yao so angry before. Her arrogance unconsciously fell. That is also because you used your connections. It was impossible to reason with someone like Madam He. The mushroom did not know the day and night, and the cricket did not know the seasons. Madam, he was a shallow and self-righteous person. She would not believe Xiao Yolong's excellence. She only knew how to make blind guesses, and she felt that her guesses were very reasonable. It's up to you to believe it or not. Madam Yao did not want to waste any more words with Madam He. She stood up and turned to leave. Madam He quickly said, hey, Yao, I haven't finished speaking. Gu Jinyu saw that Madam Yao was really angry. At this moment, she did not care about Madam He and followed after Madam Yao. Madam He also wanted to chase after her, but she was grabbed by the collar by a strong force.
It was Gu Jiao.
Gu Jiao directly pulled her out of the central room. She did not care about the collar and strangled Madam He's neck. Madam He's eyes rolled back. She tried to grab with both hands, but she could not hold on. You, what are you doing? Eldest cousin. Yao Xian's face turned pale as she stood up. Gu Jiao threw Madam He out of the front door of their house. Madam He lost her balance and fell to the ground. She fell flat on her face. Mother. Yao Xian carried the bouquets and crossed the threshold to help Madam He up. Madam He was furious. She climbed up and patted the bouquets. She glared fiercely at Gu Jiao. You lass. Halfway through her words, she met Gu Jiao's deathly gaze. Her heart thumped and her scalp suddenly turned numb. Gu Jiao knocked on the door and did not hide the coldness in her eyes. You are not allowed to come here again. Otherwise, I will break your bones. Madam He wanted to say that she dared, but when she met that cold gaze, she could not say a word. Madam He could pester Yao endlessly because she understood that Yao would at most ignore her and would not hurt her. But Madam He strangely felt that this lass could really kill her. Madam He's face was pale as she said, You are not afraid that if word gets out, your reputation will be ruined. She did not have any confidence in her words. Is that so? Gu Jiao suddenly raised her hand. Madam He was so frightened that she ran away. She even forgot about Yao Xian. Yao Xian saw that Gu Jiao only brushed her sleeves. Her own mother had run away. Yao Xian did not have the face to continue staying here. Mother, wait for me. Inside the room, Gu Jinyu was apologizing to Yao Xian.
Mother, I'm sorry.
I didn't know that things would turn out like this. Aunt did not tell me. She was just too worried about Mother, and was also worried that she did not treat elder sister well last time, so she had to come this time to make up for it. I thought that since it was to make up for elder sister, I made the decision to bring her here. Yao Xian closed her eyes with a headache. Don't do this kind of thing again in the future. Gu Jinyu replied in a low voice, I understand, Mother. Yao Xian frowned and said, how did they know about Lialong's matter? Gu Jinyu thought for a moment and said, when Aunt asked about brother-in-law, I only said that brother-in-law and elder sister got married in the countryside and studied at the Imperial College. Now, he is working at the Imperial College. I did not say anything else. Yao Xian looked at Gu Jinyu and said, you didn't say anything about his leg? Gu Jinyu lowered her head. When Anne asked, I mentioned it, but I did not say that brother-in-law is a cripple. I would not say that about brother-in-law. Brother-in-law is just unable to walk. Gu Jinyu's words were not so crude. She would not keep mentioning the word cripple, but she could not stand against He Xian's unpleasant words. Yao Xian's heart was filled with panic. She did not know if she was angry at He Xian or Gu Jinyu. She only knew that she did not want to see either of them right now. She held her forehead and sighed. You should also go back early. You are about to get married. Don't keep running outside. Yes. Gu Jinyu came out of Yao Xian's room and ran into Gu Jiao and Xiao Luling, who were feeding Little Chick, Little 8, and Little 9. Gu Jinyu first looked at Gu Jiao, elder sister. Gu Jiao's attitude was cold. Don't call me that. It's not. Gu Jinyu bit her lip in grievance and looked at Xiao Luling, brother-in-law. Xiao Luling also did not respond. He focused on feeding the birds and chickens and treated Gu Jinyu as heir. Gu Jinyu left Jade Water Alley in grievance. Her carriage had just turned a corner when it was stopped by He Xian, who was waiting on Chong and Main Street. The driver stopped the carriage. Gu Jinyu had thought that He Xian had come to say goodbye to her. Who knew that she had come to criticize her? Jinyu, why didn't you speak up for Aunt just now? Gu Jinyu was completely shocked by He Xian's thick skin. She did not speak up for her just now. She had mediated for her so many times. He Xian snorted, that's your fault. Look at how much Aunt dotes on you. She gives all the good things to you, and Aunt has never been so good to your mother's biological daughter. Gu Jinyu had run into a wall with Yao Xian, Gu Jiao, and Xiao Luling. She was already gloomy. Now that He Xian had attacked her, she could not help but feel angry. Didn't Aunt say that she only came to apologize to elder sister today? Why haven't I heard Aunt say a word of apology from the start to the end? He Xian's eyes flashed, and she said sheepishly, I didn't have time to say it. That girl grew up in the countryside. She's so uneducated. Gu Jinyu said unhappily, Aunt, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first.
Hey.
Jinyu. He Xian gripped the window of the carriage and smiled. That can you help with your cousin and cousin's matter? How can I help? Gu Jinyu's expression did not look too good. He Xian said, don't think that Aunt doesn't know. Aren't you engaged to Royal Princeton? The Zhuang family has more power than the Marquis' household. Go and talk to the future son-in-law and ask him to help your cousin. Gu Jinyu was not so foolish. She had already climbed up this marriage. If she were to get involved with a rogue relative, the Zhuang family would look down on her even more. I can't help. She rejected. He Xian was furious. Yao Xian said, Cousin Jinyu, don't be angry. My mother was in the wrong today. My mother didn't have any bad intentions. She was just too worried about my brother and me. It's my fault for being too stupid. If I was half as smart as my cousin, my mother would not have to worry so much. He Xian glared at her daughter. What nonsense are you talking about? You're very smart too. You just don't have the chance to go to that girls' school. That's right. Thinking of this, He Xian's thoughts came to life again. She smiled and looked at Gu Jinyu. All right. Let's not talk about your cousin for now. Help your cousin enter a girls' school. Look, you only managed to hook such a good rich husband after entering a girls' school. Your cousin's qualifications are not worse than yours. You're an adopted daughter, but she's the legitimate daughter of the Yao family. Gu Jinyu was so angry that her face turned green. What did it mean to shoot yourself in the foot? This was it. She gripped her handkerchief tightly. Let's go. Once the coachman received the order, he did not care that Xian was still holding onto the carriage. He waved his whip, and the horse felt the pain, and started to gallop. Io. Xian staggered, and almost fell to the ground. Mother, are you all right? Yao Xian held onto her. Xian spat on the ground. Pooh. She's just a village girl who was adopted by mistake. She really thinks she's a piece of cake. Mother, Xian said. Xian, don't be afraid. Of your two cousins, one is adopted, and the other has a scar on her face. If even they can find a good marriage partner, I don't believe that you can't. Don't worry, I'll definitely find you a good husband. At the mention of a good husband, Yao Xian's mind suddenly flashed with the young man's exquisite features. His expression was cold, indifferent, and distant, but it had an inexplicable attraction and charm. Yao Xian's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 394. The little incident between Madame He and her daughter didn't cause much of a stir in Jade Water Alley. The whole family quickly threw the two to the back of their minds. Everyone had their own matters to attend to, so they didn't have much time to waste on unrelated people. However, Madame Yao still sent a letter to Yao Yuan in order to avoid future trouble, telling him about Madame He's visit. After that, Madame He and her daughter didn't visit again. It was the 8th month of the month, and the autumn was like a wild tiger. The capital was still as hot as summer, and the emperor almost went to the mountain resort. He didn't go because he was busy with government affairs, and also because he was waiting for Eunuch He's investigation progress. Eunuch He sent people to keep an eye on Duke Eternal Peace Manor, which was Grand Concubine Jing's maternal home, but they didn't find anything out of the ordinary even after a long time. Duke Eternal Peace Manor wasn't exactly clean, but they were all dirty and trivial matters that had nothing to do with Grand Concubine Jing. However, Eunuch He didn't come away empty-handed. He found that Grand Concubine Jing was colluding with Yuan Tang, the hostage of the Qin state. The last time the emperor was assassinated by Yuan Tang, it was Grand Concubine Jing's spies in the palace who leaked the emperor's whereabouts to Yuan Tang. The emperor knew that she didn't have any feelings for her son, but he didn't expect her to be so heartless. He clenched his fists. She's not afraid that we will die at Yuan Tang's hands. Eunuch He guessed that Grand Concubine Jing had a backup plan. She wouldn't really let Yuan Tang kill His Majesty. She would release the Shadow Dragon Guards at the critical moment. Her goal at the time was to frame the Empress Dowager and sow discord between the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. However, she didn't expect His Majesty to run into the little miracle doctor and be saved by him. The doctor even caught Yuan Tang, the assassin. Have all those spies been removed? The Emperor asked coldly. In reply to Your Majesty, they have all been taken care of, Eunuch He replied. If this hadn't happened, who would have expected Grand Concubine Jing to have over 10 spies in his Pure Flowers Palace? There were even more spies than the Empress Dowager. It was his fault for keeping an eye on the Empress Dowager and not being on guard against Grand Concubine Jing. The Emperor slapped his forehead. I'll die of stupidity. Your Majesty, what did you say? Eunuch He didn't hear it clearly. Nothing. The Emperor put down his hand.
Just those people.
Nothing else? Eunuch He didn't say anything, and his eyes fell on Eunuch Wei's face. Eunuch Wei's heart skipped a beat. What are you doing? Eunuch He said ambiguously. If I remember correctly, Eunuch Wei was chosen by old concubine Jing and sent to His Majesty. Eunuch Wei's expression changed drastically. Old He, don't stab me in the back like that. He knelt down and looked at the Emperor behind the desk. Your Majesty, this servant is loyal and devoted to you. I will never be disloyal. The emperor glanced at Eunuch He speechlessly, then said to Eunuch Wei, "All right, get up. I didn't suspect you." Eunuch Wei wiped his tears and stood up. "Thank you, your majesty." He glared angrily at Eunuch He. Humph. The two of them loved to fight with each other. The emperor shook his head and continued, "What about the other 3 dragon shadow guards?"
She refused to say. Eunuch He said.
He hesitated for a moment, then said, "This servant guesses that they are no longer in the capital." After all, they had searched everywhere in the capital. Unless old concubine Jing killed them and buried them, there was no way that they couldn't be found. But old concubine Jing wouldn't kill the dragon shadow guards. She couldn't kill them anyway.
Wait.
Eunuch He thought of something and murmured, "There's still a place that hasn't been investigated. At the Celestial Music House." Ordinary people couldn't enter the Celestial Music House. Of course, one could enter with the Emperor's imperial edict. But Eunuch He didn't think that was the wisest thing to do. He decided to sneak in first. Coincidentally, he ran into Gu Jiao as soon as he arrived at the back door of the Celestial Music House. Gu Jiao and Eunuch He had met once in the county town. It's you." Gu Jiao recognized Eunuch He. This was the eunuch that the emperor had brought with him when he first came to the county town to treat venereal disease. She was wondering why a man had such a feminine temperament. It turned out that he was a eunuch. Eunuch He also recognized Gu Jiao. Back then, there was a bit of unhappiness. It was Eunuch He who was unhappy. After all, he was the one who was treated rudely. Seeing Gu Jiao again, he naturally didn't have a pleasant expression. "Why are you here, Dr. Gu?" "I'm just passing by," Gu Jiao said. "Why are you here?" Eunuch He said indifferently, "I'm here to investigate the Celestial Music House." Gu Jiao looked at his black suit up and down. "Are you going to climb in?" Eunuch He didn't say anything. He answered her with his actions. He took out a black cloth and covered his face. Gu Jiao said, "I think you'll be kicked out." As soon as she said that, Eunuch He, who had used his lightness skill to jump into the Celestial Music House, was kicked out by the expert inside. Gu Jiao looked down at Eunuch He, who was lying on the ground like a dead fish. She curved the corners of her mouth and said, 10 taels of silver and I'll take you in." Eunuch He turned his face away. He didn't accept it. Eunuch He changed to another place to climb over the wall. Eunuch He changed to another place to climb over the wall. Eunuch He changed to another place to climb over the wall. After a quarter of an hour, Eunuch He limped to Gu Jiao. With a dark face, he took out 10 taels of silver. Gu Jiao didn't take it. She raised her eyebrows and said, 20 taels? Eunuch He was shocked and angry. "You just said 10 taels." Gu Jiao spread her hands. "Now the price has increased." Eunuch He was speechless. In order to complete the task given by the emperor, Eunuch He finally gave her a 20 taels banknote in humiliation. It was a public expense. He could go back and tell the emperor that he spent 50 taels. In this way, he would earn 30 taels. Gu Jiao came to the Celestial Music House to see patients. Xiao Sanzi's carriage was parked across the street. Gu Jiao went to the carriage to change into men's clothes and put on a mask. She asked Eunuch He to take off his night-traveling clothes and put on ordinary clothes. Then she took out the token and brought Eunuch He into the Celestial Music House. "Why do you have the token of the Celestial Music House?" Eunuch He asked suspiciously. Gu Jiao thought for a while and said seriously, "Because I am powerful." Eunuch He was speechless. Eunuch He came in as Gu Jiao's servant. He couldn't leave Gu Jiao alone. He had to let Gu Jiao follow him. "I want to go there." He pointed to the room on the east side. There were many people there, and it was easy to hear the news. Gu Jiao curved her lips. "Then you have to increase the price." Eunuch He endured the humiliation and took out another 10 taels. Gu Jiao put away the banknote and led Eunuch He to the east side of the first floor. Gu Jiao was not a regular customer of the Celestial Music House. However, every time she appeared, she would be Mo Qianxue's guest. Therefore, almost all the girls in the Celestial Music House remembered her. Along the way, many girls threw flirtatious glances at her. Gu Jiao put her hands behind her back and looked frivolous. The girls liked her even more. Eunuch he didn't like her, but he couldn't get rid of her. It was quite frustrating. Eunuch he underestimated the attitude of the guests and girls in the Celestial Music House. He was a servant, and no one was willing to talk to him. He had no choice but to look at Gu Jiao again. "Can you help me find out something?" Gu Jiao looked at him with a smile. "Asking questions is another business." Eunuch he's mouth twitched. He took out 10 taels. 10 taels is not enough. Eunuch he gritted his teeth and took out another 10 taels. Gu Jiao took the banknote. "What do you want to ask?" Eunuch he took out 2 origami portraits. "Ask them if they have seen the person in the portrait." Gu Jiao said, "If they bring props, they have to increase the price." Eunuch he was speechless. Eunuch he was forced to pay 100 taels. The remaining 50 taels were IOUs. There were 4 portraits in total. One of them was wearing a mask, and the other 3 were not. Gu Jiao recognized that it was the portrait of the Dragon Shadow Guard at a glance. It was strange. Why did the Emperor want to investigate the Dragon Shadow Guard? Did the Dragon Shadow Guard disappear? And 3 of them disappeared? The masks of the Dragon Shadow Guard were the same. It was uncertain whether the Dragon Shadow Guard showed his real face or wore a mask in the Celestial Music House. Gu Jiao was not sure whether Eunuch he was sure that the Dragon Shadow Guard had something to do with the Celestial Music House, or just wanted to do a thorough search.
She didn't ask.
Mo Qianxue didn't come out to see her today. She boldly guessed that Mo Qianxue was not in the Celestial Music House. She put away the portraits and went up to the 2nd floor. She didn't spend too much effort to find a girl. Someone came to her door. "Hey, young master, long time no see." A beauty in a pink embroidered dress walked towards Gu Jiao gracefully, with a folding fan covering half of her face. Gu Jiao remembered her, the second sister of the Celestial Music House, who tried to seduce her last time, but was slapped by Mo Qianxue. The reason why she called her second sister was that her status in the Celestial Music House seemed to be very high, second only to Mo Qianxue. What was her name? "Hua, Xiao greets young master." She saluted. Gu Jiao's eyes fixed on her for 2 seconds. She seemed to be thinking about some possibility. Then she took out a small notebook and wrote, "Miss Xiao, you don't have to be so polite." Hua Xiao straightened up, covered her eyes with a cloth, and smiled charmingly. "Young master, are you looking for Sister Qianxue?" she said with a regretful look. "Unfortunately, Sister Qianxue went out with a guest. I don't know when she will come back. If young master doesn't mind, can Xiao accompany young master to relieve your boredom?" Gu Jiao nodded.
"Good."
Hua Xiao was very surprised. The man who slept with Mo Qianxue so easily fell in love with another woman. Wasn't the speed of falling in love with another woman too slapping Mo Qianxue's face? "I'm afraid that Sister Qianxue will be angry." Hua Xiao bit her lip and said angrily. Gu Jiao wrote, "Don't be afraid. If the sky falls, I will hold it for you." Hua Xiao chuckled. She reached out to pull Gu Jiao's hand, but Gu Jiao inadvertently avoided her. Hua Xiao's eyes moved slightly.
"What?"
"Sister Qianxue can touch you, but I can't?" "Gu Jiao, I'm afraid I can't help but beat you." Gu Jiao wrote, "It's hot, and my hands are sweaty. I don't want to dirty your hands." Eunuch's mouth twitched. How could a woman be more eloquent than a man? Eunuch was not qualified to enter the room, so he could only guard outside. He felt that this matter was a bit dangerous. The girl named Xiao was not a good person at first glance. This was her territory. If she was exposed in a while, he would have to save her himself. Just as this thought flashed through his mind. Creak, the door opened. Eunuch looked at Gu Jiao in shock. She was thrown out? Gu Jiao glared at him. "What are you thinking? I'm done." Eunuch glanced inside inconceivably and saw that all the maids in the room had fainted. Hua Xiao didn't faint. Her state was very strange, as if she had lost her soul. It was rumored that the maids in Xianle House also knew martial arts and were all masters. How did all the masters in the room fall down? He didn't hear any fighting. Also, she said to ask. How did she ask? Gu Jiao certainly wouldn't tell him that she used anesthetics and hallucinogens, which were the same as the hallucinogens used by the servant who interrogated Tang Ming last time. But she didn't expect that Hua Xiao, who seemed to have some skills, was so weak that she could ask the truth at once. Gu Jiao found an empty corner, took out the portrait, and pointed to the masks on it. 3 people wearing this kind of mask came to Xianle House. I'm not sure if they are the 3 people in the portrait. They never took off their masks. Eunuch, he was almost sure that the 3 people were His Majesty's missing shadow dragon guards. He didn't expect that they were really related to Xianle House. Where did they go? Eunuch, he asked. The frontier?
Gu Jiao said.
Eunuch, he furrowed his eyebrows suspiciously and gasped. Frontier? Isn't that, young master? A woman's voice suddenly came from the end of the corridor. The 2 immediately stopped talking. A young woman in green walked toward Gu Jiao. Her face didn't look unfamiliar. Gu Jiao had seen her in Xianle House, but Gu Jiao didn't talk to her. The green-clothed woman came in front of Gu Jiao and bowed to Gu Jiao. Young master, don't take what Miss Xiao said to you to heart. Big sister Qianxue didn't go out to receive guests. She did leave Immortal Music House for a period of time, but she didn't do anything to let young master down. She looked around, lowered her voice, and slightly leaned toward Gu Jiao. She whispered, Sister Qianxue went out of the capital to do something for the owner. When did she go?
Gu Jiao asked.
The woman in green looked at the words on Gu Jiao's small notebook, thought carefully, and shook her head. I don't remember the specific day. In short, it's been a while. I guess Sister Qianxue should be back soon. Mo Qianxue wasn't in the capital, and neither were the shadow dragon guards. They both left not long ago. Could it be a coincidence? If it was too coincidental. If it wasn't, did Mo Qianxue also go to the frontier? Chapter 395. More also, who is the owner of Xianle House? Old concubine Jing? Gu Jiao didn't tell Eunuch he about Mo Qianxue, and Eunuch he didn't ask about it deliberately. In his opinion, Sister Qianxue, who was mentioned twice, was just a woman in a brothel, and it wasn't strange for her to work for the owner of the brothel. What he was curious about was the whereabouts of the shadow guards. When did the shadow guards appear in Xianle House? Why did they go to the frontier? How long have they been there? After leaving Xianle House, he asked 3 questions in a row. Gu Jiao told him the information she got from Hua Xiao. It happened more than 2 months ago. They only appeared once and never came again. Hua Xiao doesn't know why they went to the frontier. Hua Xiao was the second sister of Xianle House, so her knowledge was limited. Why did they come to Xianle House? Eunuch he asked again. Gu Jiao shook her head. I don't know. Hua Xiao only saw them coming in and out of here and found that they had the route to the frontier. Hua Xiao didn't have a chance to talk to them. Eunuch he nodded. It was already beyond his expectation that she could find out this much. He was satisfied, but this girl, he looked at Gu Jiao with a complicated expression. Is it really good for a girl like you to come to this kind of brothel? Gu Jiao gave him a funny look. If I don't come to this kind of brothel, can you go in tonight? Eunuch, he was choked to death. After harvesting the chives, Gu Jiao got on the carriage with satisfaction with her banknotes and IOU. Eunuch, he went back to the palace to report to the emperor. The emperor was reading memorials in the study. After hearing Eunuch He's words, he closed the memorials and looked at Eunuch He with a frown. What did you say? The shadow guards went to the frontier? Eunuch He, Your Majesty, yes, they have the route to the frontier. They should be going there. The emperor asked, How long has it been? Eunuch He replied, It's been more than 2 months. The emperor was deep in thought. So, it was before I brought her back to the palace. This she was naturally referring to Grand Concubine Jing. Since the Dragon Shadow Guards had been handed over to her, then only her orders could lead the Dragon Shadow Guards to the frontier fortress. The emperor's gaze turned cold, and his large hands clenched little by little. Why did she send the Dragon Shadow Guards to the frontier fortress? Could it be that she wants to kill Ningen? Eunuch He opened his mouth and said, Your Majesty, Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs, the emperor said sarcastically. Heh, even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. Then, what is the matter with her to me? Eunuch, he didn't dare to say another word. The dragon shadow guards have been gone for so long. If they really went to kill Ning and... When the emperor thought of this possibility, his entire back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. He slumped back in his chair, his entire heart in panic. Your Majesty, Eunuch Wei tried to persuade him. There hasn't been any bad news from the frontier fortress, right? Don't worry. The emperor's face turned pale. How can I not be anxious? That's Ning, and she was his most beloved younger sister. The emperor clenched his hands on the armrest and said with a serious expression, No, we can't just sit and wait for death. Eunuch Wei called out, Your Majesty, where are you going? However, the emperor ignored Eunuch Wei and rushed out of Pure Flower's palace. It's all your fault. Eunuch Wei glared at Eunuch He. Eunuch He was baffled. What does it have to do with me? The emperor prayed that nothing had happened to Ningen. Right now, he only had the dragon shadow guards left. Of course, he still had the palace experts and imperial hidden guards, but they weren't a match for the dragon shadow guards in a one-on-one fight. So, he needed enough manpower. The first person he thought of was Empress Dowager Zhuang. She also had a group of experts under her. Your Majesty. Outside Rinshou Palace, 2 palace experts saluted the emperor. The emperor's skin had become incredibly thick recently. The palace experts couldn't stop him anymore, so they just turned a blind eye to his rampage. They didn't plan on stopping him at all. The emperor entered Rinshou Palace. The palace servants all saluted. Your Majesty. Fei Cue also saluted. Where's Imperial Mother? The emperor asked. In the bedchamber. Fei Cue replied. It wasn't convenient for the emperor to barge into the bedchamber, so he said to Fei Cue, Go inform her that Zhen has arrived.
Yes.
Fei Cue bowed and turned to walk towards Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedchamber. When she arrived at the door, she softly reported, Empress Dowager, His Majesty has arrived. There was no response from the bedchamber. Fei Cue slightly raised her voice and called out again, Empress Dowager, His Majesty has arrived. There was still no response from the bedchamber. Fei Cue furrowed her brows in confusion and said, Empress Dowager, this servant is coming in. She gently pushed open the half-closed door and stepped over the threshold with her entourage. A moment later, a scream came from inside the bedchamber. The emperor's expression suddenly changed, and he rushed into the bedchamber with large strides. What happened? Fei Cue fell to the ground with a pale face. In front of her was an overturned brocade box. Next to the brocade box was an unconscious Eunuch Qin. His Majesty? Eunuch Wei also arrived. He was shocked by the scene in front of him. He quickly walked over and squatted down to check Eunuch Qin's breath. He looked slightly relieved and said, He's still breathing. This servant will call the imperial physician. The emperor nodded. Eunuch Wei got up and went out. He didn't forget to drag Fei Cue out with him. The bedchamber was empty and eerily quiet. Imperial Mother. The emperor looked vigilant and tried to call out, but there was no response. The experts of Rinshou Palace also heard the noise and rushed over. Everyone's face was full of shock. Obviously, they didn't expect Empress Dowager Zhuang to disappear from the bedchamber. There were not many traces of fighting in the bedchamber. There was only a fallen box and a fainted Eunuch Qin. The emperor picked up the box. He knew this box. His imperial mother cherished it very much. When he was a child, he often went to his imperial mother's cunning palace. He could touch anything except this box. Although he was well-behaved, he was curious. Once, when his imperial mother was asleep, he secretly looked at the things in the box. It was a pair of brand-new tiger shoes. In fact, it was not very new. The color was a bit faded, but it was not worn. It was obviously different from the old shoes. He once thought that the pair of tiger shoes belonged to Ningen, but after a long time, he realized that the shoes were prepared by his imperial mother for her own flesh and blood. But the child was dead. He was born dead. How cruel was that? So, the other party used this pair of shoes to threaten his imperial mother to go with him obediently? This was just the emperor's guess. But when the experts of the imperial palace searched Rinshou Palace and still couldn't find Empress Dowager Zhuang, the emperor couldn't ignore this possibility. Under the treatment of the imperial doctor, eunuch Qin woke up. Unfortunately, he didn't see anything. He fainted with a pain in the back of his neck. The emperor muttered, "The other party can sneak into Rinshou Palace under the eyes of so many experts of the imperial palace. They are not ordinary people, and the other party came prepared." There were only a few people in the imperial harem who had the opportunity to know about this pair of shoes. The emperor's heart immediately surged with a guess. He looked cold and walked to the nunnery. The matter was a bit big. Eunuch Wei sent someone to call Eunuch He. When the emperor arrived at the nunnery, he obviously felt something was wrong. The nunnery was too quiet, just like Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. The emperor stepped forward. Eunuch He stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I'll go and have a look first." The emperor acquiesced. Eunuch He entered the nunnery and wandered around. Then he came out and said, "Your Majesty, old concubine Jing and Nanny Kai are missing." The others all fainted. I don't know if they were knocked out or drugged. A trace of danger flashed in the emperor's eyes. He clenched his fists and said, "Good, very good." Eunuch He wasn't as kind to the servants as Eunuch Wei. Why did he call the imperial doctor? A basin of cold water was enough. The little nun named Huib and in the nunnery was the first to be woken up. She woke up and yelled, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Old concubine, don't kill me! I didn't see anything, really. What did you seize?" Eunuch He threw away the basin and asked. Hui En's yelling stopped abruptly. She looked at the unfamiliar Eunuch He and then at the emperor, who had a serious expression on his face. Then she rushed toward the emperor on her knees. But Eunuch Wei didn't let her get close to the emperor. He stepped in front of her and yelled, "How dare you?" Hui En was so scared that she pulled back her hand and cried. The emperor walked out from behind Eunuch Wei and looked at her calmly. "What did you see? Tell me the truth, and I won't hurt you." Hui En cried in fear. I saw old concubine holding a sword injuring quite a few people and a group of men in black, leaving from here." The emperor understood that old concubine Jing had a group of highly skilled martial artists. She led them to injure the guards near the nunnery and break out of the encirclement. It seemed that she had kidnapped the Empress Dowager. But he didn't know if she had left the palace yet. The emperor said coldly, "Lock down the palace. From now on, don't even let a fly out. Also, tell the royal guards to close the city gates and search the city carefully." Eunuch Wei hesitated. "Should we investigate openly or?" The emperor frowned and said, "Investigate in secret." Eunuch Wei replied, "Yes." "Then, Your Majesty." The emperor thought for a while and decided to go out of the palace himself. Chapter 396. Even though the possibility wasn't high, the emperor still went to Clearwater Alley to ask about Empress Dowager Zhuang's whereabouts and remind Gu Jiao and Xiao Luling to be careful. If Empress Dowager Zhuang was old concubine Jing's enemy, then Gu Jiao and Xiao Luling, who had ruined old concubine Jing's plans, were undoubtedly the thorns in her flesh. Xiao Luling had just returned from Hanlin Academy and didn't expect something like this to happen. Gu Jiao was drying herbs in the front yard while the three children were playing in the backyard. The house was peaceful and quiet. He looked away and said to the emperor, "Great Aunt hasn't been here before. We'll be careful." The emperor nodded. "Don't let anything happen to you." Xiao Luling looked at him deeply. "Your Majesty, what are your plans?" The emperor clenched his hand. "I'll find my mother." This was the second time Empress Dowager Zhuang had disappeared. The first time was because of him. He was the one who sent her to Leprosy Mountain and lost her. This time, he was going to find her himself. He murmured and turned around, walking into the night with heavy steps. "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao walked over. Xiao Luling didn't hide anything from her. Great aunt and old concubine Jing are missing. His Majesty suspects that old concubine Jing took great aunt away.
Who did you say was taken away?
The old chancellor's voice suddenly sounded behind the two. The two turned to look at him. The old chancellor was holding a bowl of brown sugar glutinous rice cake with freshly fried white sesame seeds. His hands began to tremble and the hot sugar water spilled out. Gu Jiao walked over and reached out her hand. Great aunt, give it to me.
Ah.
His voice trembled. You haven't said who was taken away? It's great aunt, Gu Jiao said. The old chancellor's body swayed. Gu Jiao supported him with one hand and caught the bowl with the other. The bowl was very hot, so Xiao Luling quickly brought it over and placed it on the stone table. He then said to the old chancellor, Concubine Jing won't do anything to Grandaunt for now. If she wanted to kill Grandaunt, she would have done it in the palace. She must have some other purpose for bringing Grandaunt out. Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Luling and said, I'm going to find Grandaunt. Husband, you and son-in-law stay at home and wait for news. Xiao Luling hesitated for a moment and nodded. The old chancellor said with a trembling voice, I'll go look for it too. Xiao Luling didn't object. Looking at his somewhat unsteady steps, his eyes flashed slightly, and he said, I'll go with teacher. The old chancellor nodded his head in panic. Okay. Soon after, the two of them left the Jade Water Alley. The imperial city was sealed off, and the 4 city gates only allowed entry and not exit. 2 carriages were traveling on the winding path, one in front and one behind. 4 mounted guards were escorting the carriages along the way. The sky gradually darkened, and the last rays of the setting sun faded away, leaving the horizon in a grayish-blue color. The carriages traveled at a steady pace, and the people inside seemed to be calm and collected. I must not have expected that we've already left the city. If the emperor were here, he would be able to tell that the owner of this voice was Concubine Jing, whom he had been searching for. Concubine Jing had changed into the clothes of a commoner, and her hair was tied up in a simple bun with an inconspicuous silver hairpin. At her age, she no longer pursued beauty, but it had to be said that people from the palace were very different from commoners. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was sitting across from her, had also taken off her black phoenix robe and was wearing shabby peasant clothes. However, upon closer inspection, the elegance in her eyes was something that Concubine Jing couldn't compare to. Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes to rest and didn't respond. Concubine Jing smiled. Don't pretend to be asleep, I know you're not. How could you possibly fall asleep? You're very noisy, Empress Dowager Zhuang said with her eyes closed. Concubine Jing stared at her with a mocking smile. Zhuang Jince, are you really not afraid of death? Empress Dowager Zhuang was still resting with her eyes closed, clearly not intending to pay attention to this noisy woman. Concubine Jing didn't get angry. She looked down and picked up a strand of silver hair on her robe. We're both old in the blink of an eye, and the days pass by so quickly. It seems that we haven't been in the palace for long. Sister, do you still remember the first time I saw you? In the Imperial Garden, you were wearing the Empress Phoenix robe and chatting with the other sisters in the pavilion. I'm not like you, who can become Empress after entering the palace. I'm only a 6th-rank noble lady, and I don't even have the right to greet you. I could only kowtow to you from afar under the guidance of the palace servants. You didn't even look at me and only asked the servants to give me a jade bracelet. This is it. As she spoke, she stretched out her left wrist and pulled up her sleeve, revealing a high-quality jade bracelet. Sister is the legitimate daughter of the Zhuang family and the Empress of the Zhao country. Everything she uses is of the highest quality, and even a random bracelet is priceless. Sister, do you know what I was thinking at the time? I was thinking, how can there be such a lucky person in the world? Born of a prominent family, respected status, beautiful face, and favored by the emperor. Is there anything in the world that you can't get? I don't even have the right to envy you. But who would have thought that such a lowly person like me would actually catch Big Sister's eye? Empress Dowager, Zhuang said indifferently. Who hasn't been blind when they were young? Concubine Jing laughed. Sister, you really know how to joke. Actually, I was grateful to you and wanted to be good sisters with you for the rest of my life. But who told you to be so scheming? You flatter me on the surface, but secretly use me as a stepping stone to climb up the social ladder. Empress Dowager Zhuang finally opened her eyes slowly and looked a bit impatient. Concubine Jing, are you blind, or am I blind? Since when did she use her as a stepping stone? Was she worthy? Concubine Jing sneered. Sister knew that the late emperor wanted you, but always pushed me to serve him. Those who don't know would think that I'm basking in your light. But I know that you're just playing hard to get. The late emperor went to my place because he wanted to hear some news about you. Sister, you're really good at scheming. I can't compare to you at manipulating people. Empress Dowager Zhuang was too lazy to pester her. She could think whatever she wanted. Some people just liked to take advantage of others. Concubine Jing didn't care if Empress Dowager Zhuang would respond. She sneered. There are countless concubines in the harem, but the late emperor didn't go to you. How could you understand that the late emperor didn't have a heart anywhere? He left his heart in your Qiankuan palace. Ha! Empress Dowager Zhuang sneered. Concubine Jing looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang in confusion. What? Did I say something wrong? Empress Dowager Zhuang gave her a pitiful look. Concubine Jing, you're so pitiful. Concubine Jing's expression cracked for a moment, but she quickly recovered her perfect smile. Sister calling me Concubine Jing reminds me of the past. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, don't talk about the past. If you want to talk about the past, go find Nanny Kai in the carriage behind. I want some peace and quiet. Concubine Jing looked down and threw the broken hair on the ground. Sister, aren't you curious why I want to drive a wedge between you and Hongba? Empress Dowager Zhuang really wasn't curious. Does a person need a reason to do all kinds of evil? Why do you have to go through all the hardships of life and say that you were forced to do it? Are you trying to move me or yourself? Concubine Jing's smile faded. Sister, you're still so heartless. Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes again and made up her mind to ignore Concubine Jing this time. Concubine Jing probably felt bored and didn't continue the topic. She lifted the curtain and looked outside. Suddenly, she said with melancholy, I want to go to the frontier fortress to see Ning and sister. Come with me. Ning and will be very happy to see mother. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyebrows twitched, but she didn't open her eyes. After all this, she just wanted to take her to the frontier fortress to see Ning. Who would believe that? Concubine Jing murmured, let's go see Ning one last time. That sounded strange. Empress Dowager Zhuang suspected that Concubine Jing had lost her mind. Concubine Jing put down the curtain and smiled at Empress Dowager Zhuang. We're old after all. We can't do it a second time. She seemed to be explaining her previous words. But the next second, she smiled again. Or maybe I'll kill you after seeing Ning and night fell. There was no progress in the capital search. The emperor stood under the towering city gates and watched as the guards searched the people who entered the city one by one. His expression was extremely solemn. Eunuch Wei looked at the emperor's cracked lips and said with concern, Your Majesty, you've been running around all day. Go rest. Eunuch, he will keep an eye on you. The emperor's eyes were filled with a layer of frost. Mother is still in the hands of that woman. I'm not tired. I won't rest until I find mother. This time, he wouldn't lose his mother again. Chapter 397. The moon was bright, and the stars were few. Concubine Jing and her entourage arrived at a relay station. At this time, all the storms were within the capital, and there was no movement outside the city. The relay station's assistant wouldn't expect the Empress Dowager and a group of fugitives to be here. Judging from her clothes, the leader seemed to be an old madam from a large clan, and the people around her seemed to be her servants. However, in terms of temperament and appearance, the servants had the demeanor of an old madam. Not to mention, she was walking without recognizing her own family, leaving her master far behind. It was quite confusing. Concubine Jing only asked for a room, for guards stood guard outside, and many experts were hidden in the dark. As for Granny Kai, her carriage had gone in another direction, in case the emperor's men found this place. It was a good way to confuse them. The relay station wasn't big, and the room was very simple. "I'm sorry to have to live in such a shabby room, sister." After entering the room, Concubine Jing said to Empress Dowager Zhuang with a faint smile, "I've been living in the nunnery for years and have gotten used to such a simple place. Sister, you've lived a life of luxury for many years, so I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep well at night. But it's fine, there's still a long way to go from here to the frontier fortress. You can get used to it slowly." Empress Dowager Zhuang ignored her and went to the window. The room was damp and dark, and there was a musty smell in the air. Empress Dowager Zhuang pushed open the window, and her eyes fell on a big tree in the yard. Concubine Jing sneered, "I advise you not to try to escape. Otherwise, I don't mind taking your ashes to Xining," and the Empress Dowager withdrew her gaze from the tree and closed the window, saying coldly, "Just say it if you want to go to the frontier fortress. Don't use Ningen as an excuse. She's your biological daughter after all. That's enough." Concubine Jing's expression changed. She squeezed her handkerchief and smiled. "What do you want to eat, sister? I'll tell the kitchen to prepare it." Empress Dowager Zhuang said carelessly, "Spicy chicken, mutton with scallions, and a pot of lotus root and dragon bone soup." Concubine Jing sneered, "I'm afraid we can't eat that. I'll see what the relay station." With that, she turned and left the house. Naturally, she wasn't really going to get food for Empress Dowager Zhuang. She had something to tell her subordinates. "Keep a close eye on her. Don't let her slip away," Grand Concubine Jing ordered the guards. They cupped their fists and replied, "Yes." The old concubine put on her hood to cover her face and walked out of the relay station. Almost at the same time, a large bird flapped its wings and landed on Empress Dowager Zhuang's windowsill. Empress Dowager Zhuang opened the window again and saw little Nine on the windowsill. "Was it you who found Aijia?" It was unknown if it understood Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes, but little Nine opened its eyes wide and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang. It flapped its wings and opened its beak. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Empress Dowager Zhuang's mouth twitched. "You're a baby eagle, not an old hen." Fortunately, the guards didn't care about a hen. Empress Dowager Zhuang carried little Jiao in. Just as she was about to close the window, a black shadow descended from the sky and landed silently outside the window. It was a good thing that Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't panic. Otherwise, she would have been scared by this ghost-like guy and thrown little Nine out. The other party was wearing a mask with fangs and looked particularly scary at night. The other party cupped his hands and bowed to Empress Dowager Zhuang before taking off his mask. Empress Dowager Zhuang raised an eyebrow. "Oh, Jiao Jiao's second brother, who pretended to be dead." Gu Qingfeng was someone who could fish in troubled waters under the nose of the dragon shadow guards. Naturally, he could hide from the eyes of those experts outside. However, if they really found him, he wouldn't be able to beat them. Gu Qingfeng gestured to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang understood and nodded. She moved a chair and stepped on it. Just as she was about to step over the windowsill, the chair scraped and made a sharp noise. Empress Dowager Zhuang hurriedly picked up the teapot on the table and threw it down. The teapot shattered with a bang. She shouted, "Didn't you say you were going to find food? You're still not here after so long. Do you want to starve Aijia to death?" The guards outside the house curled their lips and ignored him. They only listened to Grand Concubine Jing and didn't care about Empress Dowager Zhuang's mood. Gu Qingfeng gave Empress Dowager Zhuang a thumbs up. The Empress Dowager was still the best. Little Nine could fly away on his own and didn't burden the Empress Dowager by staying in her arms. Empress Dowager Zhuang climbed onto the windowsill and was caught by Gu Qingfeng. With Empress Dowager Zhuang on his back, He used Qinggong and disappeared into the boundless night. When Grand Concubine Jing returned to the relay station, the guards on duty all made way for her. She didn't cause any trouble, did she? Grand Concubine Jing asked mildly. One of the guards said, in reply to Master, she got angry and smashed a teapot. She said that Master wanted to starve her to death and wouldn't find food for her. These words sounded normal to the guards, but they sounded strange to Grand Concubine Jing. Zhuang Jins had a bad temper, but she wouldn't get angry over such a small matter. Her eyebrows twitched as she pushed open the door. There was no sign of Zhuang Jins in the empty room.
Ah.
The guards were shocked. What happened? She was clearly inside just now. They didn't see her come out. Useless things. A living person escaped right under your noses, and you didn't even notice. She doesn't even know martial arts. Grand Concubine Jing paused mid-sentence. That's right, Zhuang Jins didn't know martial arts. She couldn't have escaped on her own. Someone had come to save her. Grand Concubine Jing thought of the two black-clothed people who had snuck into the nunnery right under the nose of the Dragon Shadow Guards. She was very sure that one of them was Gu Jiao, but she didn't know who the other one was. Grand Concubine Jing murmured coldly, Miss Gu, you've escaped from my hands so many times. Do you really think you'll be so lucky every time? You guys split up and chase after them. They can't have gone far. Yes. The moon was like a shuttle. Gu Qingfeng ran on a small path with his grand aunt on his back. This relay station was remote, so their carriage was parked a little far away to avoid alerting the enemy. In order to get to the carriage before they noticed, Gu Qingfeng ran a little fast. He was worried that Empress Dowager Zhuang wouldn't be able to take it. Empress Dowager, please bear with it for a while. We'll be there soon. There was no response. Gu Qingfeng's eyes trembled. Could it be that she had fainted because of him? Whatever. Even if she had fainted, it had to wait until she got on the carriage. Otherwise, none of them would be able to escape if those people caught up to them. Little Nine was the first to fly back to the carriage. When Gu Jiao saw it, she knew that Gu Qingfeng had succeeded. She quickly jumped off the carriage to help him. After a while, she saw Gu Qingfeng carrying a person on his back. It should be her grandaunt. How is it? No one noticed, right? She quickly walked over and asked. Gu Qingfeng stopped and gasped for breath. He wasn't tired but scared. No one noticed, but the Empress Dowager doesn't seem to be well. Take a look at her. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings quieted down. Then, he and Gu Jiao clearly heard the even snoring sound coming from his back. Gu Qingfeng was speechless. How could he fall asleep in such a situation? Gu Jiao's ears twitched. They're here. Gu Qingfeng's expression changed. Then let's go. It was too late. A biting cold sword energy attacked. The two quickly retreated to the side. They avoided the sword energy, but the carriage stopped by the side of the road didn't. The carriage's body was split into pieces, and the reins were broken. The horse was frightened and let out a series of frightened neighs. Then, it ran away in panic. Because they had split up, they didn't find many experts. Gu Jiao took out 2 black fire pearls and threw them at the 3 people. With 2 loud crackling sounds, the 3 people were stunned by the explosion. Let's go. Gu Jiao took Gu Qingfeng and ran into the forest not far away. Little Nine also flapped its wings and flew into the forest. Gu Qingfeng was still in the mood to chat with Gu Jiao while running away. What kind of hidden weapon is that? Why is it so loud? It's like a firecracker. But I didn't see you light it. Gu Jiao said, it's not a firecracker. I'll explain later. At the critical moment of life and death, Gu Qingfeng didn't use his Qinggong to bully others. But men were naturally more curious in this aspect. He was scratching his heart and lungs. He couldn't wait to know what that thing was right now. They're chasing us, Gu Jiao said. Gu Qingfeng said, no way, your hearing is so good. He didn't hear anything. The ones chasing them weren't the 3 from before. It should be another group of assassins. Gu Jiao pulled on his sleeve. Find a place to hide. Gu Qingfeng said, there's no cave here. How can we hide? Gu Jiao raised her head. Up the trees. When she said this, she was still in a running posture. But almost as soon as the words left her mouth, she took off her belt and threw it on the tree trunk. The other end of the belt hung down. She grabbed the two ends of the belt and rushed up the tree. Gu Qingfeng closed his eyes. Is it really okay for a girl to take off her belt in front of a man? He tiptoed and used his qinggong to climb up the tree. Little Nine also landed on the tree. The two held their breath at the same time. In the silent forest, only the sound of Empress Dowager Zhuang's snoring could be heard. Her snoring wasn't loud, but people who practice martial arts would definitely be able to hear it. Gu Qingfeng broke out in cold sweat. What? What should we do? Should we wake the Empress Dowager? If you want to wake her, wake her. I won't wake her. Gu Jiao whispered to Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was on Gu Qingfeng's back. Great aunt, if you snore again, I'll cut off your candied fruit. The sound of the sleeping Empress Dowager Zhuang was silenced in a second. Gu Qingfeng, is this okay? Chapter 398. The other group of assassins had more people. Gu Jiao counted a total of 6 people, each of them exuding a very strong aura, and Gu Jiao vaguely felt that they were familiar. The 3 people and 1 bird hid in the leafy branches. Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng held their breaths. Gu Jiao used her hand to cover her gray tant's nose. She didn't cover it to death, but it could block out most of the sound. Little Nine saw that Gu Jiao was covering her nose, and its bird eyes turned. It spread its wings and covered its bird head too. Gu Qingfeng on the side. No, you're a bird. Why are you covering yourself? The group of people didn't know that Gu Jiao and the others were in the tree. They only thought that they had gone forward again, so they used their qinggong to chase after them. After making sure that they were far away, Gu Qingfeng said, "What do we do now?" The carriage was gone, and the horses had run away. They couldn't possibly walk back to the capital on foot, could they? There was some distance between here and the capital, and it would take a few hours even if they rode at full speed. If they really walked back, their legs would break. Let's wait for dawn first, Gu Jiao said. Although it was easy to hide on the road at night, it was easy to arouse suspicion if they suddenly appeared in the night. The slightest movement would be invisibly magnified. There were more people on the road during the day, and it was harder to be discovered if they blended in with the crowd. Just sit in the tree and wait? Gu Qingfeng asked. While the two were talking, a poisonous snake slowly approached them with its tongue sticking out. The poisonous snake was closest to Gu Jiao. Just as it opened its mouth with sharp teeth to bite Gu Jiao's neck, Little Nine swatted it away with one wing. It was obviously unrealistic to stay in the tree for a night. Not to mention the poisonous snakes and insects, it would be bad if they accidentally fell down from the tree. There seems to be a cave over there. Gu Jiao looked at the foot of the mountain in the south and said, "Let's go and take a look." The 3 of them went to the foot of the mountain south of the forest. There was indeed a cave there. Someone has lived here before. Gu Jiao took out a match and looked at the firewood and dried grass on the ground. There are people living in a place like this? Gu Qingfeng pursed his lips. I lived there a long time ago. I'm probably just passing by. Gu Jiao tidied up the cave and rolled the dried grass into a ball. She said to Gu Qingfeng, "Let Great Aunt sit here." The cave was cold and gloomy. At Empress Dowager Zhuang's age, she would have caught a cold if she just sat on the ground. Fortunately, there was dried grass left behind by predecessors. Oh! Gu Qingfeng put down the sleeping Empress Dowager Zhuang and let her sit gently on the haystack. Gu Jiao sat next to her grandaunt and let her lean on her shoulder. As a man, Gu Qingfeng could only sit on the ground. Although he was the #1 bandit in the capital, he was a rich bandit. What he suffered was physical pain, not life. Therefore, this kind of environment was somewhat torturous for him, but there was nothing he could do. Little Nine landed on a tree to keep watch. Gu Jiao put away the match and the cave fell into darkness again. The cold moonlight shone in, illuminating the cave in silence. Gu Chengfeng broke the silence in the cave. He picked up a dried branch on the ground and scratched on the ground in boredom. Why do you think old concubine Jing did this? Why does she always target the Empress Dowager? Is it because she didn't become the Empress Dowager? But if she didn't go all the way with the Empress Dowager would have given her the title, right? It wasn't too rare for two Empress Dowagers to appear at the same time. One was the Emperor's official mother, and the other was the Emperor's birth mother. This was the case for Empress Dowager Zhao and Empress Dowager Sun, who founded the country. Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Because of jealousies? Jealousy made people crazy. You never know what kind of unreasonable things a woman full of jealousy would do. Because of hatred. Empress Dowager Zhuang's voice sounded neither too fast nor too slow. Gu Jiao turned her head. Great aunt, you're awake?
Yes.
Empress Dowager Zhuang slowly straightened her body. In the darkness, she closed her eyes. When she opened them again, they were cold. She's a remnant of the previous dynasty. Crack. Gu Chengfeng used his strength, and the branch in his hand broke. He said in disbelief, a remnant of the previous dynasties? The previous dynasty had been destroyed for 200 years, but there were still remnants. It was too scary. Great, did you know it long ago?
Gu Jiao asked.
Empress Dowager Zhuang shook her head. I just found out. In the carriage, old concubine Jing was showing off the bracelet to her. She pulled her sleeves up a bit and accidentally caught a glimpse of the pigeon blood tattoo on her arm. She had always had a tattoo on her arm. It used to be a peony, but after seeing it today, she knew it was a red flame totem. Thinking about it, the peony in the past was painted by her to cover up the crimson flame totem. No wonder when Ning An's face was injured, she immediately told Ning An to put a begonia makeup on the scar. It turned out that it was her usual trick. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, that totem is the insignia of the men of sacrifice of the previous dynasty. It's a bit like the black tortoise tattoo on the dragon shadow guard's face. Although they were all men of sacrifice, they weren't like the dragon shadow guard, who were just tools to kill. They were more like experts in the imperial palace, and were both strategists and scouts. Gu Jiao suddenly understood. No wonder she's so good at fighting. So she was a man of sacrifice. Empress Dowager Zhuang continued, the real men of sacrifice of the previous dynasty no longer exist. Strictly speaking, they are the descendants of the men of sacrifice of the previous dynasty. The previous emperor bought them from the Yan kingdom to train the Dragon Shadow Guard. The original purpose was to kill the men of sacrifice of the previous dynasty. Who would have thought that there would be a fish that escaped the net? Gu Chengfeng opened his mouth. Then, Count Yanzhen. The current Count Yanzhen was old concubine Jing's nephew. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Do you think anyone is qualified to be a rebel? That idiot Count Yanzhen couldn't have been chosen by the henchmen of the previous dynasty. However, old concubine Jing's brother was somewhat unpredictable. Unfortunately, he fell ill and passed away early. Otherwise, who could say for sure that there wouldn't be a second Grand Tutor Zhuang in the capital? Gu Chengfeng was shocked beyond words. If the Empress Dowager hadn't said it herself, who would have thought that a mere old concubine Jing would be involved with such terrible interests? He couldn't believe it. Then is she taking you to the frontier fortress this time because there are remnants of the previous dynasty there? Is she going to meet them? She can't stay in the palace anymore, so she might as well leave. She wants to. Gu Chengfeng firmly held back the word rebellion. It seemed that he shouldn't be asking about the imperial court. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't deliberately hide it. For the time being, we can infer that the frontier fortress is a place of suffering. The imperial court doesn't control it strictly. If she wants to raise an army, it's the most suitable place. Gu Chengfeng suddenly heard the inside story that even his grandfather and brother didn't know about. His mood was indescribable. But she's been in contact with the frontier fortress for so many years. Didn't anyone suspect anything?
Gu
Chengfeng paused. He remembered that Princess Ning and was married to the frontier fortress. He sighed. She's really calculating. Princess Ning An's marriage was premeditated from the beginning. The man who made Princess Ning and fall in love with him at first sight, the man who loved Princess Ning and with his life, was also one of old concubine Jing's chess pieces. How can there be such a cold-blooded person? Princess Ning and is too pitiful. Gu Qingfeng didn't know what to say. Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes. Her eyelashes shimmered. Little Nine flapped its wings and flew over, landing on Gu Jiao's leg. Gu Jiao understood. Her eyes turned cold as she said, "They're here." Gu Qingfeng's expression changed. "So fast. Let's go." Gu Jiao helped her grandaunt up. Gu Qingfeng turned around and carried his grandaunt on his back. In order to let him have his hands free, Gu Jiao tied her belt around his grandaunt and him. Gu Qingfeng saw that her posture wasn't right and frowned. "What are you going to do?" Gu Jiao said, "I'll distract them. You take grandaunt away."
No.
"Even if you want to distract them, it'll be..." He wanted to say that he would distract them, but Gu Jiao had already rushed out. In fact, he also understood that this was the best arrangement. He was good at Qinggong and could carry people quickly. Gu Jiao was good at martial arts and could delay them as much as possible. Gu Qingfeng wasn't an indecisive person. If he delayed any longer, no one would be able to leave. He carried his grandaunt on his back and used his Qinggong to disappear into the night in the opposite direction. In the dense forest, Gu Jiao faced off against the group of people. She finally knew where the sense of familiarity came from. These people's moves and killing intent were too similar to the Shadow Dragon Guards. After Grand Concubine Jing obtained the Shadow Dragon Guards, she had them fight with the experts under her command. She also found someone to secretly analyze the Shadow Dragon Guards' martial arts and train them into her own Shadow Dragon Guards. They were naturally a bit lacking compared to the real Shadow Dragon Guards, but they were still much more powerful than ordinary Imperial experts. Gu Jiao's body was quickly injured and blood flowed down her arm. Her goal wasn't to fight with her life. After delaying for so long, this group of people shouldn't be able to catch up to Gu Qingfeng. Gu Jiao used the Black Fire Pearl to blast a path of blood and ran into the depths of the forest. One of the black-clothed men endured the pain and drew his bow, shooting towards Gu Jiao's heart. Little Nine flapped its wings and flew over with the swiftness and fierceness of the sky. It grabbed the arrow with its claws. Chapter 399. Gerfalcons have a savage nature. Don't look at how they always look like chickens in Jadewater Lane. Once their nature is released, they will turn back into a real eagle. The black-clothed man did not expect that the arrow he shot out would be caught by an eagle. What was going on? Little Nine threw away the arrow in his claws and charged at the black-clothed man who shot the arrow. He pecked out one of his eyes. The black-clothed man covered his bleeding eye and fell to the ground crying out in pain. Gu Jiao heard the movement behind her and her steps paused. She did not dare stay for too long as she continued to run forward. She ran from the south side of the forest to the north side of the forest. Finally, she ran out of energy and sat down against a large tree. She gasped for breath. Her body was sticky, but she did not know if it was blood or sweat. She was very thirsty, but she did not have any water on her body. There was no stream nearby, or even if there was, she would not be able to walk. She was completely drained. Little Nine fluttered his wings and landed on Gu Jiao's shoulder. He used his beak to rub against her face. Gu Jiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Do you still remember that you are an eagle? It's fine if you look like a chicken, but why are you learning from Little Eight to rub against her face? Did I give you a flexible tail, and you're already wagging it?" Little Nine's throat made a gurgling sound. It was unknown what he wanted to say, but he flapped his wings and flew away. When he came back, there was an egg in his beak. He gently placed the egg on Gu Jiao's clothes and then flew away. When he came back, there was another egg in his beak. After repeating this several times, there were a total of 8 eggs on Gu Jiao's clothes. It looked like they were not of the same species, so how many nests did this little fellow rob? The birds in the forest probably did not expect to be robbed by a gerfalcon in the middle of the night. Little Nine was a child with a conscience. It only robbed 1 egg in each nest. She could not start a fire here, or, to be exact, Gu Jiao did not have the strength to start a fire. Her body temperature was dropping rapidly, and she was on the verge of going into shock. Eating raw bird eggs was a trivial matter in her previous life. She wasn't that delicate, nor was she a saint. The law of the jungle was the law of the world. Little Nine probably saw that she had no more strength left and used its beak to peck out a small hole in each of the eggs. Gu Jiao drank all the egg. Little Nine used its wings to sweep the eggshell far away. After that, it jumped into Gu Jiao's embrace and copied Little Eight's actions. It huddled in Gu Jiao's embrace to keep Gu Jiao warm. It was unknown if it was the effect of the egg liquid or Little Nine, but Gu Jiao's body temperature began to slowly rise, and her pale lips gradually regained some color. Coo! Little Nine's throat made a coo sound. It vigilantly raised its head and looked at the other side of the forest. Gu Jiao was stunned. It can't be. They're chasing after me again? She was certain that the group of assassins had been knocked unconscious by her. So was this the third wave? How many assassins did that woman secretly raise? It was a good thing that she had recovered a bit, so she was not just sitting there waiting for death. Little Nine, let's go. Little Nine flew into the sky and opened a path for her. That group of people still chased after them. A total of 8. Good, very good. She had used up her black flame beads. She was going to die here. However, the killing that she had imagined did not happen. Just as those killers rushed towards her, a tall and muscular figure suddenly flashed out from the other side of the forest. He was dressed in black and wore a mask. He held a long sword that shone with a cold light. It was a man with high-level martial arts. As for how high he was, it could be seen from his battle with the 8 assassins. Although he was fighting one against many, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Who is this person that can fight? Those are the dragon shadow guards that concubine Jing carefully trained. They are only 1 step away from the real dragon shadow guards. Compared to who this person was and why he was helping her, Gu Jiao's focus was clearly a bit off. Gu Jiao would not have any trust in this person just because he was dealing with those assassins. Normally, she would choose to run away in this kind of situation. However, she quickly felt a familiar aura from the other party. Moves, movement, aura, no matter how she looked at it, it was the Dragon Shadow Guards. Gu Jiao had fought with the Dragon Shadow Guards before and had a deep impression of them. She was confident that she would not be mistaken. Moreover, His Majesty knew that she had left the city, but His Majesty was not sure if she was searching in the right direction, so he did not immediately follow her. Could it be that he had followed her again? If it was His Majesty's Dragon Shadow Guards, then there was nothing to worry about. He would not hurt her now. Gu Jiao decided to stay and go with him to find Gu Qingfeng and her grandaunt. She just didn't know would he be able to beat the 8 of them? Reality proved that Gu Jiao was worrying too much. Even if this group of people was only 1 step away from the Dragon Shadow Guards, that step was as long as a moat. He cleanly took care of the 8 assassins under concubine Jing's command. Gu Jiao inwardly nodded. This fighting strength was worthy of being called the Dragon Shadow Guards. Who would have thought that in the next second, something inconceivable would happen? This Dragon Shadow Guard actually walked towards Gu Jiao with his sword, the kind that was filled with killing intent. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. What was going on? Was he going to kill her as well? The Dragon Shadow Guard raised his sword and slashed at Gu Jiao. Little Nine swooped down and fearlessly crashed into the Dragon Shadow Guard. This was a real Dragon Shadow Guard, so it naturally wouldn't do anything to the other party. Instead, it was the Dragon Shadow Guard that sent it flying with an impatient slap. However, it did interrupt the Dragon Shadow Guard for a moment. In just a moment, a person's fate had been quietly reversed. When the Dragon Shadow Guard once again raised his sword to stab at Gu Jiao, a thin white figure suddenly blocked in front of Gu Jiao. The Dragon Shadow Guard's sword stopped less than an inch above the other party's head. It was a handsome youth with picturesque features and exquisite jade-like features. His gaze was as deep as a lake, and his dark pupils reflected the Dragon Shadow Guard's figure holding his sword. The Dragon Shadow Guard's gaze fell on the youth's face. He raised his hand and pinched the youth's face. It was unknown what he was trying to confirm, or whether he had confirmed it. But in the end, he didn't kill the youth. He also didn't kill the young girl that the youth was protecting with his life. The Dragon Shadow Guard's gaze indifferently left. Gu Jiao was finally able to move. Just now, she had been suppressed by the Dragon Shadow Guard's internal energy and couldn't even make a sound. She suddenly felt that this Dragon Shadow Guard might not be the one she had fought with last time. This one was clearly more powerful. If the first time she met a Dragon Shadow Guard of this level, then she wouldn't even have the chance to take out the Black Fire Pearl. "Are you alright?" Xiao Luling supported her. "I'm fine." Gu Jiao shook her head and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She even spat out some blood. Very good. One day, she would put this Dragon Shadow Guard into a gunny sack. However, Xiao Luling didn't think that she was fine. She was covered in blood, and her face was pale. Her palms and the back of her hands were covered in dried blood. Gu Jiao really didn't care about these injuries. Compared to injuries, she was more exhausted. After resting for a night, she would be fine. She looked at Xiao Luling. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to wait at home? Also, what's with that Dragon Shadow Guard? Why did he want to kill me? Is he His Majesty's Dragon Shadow Guard?" Gu Jiao knew that 3 of the Emperor's Dragon Shadow Guards had gone to the frontier fortress, but she did not know that the Emperor only had 4 in total. One of them had fought with her, so she had already eliminated this possibility. Therefore, the Dragon Shadow Guard just now could not be the Emperor's Dragon Shadow Guard, no matter what. Of these 4 questions, Xiao Luling only answered the last one. It shouldn't be. If it wasn't His Majesty's Dragon Shadow Guard, then killing her wasn't too strange. No, it was still strange. She didn't offend him. Gu Jiao looked in the direction that the Dragon Shadow Guard had left in. With this look, she realized that she had unknowingly run back to the vicinity of the official road, and there were a few carriages parked on the official road not too far away. The Dragon Shadow Guard, who had almost killed her and the group of assassins just now, was quietly guarding beside a carriage. His hands were crossed in front of his chest, holding a sword in his arms. Ordinary guards would report to their masters what they saw, but the Dragon Shadow Guard wouldn't. They didn't have their own thoughts and were only tools to kill. Xiao Yulong's throat moved with difficulty. He clenched his fingers, turned his face, and forced himself to look away. Gu Jiao looked in that direction and didn't notice the complicated look that flashed across Xiao Yulong's face. She seemed to understand why the Dragon Shadow Guard had come to wipe them out. He most likely thought they were assassins with bad intentions. But why had he been merciful to Xiao Luling? He had even pinched Xiao Yulong's face. Wait, did he take a fancy to her husband? The Dragon Shadow Guard was also this perverted. Also, didn't they say that in the entire Zhao country, only His Majesty had Dragon Shadow Guards? Why did he also have one over there? Who was the person in the carriage? Chapter 400. Novels with content that can't be found online can be found here. Although this place was also on the road to the relay station, it was a full 2 kilometers away from the station. Xiao Luling had come with the Emperor. The two had split up after finding out where Empress Dowager Zhuang and old concubine Jing were at the relay station. At the same time that Xiao Luling found Gu Jiao, the Emperor had found Gu Qingfeng and Empress Dowager Zhuang. The Emperor had come with 1,000 imperial guards, who had surrounded the entire forest and found old concubine Jing and her assassins. While old concubine Jing's assassins were powerful, they didn't stand much of a chance against an entire army. Moreover, The old Marquis and the Emperor's dragon shadow guard were also present. The situation was almost one-sided. Old Concubine Jing's assassins were all wiped out, and she herself was captured. Old Concubine Jing looked at the man sitting on the horse and pointing a spear at her. "Let me go," she choked out. The old Marquis tightened his grip on the spear. The Imperial Guards had gone elsewhere to hunt down old Concubine Jing's assassins, so he was the only one here. If he wanted to let her go, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. No one would notice. Old Concubine Jing's eyes were filled with tears.
"I didn't mean what I said to His Majesty that day."
In my heart, the old Marquis's spear stabbed into the soil by her feet. She took a few steps back in shock and looked at the man who had been thinking about her for decades in disbelief. When a man was deep in love, he was as deep as the sea. When he was emotionless, sure, Yi was like the sea, but it was an endless sea of ice. The old Marquis brought old Concubine Jing back to the inn. The Emperor's expression froze for a moment when he saw that it was Gu Chao who had brought old Concubine Jing back. The old Marquis didn't say anything. He only cupped his hands at the Emperor before retreating to the forest to clean up the mess. The Emperor sat in the best room in the relay station. Although it was called the best room, it wasn't much better than a cottage in the countryside. Old Concubine Jing's hands and feet were tied up as she sat quietly in the chair across from the Emperor. The Dragon Shadow Guard was by the Emperor's side. The Emperor had already heard from Empress Dowager Zhuang that there might be remnants of the previous dynasty. He raised his hand towards Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei took the hint and walked up to lift the old concubine's left sleeve, revealing the tattoo of the crimson flame totem. The Emperor thought that he would be very shocked, but unexpectedly, his mood was unprecedentedly calm. He even laughed to himself. How disappointed should I be in Mother that I am not even shocked after confirming that Mother is a remnant of the previous dynasty. Old Concubine Jing knew that the Emperor was no longer the Hong, or who obeyed her every word, so she didn't waste her energy pretending to be wronged in front of him. Seeing her cold face, the Emperor sneered and said, "Mother, why aren't you crying? Why didn't you tell me that I had wronged you? Can you explain this tattoo again?" Old Concubine Jing chuckled. "Will you believe me if I explain?" So Imperial Mother doesn't even bother to put on an act. The Emperor's heart had long stopped hurting for her. He only felt endless sorrow for himself, for his mother, and for Ning, and Grand Concubine Jing snorted coldly. The Emperor suppressed his sorrow and anger and asked, "Back then, Ning married off to the frontier fortress. Was that part of Mother's plan? Was the son-in-law arranged by Mother?" Old Concubine Jing didn't reply. The Emperor gritted his teeth and continued, "Did Mother send the Shadow Dragon Guard to the frontier fortress to kill Ning, or to start a rebellion?" "I want to see Zhuang Jin's," Old Concubine Jing said coldly. The Emperor said angrily, "You want to harm Mother again?" Old Concubine Jing said indifferently, "If you're worried, just leave the Shadow Dragon Guard there. I won't say a word about your question, but if she were to ask me, I might be willing to answer." The Emperor clenched his fists and took a deep breath, saying coldly, "Mother really knows how to persuade me. Very well, I'll let you see Mother one last time." Empress Dowager Zhuang had already gone to bed, but being woken up out of the blue annoyed her to death. She went to the next room with a belly full of anger, only to find old Concubine Jing and the Shadow Dragon Guard by the Emperor's side. Empress Dowager Zhuang found a chair and sat down. She yawned and said impatiently, "What's the matter this time? Don't bring up those old stories of yours to Aijia again. Aijia doesn't have the patience to listen." Old Concubine Jing said, "It's not old affairs. It's something I haven't told you before." Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "I'm not interested in your affairs." Old Concubine Jing said, "It's your affairs." Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "I'm not interested in my affairs either." Old Concubine Jing smiled. "I'll say it even if I'm not interested. I'm afraid I won't have a chance to catch up with you after tonight." Empress Dowager Zhuang was annoyed. "If you have something to say it quickly." Old Concubine Jing was in a good mood, because what she was about to say would make this woman suffer for the rest of her life. She smiled. "Did the late Emperor know that you were like this?" If he did, you would have fallen out of favor long ago, right? You're really good at pretending. Empress Dowager Zhuang got up and left. She really didn't have the patience to listen to her making green tea here. Old concubine Jing said, "That child of yours." Empress Dowager Zhuang paused. Old concubine Jing looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang proudly. "Do you want to know where that child went?" Empress Dowager Zhuang turned to look at her and frowned. "What child?" Old concubine Jing laughed. "It's your own flesh and blood. Do you really think you gave birth to a stillborn child?" Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her in confusion. Old concubine Jing laughed crazily, her shoulders shaking. "I knew you'd be shocked. Do you always think you're smart? But you don't know that you've been kept in the dark by the late emperor. Do you want to know where your own flesh and blood went?" "The late emperor told you about these things?"
What?
You don't believe it? Well, anyone who's been kept in the dark for so many years would resist the truth. I wanted to tell you in the carriage, but you wouldn't let me. So I'll be merciful tonight and tell you one more time. Your child isn't dead. Empress Dowager Zhuang opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated. In the end, she just sighed. "Why don't you ask me who and where the child is?" Empress Dowager Zhuang hesitated for the second time. Old concubine Jing didn't see any sadness on her face, but she wasn't surprised. This woman had always been so strong in front of others and never showed any weakness. Old concubine Jing stared straight at her and said with a smile, "It's His Majesty. That child is His Majesty. His Majesty is my flesh and blood. The late emperor saw through your ambition and didn't let you get pregnant. But who knew you were so capable that you still got pregnant? As a last resort, His Majesty decided to take his sister's child away. Coincidentally, that palace maid was pregnant around the same time as his sister, so His Majesty thought of a trick to steal the dragon and switch the phoenix. But you got pregnant 3 days early, and the child didn't come out. So His Majesty claimed that you gave birth to a stillborn child." Empress Dowager Zhuang sneered. "Concubine Jing, don't you think there are many loopholes in your words? If I gave birth to a living baby and gave it to that palace maid, then where did that palace maid's child go?" Old concubine Jing smiled. "His Majesty raised it among the common people." Empress Dowager Zhuang laughed. "Concubine Jing, oh concubine Jing, why are you so pitiful? You believe this kind of nonsense. Did you believe that man when he said he was a woman?" Old concubine Jing was furious. "Zhuang Jin's." Empress Dowager Zhuang shook her head in amusement. "You really have deep feelings for the previous emperor. No matter how I scolded you, you didn't respond. But I just ridiculed the previous emperor and you flew into a rage. Let me guess, after you entered the palace, you thought about giving up the great cause of restoring the country for the previous emperor, right?" "Unfortunately, the late emperor didn't have you in his heart and wanted to drag you down with him. Oh, I forgot to mention that even if he was to be buried with you, he could only be buried in the imperial mausoleum. The late emperor only wanted to hold my hand and cross the bridge of helplessness. Have you gone mad with jealousy?" Old concubine Jing's eyes started to look like she was possessed, and her body started to tremble. "Let me tell you what is going on. The late emperor left behind an imperial edict, but he wasn't sure if this imperial edict could be successfully announced to the world. After all, I was too ambitious. Ever since I regained control of the country, I was gradually out of his control. He was worried that I would find the edict and destroy it. If that day really came, the empire of the Qin clan would be in my hands for a long time. The late emperor only told you this because he wanted to use you to restrain me in the future. Didn't he also tell you not to tell him about Hong Er's background? I don't trust anyone but you, because you raised Hong Er single-handedly. The only person in the world who can't harm Hong Er is you. I don't trust anyone but you, because you raised Hong Er single-handedly. The only person in the world who can't harm Hong Er is you." Empress Dowager Zhuang's words perfectly overlapped with the voice in old concubine Jing's head. Old concubine Jing's body shook violently. Empress Dowager Zhuang then imitated the late emperor's tone. But Hong is too close to his mother. I'm worried that he'll give up the empire. You must persuade him when necessary. The blood drained from old concubine Jing's face. How could this be?
How could this be?
Old concubine Jing panicked. You eavesdropped on our conversation. Empress Dowager Zhuang chuckled. Would I need to eavesdrop? I didn't think of this man as my husband since the second year I entered the palace. She only thought of him as a monarch who needed to analyze all his characteristics so that she could avoid all the risks in the harem. It's just that the late emperor didn't expect you to be such a bad person. I didn't steal the imperial edict, but you did. The late emperor was smart all his life, but stupid this time. It was because you believed the late emperor's words that you thought we were mother and son that you were so scared that you wanted to drug him. Not only did you use white medicine, but you also used black medicine. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at old concubine Jing sympathetically. Really, you are so pitiful. Old concubine Jing trembled all over. No, impossible, impossible. Empress Dowager Zhuang got up and walked outside. She suddenly stopped at the door and looked at the boundless night sky. Also, the late emperor didn't distance himself from me because I gave birth to a stillborn child. It was I who said to him, "Go, I don't want to see you again in this life." Concubine Jing, it was I who didn't want him. The last bit of hope in old concubine Jing's heart completely collapsed. Chapter 401. Impossible.
How dare you? Zhuang Jins, how dare you?
Behind her, concubine Jing screamed at the top of her lungs, accompanied by the sound of tables and chairs falling to the ground. However, with the dragon shadow guards around, Empress Dowager Zhuang wasn't worried that concubine Jing would rush up. Empress Dowager Zhuang left the room without looking back. The emperor stood at the door, dumbfounded. Obviously, he had been eavesdropping the entire time and had heard every single word of it. Concubine Jing had revealed a lot of inside information, but he only focused on the last one. He looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang and nervously grabbed the hem of his clothes. He said with some awkwardness and excitement, I'm Imperial Mother's biological son, right? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him with disdain. Didn't I say no? Her voice was quite loud. The emperor poked his head out and looked in concubine Jing's direction. He gave Empress Dowager Zhuang an understanding look. Then, he followed Empress Dowager Zhuang into the next room. Why did you follow us in? Empress Dowager Zhuang asked bluntly. The emperor chuckled. I know Imperial Mother said it on purpose for concubine Jing to hear. I'm Imperial Mother's biological son. Empress Dowager Zhuang was speechless. Why didn't this person listen? She didn't recognize her own child, did she? Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced below the emperor's waist. I gave birth to a child without a handle. The emperor clamped his legs together with an aggrieved expression. Just when Empress Dowager Zhuang thought that her silly son understood her meaning and finally stopped being stupid, the emperor unexpectedly said, Xiao, Hong, I don't care. Xiao, Hong, is Imperial Mother's biological son. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who couldn't bear to look at him, was speechless. Could she refuse with her ugly face? On the other side of the room, the old duke and Gu Qingfeng were staring at each other. Gu Qingfeng stood in the middle of the room with his head drooping like a little quail caught in the act. The old marquis sat boldly on the chair and looked at Gu Qingfeng with a complicated expression. Why are you here? This story started from Gu Jiao's encounter with the emperor. The chance for him and Empress Dowager Zhuang to escape was exchanged with Gu Jiao's life. He ran forward recklessly and even lost his mask. Therefore, when he met the emperor and old duke, he was recognized by old duke at a glance. The only fortunate thing was that he did not fight with anyone at that time and only used a little qinggong. Gu Qingfeng stuttered. I was in Jade Water Alley at that time. The emperor came to Jade Water Alley to find the Empress Dowager. I heard it in the study. I was worried about the Empress Dowager's safety, so I came out to look for her. I also wanted to do something to help. An ignorant and incompetent little dandy actually wanted to contribute his meager strength to the Empress Dowager. No matter how one looked at it, there was a trace of strangeness in these words. The old Marquis asked again, "The guards let you out just like that?" Gu Qingfeng's expression did not change as he said, "I took out the token of Marquis Ding and Fu and said I was your grandson. They then let me go." The old Marquis was half believing and half doubtful. But compared to how he left the city, the old Marquis was more concerned about how he knew the Empress Dowager and how he knew martial arts. Gu Qingfeng did not know if his grandfather knew that the Empress Dowager Zhuang had wandered among the common people. After all, the Empress Dowager Zhuang had always announced that she had been recuperating in the temporary imperial residence for the past year. He was worried that he had said something he should not have said, so he said, "What is there not recognize? It's not like I have never entered the palace. When I went to visit Imperial concubine Xu, I saw the Empress Dowager from afar. I even saw her a few times. And once, I accidentally got lost. It was the Empress Dowager who had someone lead the way for me. I never said this to you. I know that you don't like the Empress Dowager." The first few sentences were thought out on the way back. The Empress Dowager giving him directions was something he had made up on the spot. This perfectly explained why he came out to find the Empress Dowager. It was because the Empress Dowager had helped him. He was returning the favor. Wow, how did I suddenly become so smart? As expected of me. As for martial arts, Sai, how could I know any martial arts? It's just a bit of Qinggong. I secretly learned it from Big Brother. The logic was perfect.
He was too good at it.
But where did this ability to make up stories come from? It was inexplicably familiar. The old Marquis still found it strange, but he could not find any fault with it. He could not ask the Empress Dowager for confirmation. The Empress Dowager was too lazy to even pay attention to the emperor, let alone him. Sneaking out of the residence in the middle of the night was punishable. Since Gu Qingfeng had saved the Empress Dowager's life, the old Marquis let him take the carriage back. Then the old Marquis went to report to the emperor and repeated Gu Qingfeng's story. He was probably worried that the emperor would be suspicious about why their child was hiding his abilities and whether he was secretly plotting something. After all, the old Marquis clearly felt that the emperor did not trust him as much as before after what happened with the old concubine Jing. The emperor was still immersed in the great joy of knowing that he might be his mother's biological son, and had no time to doubt this and that. He praised Gu Qingfeng and praised the old Marquis for teaching him well. There was no need for any proof that the old concubine Jing was a remnant of the previous dynasty. Moreover, she had stolen the previous emperor's imperial edict and murdered the Empress Dowager. Her crimes were grave and unforgivable. If the old concubine Jing really did take Empress Dowager Zhuang to the frontier, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Empress Dowager's life would be in danger, the imperial family would lose face, and the morale of the soldiers would plummet. The Zhao state would be plunged into unprecedented turmoil. This time, the emperor did not show any mercy. He came to the room where the old concubine Jing was being held. Old concubine Jing had stopped struggling. She was like a soulless shell, slumped on the chair with a dull expression. The emperor's gaze swept over her wrist, which had been badly bruised from the friction of the rope. He did not say anything and had Eunuch Wei bring the things in. The old concubine Jing seemed to have finally come back to her senses. She turned around with tears still on her face and said in a hoarse voice, the emperor said in disgust, "Don't call me Hong Mer. You don't deserve it." The old concubine Jing laughed self-deprecatingly and looked at the emperor. You're only so disgusted with me because you've been drugged. When the effects of the drug wear off, you'll know that in your heart, I'm 100 times, no, 1,000 times more important than that woman Zhuang Jin's. The emperor's gaze was as cold as the winter wind. You're wrong. Whether or not the drug is effective, I won't believe you again, much less treat you as my real mother. Is that so? The old concubine Jing laughed and revealed an innocent, yet bewitched expression. Then what are you doing here? Are you trying to get information out of me? I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I won't say anything. The emperor knew that she would react this way. The descendant of a death warrior of the previous dynasty had the temperament of a death warrior after all. He didn't expect to pry information out of her. I'm here to send you off. The old concubine Jing's body stiffened slightly. Eunuch Wei walked forward with a tray, on which was a bottle of poison and a piece of white silk. The old concubine Jing finally couldn't laugh anymore. You're really so heartless? You and your father are both so heartless. She didn't cry, but big drops of tears rolled down her cheeks. The emperor didn't show any mercy. Mother and son, this is the last bit of dignity I'm giving you. Dignity? You killed your own mother. What dignity are you talking about? The old concubine Jing scolded and laughed crazily. As expected of your father's son, you'll get your retribution. You'll get your retribution. The emperor wasn't going to be swayed by a few curses. I'm the son of heaven. I was born according to the heavenly law, the old concubine Jing interrupted him. Son of heaven? Haha, have you forgotten how you got your throne? The emperor pondered for a moment and nodded. That's right. Mother helped me plan it, so I have to thank her. From now on, I won't make her unhappy again. With that, he turned and left the room, not giving the old concubine another look. Something big happened in the capital in August. The old concubine Jing passed away. Because she was still the Abbess Jing, and it was more accurate to say that she had passed away. The Abbess Jing and had always pretended to be frail to the outside world. For this reason, consort Rui Wang brought a doctor from the magical hand hall to treat her twice. The emperor also took her back to the palace to recuperate. It had to be said that her sickly persona had helped a lot. Almost no one suspected that there was something fishy about her death. When they heard the news, everyone thought, sigh, with such a weak body, she really couldn't make it past this year. However, it wasn't as if there were no mysteries. For example, everyone thought that the emperor would restore the Abbess Jing and status as the old concubine and give her the posthumous title of Empress Dowager. Unexpectedly, the emperor didn't do that. She was the Abbess Jing, and all the way until she was buried. When the news reached Jadewater Alley, Gu Jiao, Xiao Lulang, and Gu Qingfeng were all there. His Majesty, really? Gu Qingfeng was shocked. As one of the insiders that night, he naturally knew that the old concubine Jing's death had other reasons. However, he hadn't expected the emperor to really go to this extent. Sympathy? The answer was no. That old witch had done all kinds of evil and harmed the imperial harem for many years. She had caused the Empress Dowager and the emperor to turn against each other and almost die at each other's hands. Not to mention the innocent Princess Ning En. As long as she wasn't eliminated, she would always be a huge hidden danger to the court. Empress Xiao was in charge of the old concubine Jing's funeral. The emperor didn't even show his face. The emperor decided to send someone to the frontier fortress. He had originally planned to send Gu Chongqing. After all, Gu Chongqing held a position in the military and was someone who could be sent out openly. However, Gu Chongqing hadn't returned from the capital and the matter couldn't be delayed. The emperor thought for a moment and summoned Tang Yueshan and the old marquis to the palace. He handed the token that could mobilize the Shadow Dragon Guards to the old marquis and said seriously, I'm entrusting this token to you in the hope that you can do 3 things for me. First, recall the Shadow Dragon Guards. Second, investigate the situation at the frontier. Third, bring Princess Ning En back safely. The old marquis hadn't expected the emperor to give him such an important task. He was stunned for a moment before he cupped his hands and said, I accept the decree. The emperor then looked at Tang Yueshan. I don't need to say more about your task, do I? Tang Yueshan cupped his hands and saluted. I hereby swear that I won't return to the court until I've killed all the henchmen of the previous dynasty. Chapter 402. The latest chapter is not finished yet. Thus, Tang Yueshan and the old Marquis were set to go to the border together. One of them belonged to Empress Dowager Zhuang's camp, while the other was the Emperor's confidant. They used to be at odds with each other, but after being tricked by Empress Dowager Zhuang, Tang Yueshan's hatred was absorbed by the mastermind behind the scenes. Empress Dowager Zhuang told Tang Yueshan that the mastermind was old concubine Jing. Although old concubine Jing was dead, she had accomplices, the remnants of the previous dynasty, hiding in the frontier fortress. Tang Yueshan was going to do his best to kill the enemy this time. The old Marquis had no objection to this arrangement. He and Tang Yueshan worked in the dark and in the light. They had a clear division of labor and didn't interfere with each other. Eliminating the rebels and rescuing Ning and were urgent matters. The emperor hoped that the two would leave as soon as possible. After leaving the palace, the old Marquis took a carriage back to his residence. He stopped the carriage when they passed by Qinghe Academy. Unfortunately, school was over and Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan had already gone to learn martial arts from Madame Nan and Master Lu. Forget it. Let's go home. The old Marquis waved his hand and paused. He thought of something and said, "Wait, let's go to Taihe Martial Arts School." There were a lot of pedestrians on the road, and it was a bit congested. It took the coachman some effort to get the carriage to Taihe Martial Arts School. "Master, we've arrived," said the coachman. The old Marquis got out of the carriage. He was here to see little brother Gu. He was about to leave the capital and wanted to say goodbye to him. However, he found out that little brother Gu hadn't come to the school for many days after asking the people inside. Wasn't he fighting well? Why didn't he come? The old Marquis muttered. The attendant said, "This. To be honest, I saw him with someone called Old Ho that day. That Old Ho is a shopkeeper of the underground martial arts arena. He always comes here to look for experts and poached many of them. Even the dojo master was furious because of him. However, we can't afford to offend the underground martial arts arena, so we can only let him be." The old Marquis frowned. Underground martial arts arena? Today was Gu Jiao's 10th match. She made a beautiful comeback and knocked her opponent off the stage, winning the duel. This young man in green who wore a mask and held a blinding spear had completely made a name for himself in the underground martial arts arena. It was hard to tell if it was because her movements were too flashy or because her red tasseled spear was too ugly. In short, everyone despised her at the beginning. Later on, one after another, she appeared at the scene. The old duke happened to see Gu Jiao's last performance when he arrived. It was a beautiful fight. The young man stood on the arena, his eyes clear and bright. He looked valiant and formidable, as if he was glowing. The old Marquis suddenly felt the gratification of an old grandfather.
He didn't know why.
Before stepping down from the ring, Gu Jiao received her first exclusive badge. On it was engraved the word 1 in her native language. This meant that from today onwards, she was a certified level 1 expert in the underground dojo. Gu Jiao hung the card on her little sunny pouch and shook her head.
Happy.
Looking at her shaking head, the old Marquis's eyes unconsciously revealed a trace of a smile. "Little brother Gu." He walked over with large strides. Gu Jiao raised her eyes to look at him, using her eyes to ask him, "Why are you here?" The old Marquis actually understood what she meant. He felt that it was miraculous. He smiled and said, "I went to the dojo to look for you. They said that you came to the underground martial arts arena. I was originally worried about you, but after seeing you fight, I was overthinking." It wasn't convenient for Gu Jiao to write with her red tasseled spear, so she passed it to him first. Weapons were a martial artist's private property. Under normal circumstances, no one was allowed to touch it. Gu Jiao's action was enough to show her trust in the old marquis. But the old marquis wasn't moved by her trust. On the contrary, his brows were tightly knitted together. Was this still the Yen country's divine weapon that he had given her? How did it become so ugly? What exactly did it go through? Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and scribbled, "You're looking for me?" The old marquis decisively shifted his gaze away from the red-tasseled spear. He was afraid that if he took another look, he would be blinded by the ugliness. He said, "I'm leaving the capital. Before I leave, I wanted to see you." Gu Jiao didn't enter the palace today, so she didn't know that he had been sent to the frontier fortress. Although they were brothers, she didn't like to pry into other people's privacy. Therefore, she didn't ask why he was leaving the capital. She only wrote, "Will you be gone for long?" The old marquis nodded. "I'm afraid I won't be able to come back this year." The journey to the frontier fortress was long. Moreover, it would take some time to investigate the remnants of the previous dynasty and settle down. Princess Ning and Gu Jiao looked at him, as if waiting for a more specific answer. He continued, "If I'm fast, I'll be back in spring. If I'm slow, I'll be back in a year."
"So long."
Gu Jiao wrote, "I'll treat you to a meal to send you off." The old marquis laughed heartily. "Good. Coincidentally, I have one last move to teach you. You were too hasty when you fought in the arena." Next time you encounter such a situation, do this. The two ate for a full 4 hours. It was mainly the old marquis who taught Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao might have been irritated listening to him, but she listened with great interest. The old marquis felt that he could teach her a little more. Unfortunately, it was getting late. Little brother Gu should go back. He should also prepare to leave the capital. The old marquis didn't let his brother pay for the meal. He went downstairs to settle the bill. As long as the old man wasn't her grandfather, he was quite cute. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then took the small token from her waist and handed it to him. The old marquis was puzzled. "What are you doing?" He was asking what she was going to do, not what she was going to do. Obviously, he recognized this token. Gu Jiao didn't think too much. She picked up the small notebook beside her and wrote, "My first master's token for you." The old marquis asked, "You're willing to give such a precious thing to me?" One could only get this token after winning 10 matches. Moreover, it was the first master's token in his life. The old marquis knew how important this token was to him. The old marquis thought too much. Gu Jiao felt that she was about to get the second-rank master's token, so this one it didn't matter if she gave it away. The main thing was that she was reluctant to spend money to buy a gift for him to send him off. The old marquis saw that she was sincere in giving it to him, but was it not sincere? She didn't need to spend money, so the old marquis accepted it readily. "It's getting late. Let's go back." He stood up with a smile. Gu Jiao suddenly thought of something and wrote in the notebook. "Oh right, last time you..." She crossed it out and wrote again. "Last time, your friend said that he was going to elope with the girl he liked. Why didn't he say anything else?" This was something the old marquis took the initiative to mention to her, so it wasn't considered as invading his privacy. The old marquis' body stiffened slightly. In a place where Gu Jiao couldn't see, his hands clenched the armrests of the chair. "I'm not eloping."
"Why?"
Gu Jiao wrote. The old marquis opened his mouth and looked out of the window. He said bitterly, "She's gone."
Gu Jiao.
Oh. Gu Jiao didn't ask any more questions. Gu Jiao didn't take the carriage today. The old marquis wanted to send her, so she couldn't expose her residence. She shook her head and refused, saying that she had other things to do. The old marquis saw that Gu Jiao didn't seem to be someone who didn't know how to behave. After a few words of advice, he got into the carriage and left. In early August, Tang Yueshan was ordered to go to the frontier fortress. Nominally, he was there as an imperial envoy to grant Princess Ning and the title of Princess Ning and of the first rank and her husband the title of Marquis of the first rank. His Majesty also asked Tang Yueshan to bring a lot of rewards and supplies for the frontier fortress during the winter. In fact, the rewards and supplies were secondary. The troops escorting them were the most important. The old Marquis, on the other hand, had concealed his identity and mingled with the group as Tang Yu's personal aide. The day before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Gu Jiao went to the underground kung fu arena again. She was now a first-class master and could fight with people 2 levels higher than her. She didn't know if she should say that she was lucky today. Her first opponent was a 3rd-level Turkic machete man. The Turkic people were very strong physically. As soon as he entered the arena, Gu Jiao felt an unusual pressure. Sure enough, the higher the level, the stronger the masters she would meet. Gu Jiao tested the opponent's strength with her first punch. She was forced to retreat a few steps and accidentally bit the corner of her mouth. Gu Jiao smiled. Interesting. Then Gu Jiao planned to use her real move. However, before she could make a move, a black figure jumped into the arena like a ghost. No one saw what happened, and the Turkic machete man was kicked away. The Turkic machete man fell into the crowd and fell to the ground. He vomited blood and fainted on the spot. What's going on? Who's making trouble? The judge who rang the gong rushed forward and wanted to kick the black-clothed man down. However, the black-clothed man grabbed him by the neck and raised him high. The masters in the kung fu arena saw that something was wrong and rushed to kill the black-clothed man. Gu Jiao was surprised. Wasn't this the dragon shadow guard she met in the forest that night when she saved her grandaunt? The one who was more powerful than the Emperor's dragon shadow guard? Why was he here? And he kicked his opponent off the arena? He couldn't have thought that she was being bullied, right? Gu Jiao felt that this guess was absurd. After all, they were neither relatives nor friends. It was impossible for him to help her. But no matter what, he didn't try to kill her like last time. Gu Jiao walked to his side. After hesitating for a moment, she patted his wrist lightly, indicating for him to put the person down. He looked at Gu Jiao, and then looked at the judge who was about to be strangled to death. He actually let him go. Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and wrote down the reason why he was here. However, he didn't say anything. Was he illiterate? Gu Jiao rubbed her chin and looked at him. Just as she was thinking of how to communicate with him, he turned and walked away. Gu Jiao, were all dragon shadow guards so willful? Gu Jiao apologized to the judge and promised to bear the medical expenses for the Turkic machete man. She just needed to send him to the miracle hall. Then, she jumped off the arena and followed the dragon shadow guard. The dragon shadow guard came to the Yen country pharmacist's house and stood there motionlessly. Why was he standing there? Was his master inside? His master was the Yen country pharmacist? Gu Jiao thought for a moment and then bravely walked in front of the dragon shadow guard. The dragon shadow guard didn't chase away Gu Jiao. It was as if to him, Gu Jiao was just a mass of air or something that could exist by his side. Gu Jiao wanted to see who his master was. If the dragon shadow guard wasn't exclusive to the Zhao country's royal family, then didn't that mean that she could also buy a dragon shadow guard through some channels? Gu Jiao thought this and raised her hand to knock on the door. However, the dragon shadow guard blocked her with the hilt of his sword. She couldn't knock. She couldn't disturb the master inside. It seemed that his master had given him an order that no one was allowed to disturb him. Then she would just wait. Gu Jiao squatted outside the door and stood guard. It was literally squatting. She was bored to death and even took out a charcoal pencil to draw circles on the ground. As she drew, she used too much strength and broke the charcoal pencil. A section of the charcoal pencil bounced up and hit the dragon shadow guard's mask with a paw. Don't look at it as just a mask. It was the same as hitting the face. Wait, a mask? Gu Jiao touched her face. Her mask was still there. That day in the forest, she didn't wear a mask. Today, she wore it. That day, she wore black night clothes. Today, she wore black clothes. She was already dressed like this. How did the dragon shadow guard recognize her? Gu Jiao tilted her head to look at the dragon shadow guard. Do you have a special way of recognizing people? The dragon shadow guard's mask was hit, and he paused for a moment. The way he looked at Gu Jiao changed for a moment. He also touched the mask like Gu Jiao. It's over. He wouldn't be angry, right? He wouldn't want to kill me, right? It was no wonder that Gu Jiao was so paranoid. The dragon shadow guard in front of her had an unstable temperament. The first time he saw her in the forest, he almost killed her. He even pinched her husband's face. Gu Jiao couldn't beat him. Even if she ran, it seemed that it was too late. Just as Gu Jiao's brain was spinning rapidly, thinking of how to escape, the door behind her opened with a creak. Chapter 403. Gu Jiao subconsciously turned her head. She saw a woman wearing a light green cloak walk out. Her clothes were gorgeous. It wasn't the ostentatious kind of beauty, but a beauty that was low-key and luxurious. She wore a plain white veil on her face. Her nose was high, and a pair of eyes covered by the cloak were calm. She looked very young. There were almost no wrinkles on her eyes, but the noble and elegant temperament that she exuded seemed to have been settled by the years. It made Gu Jiao feel that she might be a few years older than Yao Shi. A sentence flashed through Gu Jiao's mind. Time never defeats beauty. However, Gu Jiao's goal was not the beauty in the room. Gu Jiao didn't forget that she came to find the Yen Kingdom's pharmacist to ask how to buy the Dragon Shadow Guard. She clapped her hands, stood up, and walked inside. She didn't look at the beauty again. And the other party didn't pay attention to the Jianghu kid squatting at the door. She took the pills she had bought from the store, pulled the hood of her cloak, and calmly walked in the direction of the door. The Dragon Shadow Guard followed. Oh! Gu Jiao was about to step into the room when she retracted her foot. She turned around and looked at the Dragon Shadow Guard, who left with the woman. A big question mark lit up above her head. The Dragon Shadow Guard wasn't one of the Yen Kingdom's pharmacists? It was this madam's? Who was she? Why was there a Dragon Shadow Guard? The reason why she was more willing to guess that the Yen Kingdom's pharmacists could buy the Dragon Shadow Guard was because the Dragon Shadow Guard originated from the Yen Kingdom. The person who trained the Dragon Shadow Guard also came from the Yen Kingdom. They were all people of the Yen Kingdom. The possibility of the Yen Kingdom's pharmacists was obviously higher. Then what was the deal with this madam? Gu Jiao was confused. She planned to follow him to take a look, but unexpectedly, he came over. He had come to look for Gu Jiao after hearing Judge Wu's complaint. When he saw Gu Jiao, he let out a long sigh of relief and walked over worriedly. He grabbed Gu Jiao's hand and pulled her 10 steps away. Young Master Gu, why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to go near those houses with gourds hanging on them? Do you know who was in that room just now? If you offend him, I'm afraid even I won't be able to protect you. Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She was still looking at the woman who had walked out. Uncle Ho thought that Gu Jiao had listened to him and was reflecting on herself. He continued, and what happened in the ring just now? Who was that man? Why did he suddenly interrupt the duel? Do you know that if it wasn't for me today, the people in the martial arts field would have finished you two off on the spot? Gu Jiao still didn't say anything. Uncle Ho frowned and pinched her arm. Did you hear what I said? I heard you,
Gu Jiao said.
You can talk. Uncle Ho was so shocked that his body shook. He took a few steps back and fell on his butt. No, you're a girl? As he said that, he raised his hand that had grabbed Gu Jiao's wrist and pinched Gu Jiao's arm. He suddenly felt that he had done something unforgivable. Uncle Ho wasn't a good person by nature. He had all the 5 poisons, but he still couldn't do it to such a young girl. Gu Jiao was 15 years old, but wearing men's clothes would make her look younger. She looked like she was only 13 or 14 years old. Gu Jiao didn't intend to continue hiding her voice from Uncle Ho. As the business of harvesting leeks expanded, she would have more and more contact with Uncle Ho. She was annoyed by always writing. Uncle Ho originally came to find Gu Jiao to denounce her, but after being provoked by Gu Jiao, he forgot all the words he was about to say. Gu Jiao asked, "Have the 2 chives come over in the past few days?" Uncle Ho was stunned.
What?
Leeks? Gu Jiao cleared her throat. Young Master Chu and Young Master Xiao. The corner of Uncle Ho's mouth twitched. Was it really okay to give them such a green nickname? Uncle Ho refused to answer her question. They have been here. Damn, his mouth was too honest. Gu Jiao asked again. How many times have they been here? Uncle Ho glanced at Gu Jiao. Thinking that she was a delicate little girl, he closed his eyes and gave up resisting. Young Master Chu has been here 3 times. Young Master Xiao has been here 11 times. Even someone as calm as Gu Jiao was shocked by the Crown Prince's actions.
Was he so free?
Or did he really want to see her that much? Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. Oh, you go and tell them that I'm free tomorrow afternoon. Uncle Ho was stunned. Both of them? Gu Jiao's lips curved. The highest bidder wins. Uncle Ho, young people didn't care about martial ethics. In the end, Uncle Ho still went. In any case, he wasn't running errands for nothing. There was money to be earned. After Gu Jiao came out of the underground martial arts arena, she went to the restaurant where she had sent the old marquis off. She had accidentally discovered that the crispy duck in the restaurant was very good. She planned to buy 2 for her family to bring back. Young master, the duck will be ready in a while. Please wait for a moment, the waiter said with a smile. Gu Jiao nodded and found a place to sit in the corner of the lobby. She couldn't help but think of the dragon shadow guard she had seen in the underground martial arts arena and the madam who had been escorted by the dragon shadow guard. Who exactly was she? Why was there such a powerful dragon shadow guard? As she was thinking, Gu Jiao's eyes suddenly lit up. There was a figure at the end of the corridor. If it wasn't the madam, who else could it be? The madam walked towards Gu Jiao and entered a side room behind Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao deliberately lowered her presence. She waited until the madam had passed before standing up and walking towards the side room. The door to the side room was closed, and there was a soft conversation coming from inside. I just want to see the Yen Kingdom's pharmacist. These words were obviously from the madam. Her voice was gentle and healing, which complemented her noble temperament. We were lucky. He just happened to have 1 last bottle left today. He said it would be effective for your symptoms. You should eat it first.
You? Who is this madam talking to?
Her tone was so respectful. Her identity was already extraordinary. Those who could be addressed as you were either elders or had a rich and noble status. She didn't know who it was. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and came to the window. She planned to poke a small hole in the window paper to take a look. Just as she raised her little index finger, before she could poke it in, a tall figure enveloped her. Without saying a word, he grabbed her waist and lifted her up. That's right, it was a clip. In the past, only Gu Xiaoshen and Gu Qingfeng would clip little Jing Kong. She didn't expect that one day, Gu Jiao would also be caught. She was clamped by the dragon shadow guard's arms around her waist. Her hands and feet fluttered. Before she could make a splash, she was brought behind a big tree in the backyard. He put Gu Jiao down. Gu Jiao looked at him warily. Her little ahogue stood up. What was he going to do? Was he going to take revenge for his face being slapped? The dragon shadow guard raised his hand and reached for Gu Jiao. Pressing down on her little ahogue, Gu Jiao. The dragon shadow guard withdrew his hand. The little ahogue that was pressed down stood up again. The dragon shadow guard pressed it back down again. It stood up again. The dragon shadow guard's eyes turned cold. A powerful internal force overflowed from his fingertips. With the irresistible power of the red flame, it flattened the unyielding little ahogue. He seemed to be comfortable. Gu Jiao. Forget it. As long as he wasn't here to take revenge on her, she would accompany him. The dragon shadow guard took out a charcoal pencil from his arms and handed it to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. She looked at the charcoal pencil in her palm and then at the dragon shadow guard. Why are you giving me this? I just broke one, so you gave me a new one? Then, thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jiao felt that he was unhappy. It's not for me? Then, Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then squatted down tentatively and drew a circle on the ground. The dragon shadow guard was happy. Gu Jiao was quite confused. After all this time, he just wanted to see her draw a circle. In the next second, Gu Jiao knew that she was wrong again. Because the dragon shadow guard was unhappy again. Gu Jiao scratched her head. She used force with her other hand and accidentally broke the charcoal pencil. The dragon shadow guard was happy again. Oh, you want me to break the charcoal pencil? That's easy. You can break as many as you want. Gu Jiao grabbed the remaining charcoal pencil in a mighty and domineering manner and smashed it into pieces. Then, she saw that the dragon shadow guard's eyes had turned into ice. The dragon shadow guard patiently handed another charcoal pencil to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao recalled for a moment. Until she broke this step, there was nothing wrong. But the steps after that were not what he wanted. Was it because she didn't break it beautifully enough? Or was it because she didn't break it elegantly enough? I didn't slap your face, right? Wait. Slap your face. Gu Jiao boldly glanced at the dragon shadow guard and flicked the charcoal pencil in her hand on the ground. With a crack, the charcoal pencil broke. The other part of the broken pencil splattered on the dragon shadow guard's mask due to the angle and strength, making a crisp sound. Gu Jiao looked at him in panic. In the next second, the dragon shadow guard gave Gu Jiao a piece of candy. Gu Jiao initially thought that he was going to kill her. Later on, he didn't kill her and just let her brush.
What was so difficult about that?
Compared to losing her life, Gu Jiao felt that it was more satisfying to be able to brush while saving candy for little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao proudly shook her head. However, not long after, Gu Jiao couldn't be proud anymore. Every time she thought that she was about to finish brushing, the dragon shadow guard would be able to produce a new pack of charcoal pencil as if he was performing a trick. Then, he would look at her expressionlessly, as if full of anticipation. Gu Jiao tried to escape.
Whoosh.
She was caught.
Whoosh.
She was caught again. In the end, Gu Jiao was forced to brush the charcoal pencil for an entire afternoon. Claw Claw was about to be crippled. Sob. She felt so wronged. Chapter 404. Novels with connotations that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. Long E. It was only when someone called him that the dragon shadow guard finally let Gu Jiao go. Gu Jiao did not dare to stay a moment longer and ran away. When Gu Jiao returned to Jade Water Alley, Xiao Luling also returned home from his duty at Hanlin Academy. He went to the well and drew a basin of water to wash his brush. Gu Jiao slowly walked over. God knows how afraid she was that Shadow Dragon Guard would catch up with her. She used all the strength she had when she stole firearms and fled in her previous life. She sat on a small stool opposite of Xiao Luling and gasped for breath. Xiao Luling looked at her in confusion and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?"
No.
Gu Jiao said as if she had nothing to live for. "I just played with charcoal for the whole afternoon." Xiao Luling did not find it strange that she was a woman dressed as a man. She always wore Gu Yan's clothes when she went out. Later, Yao Shi directly made a few sets for her. His gaze fell on Gu Jiao's dark little hands. He just thought that she wanted to play with little Jing Kong and did not suspect anything. However, his expression became absent-minded for a moment, as if he remembered something from a long time ago. Gu Jiao noticed that Xiao Luling was in a daze. She leaned forward slightly and asked, "Husband, what's wrong?" Xiao Luling came back to his senses and took another basin of water for her to wash her hands. "Nothing." He lowered his eyes and said, "I also played when I was young, but I didn't really play. I was caught and ravaged." Gu Jiao secretly swore that her small sack would come in handy one day. Hiss. Her hands were so sore. The next day, after the family had breakfast, some went to school and some went to work. Gu Jiao happened to have a house call in the morning. It was a patient who had a sutured wound a few days ago. She went to remove the suture, and it was on the way to the Hanlin Academy. The two of them took Lu Quan's carriage to the vicinity of the Hanlin Academy. At this moment, all the people on duty were Hanlin officials and Shu Ji scholars. The street was blocked. The carriages could not enter. Xiao Luling got off the carriage.
"I'll send you off," Gu Jiao said as she got off the carriage.
Xiao Luling did not refuse. Along the way, Xiao Luling was silent.
"Husband, are you unhappy?"
Gu Jiao asked.
"What?"
Xiao Luling was slightly stunned.
"You don't seem happy recently."
Gu Jiao paused, then corrected herself. "It's not that I'm unhappy. It's just that I feel like there's something on my mind." He had been like this ever since he rescued her great-aunt. Gu Jiao carefully thought back. Nothing major seemed to have happened that night. If anything, it was probably his face being pinched by the dragon shadow guard.
Oh.
She was also angry. Her husband could only let her pinch his face.
No.
Xiao Liulong's eyes flickered as he denied it. "I'm not unhappy." As they spoke, the voices of several Hanlin officials could be heard in front of them. "Hey, did you guys hear? Princess Xinyang has returned to the capital." "Are you serious? Princess Xinyang has really returned to the capital? I heard it with my own ears. How could it be fake? Why would she return to the capital? Didn't she say that she would never come back in this lifetime?" "That's right. Isn't she afraid of being reminded of the young duke who was burned to death?" As they spoke, they entered the Hanlin Academy. They didn't notice that Xiao Luling and Gu Jiao were right behind them. Xiao Liulong's expression didn't change much, but if one paid attention, they would notice that his body was slightly stiff. Gu Jiao saw that he acted as if nothing had happened and restrained herself from asking him. After sending Xiao Luling to the entrance of the Hanlin Academy and personally watching him enter, Gu Jiao turned around and returned to Lu Quan's carriage. "Uncle Lu, I'm going to Vermilion Bird Avenue." "All right." Lu Quan drove the carriage to Vermilion Bird Avenue. This was one of the streets closest to the Imperial Palace. It was said that the people who lived on the street were either old natives or the wealthiest and most powerful people in the capital. The family that Gu Jiao was visiting lived on the east side of Vermilion Bird Avenue. Because of the recent road repairs, the carriage couldn't drive in. "Then I'll wait for you here," Lu Quan said. "Thank you, Uncle Lu." Gu Jiao got out of the carriage and walked towards the patient's home with a small basket on her back. The patient was a 30-year-old scholar. He had accidentally injured his right hand, which he used to write. The wound went from the back of his hand to the center of his palm. Gu Jiao stitched it up more than 10 times. He was healing well. After Gu Jiao removed the stitches, she let him move. "How do you feel?" Gu Jiao asked. It's okay." At first, he didn't dare to use too much strength. After moving a few times, he didn't feel any discomfort other than a slight pain. "Can I still write in the future?" "Of course," Gu Jiao said. "Take your time to practice. Don't worry and don't be afraid." "Okay." He was overjoyed. Suddenly, he thought of something and became sneaky. He walked to the door and looked around. After making sure that no one was around, he whispered to Gu Jiao, "By the way, Dr. Gu, your medical skills are so good. Can you treat tuberculosis?" "Tuberculosis? Tuberculosis?" Gu Jiao looked at him and asked. The scholar whispered, "It should be. I heard my mother say that last time. My mother didn't want me to go to their house again." Gu Jiao said, "Tuberculosis is contagious. Your mother was right not to let you go." The scholar sighed. "I understand. I don't blame my mother. It's a pity. Their family is not very well off. Their family has lived here for generations. They used to be prominent, but now there's nothing left. If this disease is not cured, I'm afraid that their whole family will be implicated. They will have to sell this house." Gu Jiao asked, "Here? Their family lives on this street too?" "Yes." The scholar nodded. It's my classmate's mother." "Classmate?" His sweetheart was still missing. Gu Jiao saw through him, but didn't say anything. "Where do they live?" After a quarter of an hour, Gu Jiao appeared in another house on the east side of Vermilion Bird Avenue, the back door. Yes, it was the back door. The scholar did not dare to go out from the front door, worried that he would be caught by his parents. He brought Gu Jiao out from the small street at the back door. Unfortunately, he was caught by his mother halfway. In a panic, he showed Gu Jiao the way. He also paid the consultation fee. Gu Jiao looked at the half-closed back door in front of her. It should be here? Strange. Why is there no one here? Yes, it was said that this family was in decline and had already dismissed the servants. During the day, his classmate was studying in the academy. Only his sister and the patient were at home. But because tuberculosis was contagious, the patient lived in the double-entry hospital at the back and almost didn't let his son and daughter come here. So Gu Jiao was right to go through the back door. She could see the patient's room when she went in. Which one? Gu Jiao stepped over the threshold. The yard was very clean, and there were some flowers on both sides. Gu Jiao didn't know much about flowers, but she felt that these flowers were more beautiful than the flowers in the imperial garden. She was sick but still had the leisure to take care of flowers. It was not like what the scholar said about being sick and living a passive life. A low cough came from one of the side rooms. Gu Jiao put on the mask she took out from the small medicine box. She went to the side room and gently pushed the door open. There was actually someone in the room, sitting on the beam. Gu Jiao didn't see him, but he saw Gu Jiao at a glance. But he did nothing and let Gu Jiao approach the bed. There was a curtain on the bed. Gu Jiao gently lifted the curtain. She had thought that she would see a sickly, and haggard person with tuberculosis, but instead, she saw an indescribable beauty. She was covered with a thin quilt. Her black hair was like satin, and her skin was as delicate as white porcelain. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao only took one look. She turned her body in her sleep. She was facing inside, and Gu Jiao could no longer see her face. But the stunning sight from just now was still clear in Gu Jiao's mind. Is this really the tuberculosis patient that the scholar said was dying? It wasn't that tuberculosis patients couldn't be beautiful, but when they were seriously ill, their complexion wouldn't be good. Moreover, along the way, the scholar kept reminding her not to be frightened by the appearance of the patient, such as unkempt hair and dirty face. How could this be called unkempt? There was no one in the world more clean and elegant than her. Gu Jiao didn't know what was going on. She didn't think that she had gone to the wrong house. She gently took out a hand and checked the patient's pulse. From the pulse, it didn't look like tuberculosis. She took out a stethoscope and listened carefully. Finally, she confirmed that it wasn't tuberculosis. It was myocarditis, which was also a kind of heart disease. Heart disease was a very complicated disease. No matter what kind it was very troublesome. Fortunately, her heart disease wasn't serious enough to require surgery, but she couldn't be careless. Looking at her appearance, she must have suffered a lot. Using blockers and amiodarone for this kind of heart disease had good effects. However, the research institute had developed a special medicine that was even more effective. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box and took out a box of special medicine. She planned to put it in her own porcelain bottle, but she found that the porcelain bottles in the small basket were all used up. Coincidentally, there were several medicine bottles on the table. Gu Jiao casually picked one up and poured out the pill inside to sniff. This is a high-level health pill. It doesn't have any effect on the illness. Gu Jiao poured out the pill inside the bottle and put the special medicine's white pill inside. She stuck a small cloth on the bottle and wrote down the usage and dosage before standing to leave. In the front yard, a woman in her 30s wearing a light green cloak was helping the crown prince consort onto the carriage. "Lord Eugene, please wait," the crown prince consort said gently. The woman called Lord Eugene said calmly and politely, "Many thanks to the crown prince consort for coming to visit the princess and giving the princess medicine. When the princess wakes up, I will report to the princess that the crown prince consort has come." You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.